I can barely see it. But
Good morning and welcome to round 3 of the UIM Class 1 World Championship. We're here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, and it is an absolutely beautiful day out here on the lake. The air is calm, the water is calm, but that's all about to change when these boats hit the water. Let's see if I can catch a word with some of the drivers. We're down here at Cranes this morning, and all of the teams are ready to go. And let's chat with Monster Energy MCon team first. Excuse me, gentlemen. Let's see if I can find Myrick Coyle here. Hi, Myrick. Good morning.
Hey, what's up?
How are you feeling this morning?
Oh, good. Ready to get out there and get rid of these nervous jitters. Yeah.
You guys are leading the points championship by a bit right now, so you really have the target on your back coming into this race today.
Yeah, it really feels after yesterday's race that the target should be on Defalco's back because they were really fast, and that's who we're shooting for today. So we're gonna try our best to get her up there on the top. But yeah, I really enjoy having a points lead that we do, and going into the rest of the season, feel really good about it.
You guys had that win. Congratulations in Lake of the Ozarks. Let's move on to our XINSURANCE team. Britt Lilly, Randy Kent, you guys are a new addition here to Class 1. This is your first time joining us this season. How has it been so far?
It's been great. It hasn't been without its hiccups with, a new boat, new team together. You know what? A win for us is coming back yesterday. We made some significant changes to the boat last night. The team came together. Everybody worked their butts off, and we're pretty happy.
And it's not just all about the boats. It does come down to communication inside the boat and a little bit of talent. But Britt Lilly, I don't think you're any stranger to having talent.
No. So this is first time throttling, and obviously first time on the team with everybody. Can't thank Rick Lindsay enough for the opportunity. And everybody's working hard, and we're going to get better every time we go out. So I'm really looking forward today and see if we can get this thing up on the podium.
Excellent. Well, that's the XINSURANCE team. Watch this rope here. There's a lot going on here at the Cranes. Excuse me, gentlemen. Next boat coming up is our DF Young Goodboy Vodka. Alex Pratt watching this boat. There's a little bit going on down here with Herb, your crew chief. What changes have you made to really give it something today?
We're going to tell you the changes after we win today. They're all very secretive.
What's the strategy, though, coming in? I know you and Rich work very well together in that boat. What does it really take to get on top?
We have to make sure we get the right gear set up today because it's really flat out. So, we've got the longest boat of the fleet, and, we like a little bit of the chop, but we don't have it today. So we got to do everything we can to be up there.
All right, well, best of luck out there to Team Goodboy and DF Young. And let's make our way down to the end of the pier to our final competitor in this Class 1 class. He's waiting here at the end, but he's no stranger to being alone. But you actually did have a lot of clean air. You were out there, out front in that Defalco boat to take that win.
Yeah, once we got out front, it's a lot easier when you're out front. You don't have to deal with the wakes and other stuff, and you run your own line at that point, and you just push, and hopefully you don't mess yourself up and do something stupid, which that's easy to do in these boats running the speeds that we do. But, the biggest thing is stay calm, collective, and just go for it.
Myrick Coyle from Monster Energy said you guys have the target on your back. Are you a bit nervous at all or no?
No, I've had a target on my back before from those guys, and they're good guys. I love racing against them. They run hard. I know they're trying to figure out what they can do to get around us for today, but, hey, having a target on the back, it means we're doing something right.
I love it. Well, Team Defalco is ready to go. All of the Class 1 boats and teams are ready to go for today's race. Let's head up and meet our commentators in the booth. Gentlemen.
The UIM Class 1 World Championship is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Midwest Challenge on Lake Michigan for Round 3, race number 5 of the UIM Class 1 World Championships, along with the APBA National Championships, all part of the Powerboat P1 USA Series. As Taylor had mentioned before, we're in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, known as the Malibu of the Midwest. Did you bring your surfboard? Ken Stout and Mike Iwaski sitting right alongside, man. They said they go surfing here. I'm like, are you kidding me? But if there's a day, man, it doesn't get any better than this one.
Now, we were just talking to Stuart Haley with P1, and I said, is this a normal summer day for you? Because yesterday it was cold. Friday felt like fall weather. We've had completely different weather conditions today than what we had yesterday, but just couldn't ask for a more picture-perfect day out here in Sheboygan.
As mentioned, this is our third event of the 2024 season. We kicked it off at Cocoa Beach, then Lake of the Ozarks. Now we're up here on Lake Michigan in Wisconsin. This is our fifth race, though, of the season. We had a double at Lake of the Ozarks. Unfortunately, we were not able to bring that to MAV TV Live, but we want to give MCON, the Monster Energy boat, some credits there as they came home with back-to-back wins in that double, and of course a double here this weekend as well. So let's show you some highlights of what we had in race number 4 just one day ago, because that Defalco boat has qualified number 1 at every event this year. They've been out front at every event, but they've yet to win one until yesterday.
Yesterday that cloud, although it was cloudy above them, went away from them, and they were able to get it done. A huge day for Mike Falco and Billy Moore. Tyler and Myrick, they were really hunting for something in this Monster Energy MCON boat. They knew they had it, but that wind wreaked havoc on these boats. Look at it, pushing sideways, crab walking. You're in the automotive world, you know what a crab walk is? Well, that's what these boats were doing, and they were actually going out way wide and then sailing the boat down to it. But Billy and Mike had the setup, and they just took a commanding lead and never looked back.
Yeah, they really did make it look easy. I mean, they were driving away the entire race to the point that they finally got a chance to play it safe. As you take a look at our boats out here, obviously the pace boat out there in front of them, one of the unique features here in the Class 1 category is the sight lap.
Yep. Exactly. So what they're doing is they're going around the track now. They're making sure that all the buoys are where they are on their GPS. They have big, huge GPS monitors inside of the boat, and they actually will mark the pins, each one of them, and then it'll leave a breadcrumb, if you would, all the way around. So they're just making sure their lines are where they are, and when you race one of these boats, they look out such a small window, Ken, that they actually pick landmarks to be able to shoot towards, because you can't necessarily see the buoy as easily as you think. So they'll look forward, pick a rodeo tower or something like the power plant just south of us here.
Hey, Mike, let's talk about these boats here. They are absolutely gorgeous and up to 51 feet here in this particular category today, but these things make 2,200 horsepower. They make 2,200 foot-pounds of torque. They are absolute monsters.
Yeah, about 140 to 150 miles an hour. With these conditions today, Ken, on this long straightaway, this northbound straightaway in Sheboygan, I think we'll see almost top speed for these boats, which will be anywhere from about 150 to 160 miles an hour today.
Incredible. By the way, our course distance here right at 5 miles, maybe just a tick more. As we show you the track map here as well, you can see a number of buoys to negotiate, but notice on the far side of the track, buoys 6, 7, and 8, that is a pretty tight turn.
And that was a turn that wreaked havoc in our super stock race yesterday. Had two boats flip over right at buoy number 6, and the teams were telling me that it was really, the wind was really pushing the boat down around the corner, and you couldn't steer as tight as you wanted into it. Again, the conditions have completely changed. I hope these teams went back and did their homework. I know DF Young was doing some setup work this morning. As Randy Kent mentioned, the XINSURANCE team was working hard last night to change some setup. Be interesting to see what Defalco comes out with. As they said, they had the target on their back, and I know Billy is comfortable with that boat and with its setup. So let's see how it goes.
Our XINSURANCE helicopter came up there as well, and talk about some incredible shots that we get out of that team. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, confirm this for me, Mike, but I believe the owner of XINSURANCE is Rick Lindsay, is the pilot of that helicopter.
He's the pilot and the owner of the helicopter, and he flies it to every single race we go to. I know he lets photographers like Jeff Girardi from Freeze Frame up in it. His son Parker Lindsay is the actual videographer up in there. And race control, race officials really use it sometimes to regulate what happens in the race. If there's a question about a start or something that happened in a race, they'll actually go back to the footage that comes from that helicopter. So it's imperative that we have it. It brings great views to the TV show, but also helpful in officiating the race.
By the way, worth mentioning that 1 year ago, DF Young won round number 1 here on Lake Michigan and finished up in second. On day number 2, it was the Monster Energy MCON boat that finished in third on both days. So some success here on Lake Michigan. Great to be back at Sheboygan, by the way. Also worth mentioning that in 2023, the American Powerboat Association Best Race Site Award came right here to Sheboygan. So a beautiful facility, a gorgeous day. Our Class 1 boats are making the turn down at the far end of the track. They will start the negotiation of the Monster Mile and come up to what is a specific start buoy for this class.
Exactly right. They know that they cannot start until they get to that buoy, and it was a big topic of discussion yesterday in the drivers' meeting, making sure that that pace boat let the green flag go at exactly the right time, because they cannot start until they get to that buoy, which is on the Monster Mile. Defalco is going to be on the pole on the inside. It's going to be Monster Energy MCon in second. Then it's going to be Team Defalco and XINSURANCE all the way on the outside. I apologize. Defalco on the pole, Monster MCon, DF Young, Goodboy Vodka, and XINSURANCE.
Yeah, and as we talked about, Defalco has qualified in the number one position at every event so far this year. The boat has a ton of speed, no doubt about that. You'll be able to see when they hit the throttles here, those rooster tails will change significantly. We have our headphones on here in the booth, so we can't hear them at full song. But, boy, these things sound beautiful. Even though they're twin turbocharged, you can see the speed picking up. Here we go. Race number 5. We are racing here in Sheboygan with the UIM Class 1 World Championship.
Much better start for Brett and Randy on the outside, running right with this group. Defalco's starting to get a little bit of separation, too. They need to maintain their lanes through turn 1, but that consists of all the buoys, which is 4, a total of 4 in this first turn. Defalco's going to be on the inside. Monster Energy MCon looks like they're losing just a little bit of ground right now, a 3-way battle for second place. Like XINSURANCE on the outside, let's see if Britt and Randy can carry more speed.
Yeah, a significant change, by the way, with the XINSURANCE boat. As they changed, it's kind of a unique combination, by the way, in comparison to the other 2 styles of boats out here. We have a stern drive on the MCon, which means the drive is actually turning, and then we also have a stern drive with a runner for the XINSURANCE boat. It's kind of a combo because the drive itself is fixed, and they changed those last night to get a little better gearing prop combination, but it has a full skag on the bottom.
Well, they actually cut the skeg off, and I always wondered how these boats handled. This boat was from Team Abu Dhabi. It won a Class 1 World Championships with Team Abu Dhabi, and Johnny Tomlinson at the time throttled the boat, and he said these fixed number 6 boats with the rudders are some of the best handling boats he's ever run.
So I want to touch on that. That is what they changed. They took the shaved one off, put a full skag one on for a different gearing combination out here today. Look at this battle, though, we've got on the water. It is a great one for sure here. Lap number 1. Oh, wow. Really flying the nose right there of the MCon Monster Energy boat. Myrick said they almost crashed twice yesterday.
Yeah, they were really, really loose on the straightaway in qualifying and during the race. Again, that wind really just wreaking havoc on these tunnel boats. You know, they're designed like the wing of an airplane. They pack air in the tunnel and they lift. And if they lift too high, well, they can lose control and blow over backwards. This battle, though, is exactly what happened yesterday in Class 1. DF Young and Goodboy Vodka battled side by side on these opening laps. And as long as Monster Energy MCon can control that inside lane, they control the course right now. But look at Defalco checking out early.
Yeah, and Myrick said he knew exactly what was going on, but I got to tell you, that DF Young Goodboy Vodka boat certainly has some speed today. They made a gearing change as well for that straight line speed, and they are definitely applying some pressure. We're racing here in Sheboygan. Stay with us. We'll be back with more exciting action. That's a great shot.
Mm-hmm.
So once again here, as you can see, beautiful shot there of all 4 of our Class 1 boats as they are airing them out here. Great battle here, day number 2. Everybody had a good look at this lake from race number 1 a day ago, made some adjustments, and we'll find out what they've got here today. Once again, out front, that Defalco boat is an absolute rocket ship driving away from the field. We've been showing you this battle here with the Monster Energy MCon boat, and of course, the DF Young Goodboy Vodka boat. Now it looks like the MCon boat has a slight advantage.
Well, the DF Young Goodboy Vodka boat is the biggest boat here. It's 50 feet long. They want it to be a little bit rougher. When it lays down like this, they're just not nearly as quick as they could be. What they're trying to do is just look to the inside. They're looking for a door opening. They're looking for a mistake by Monster Energy MCon. They're going to continue to apply that pressure about a rooster tail length and a half behind that number 06 skater hull. A Mystic versus a skater. Let's see what Richie and Alex can do in third place.
Another beautiful shot there of those 2 boats that we're talking about, and you can actually see the difference in the size. Yeah, I had a chance to talk with Myrick a little bit after the race was over yesterday, and he said that the freeboard on the side of that boat is so big and it's flat that they really struggled with the wind. And you can see the rooster tails out there blowing around. So while it feels calm here in the booth, it is anything but calm out there. And it looks like that breeze is picking up. But he said he had a ton of wheel in that thing to try to get it to go straight.
Yeah, and what some teams were doing, Ken, is they were actually running towards the beach so they didn't turn the wheel, and that they would let the wind push them down to the turn, almost like a sail, if you would. Anytime you turn the wheel, just like in car racing, you're scrubbing off speed. So they want to keep the wheel straight, and they would let the wind push the boat around.
Yeah, pretty cool. So as I was talking about with that XINSURANCE boat, they did change the drives. They changed the drives, and they got away from the one that was shaved off, and they put one on with a full skag to get that proper gearing to see if they could hang with the boys here today.
Unfortunately, XINSURANCE just a little bit behind.
And once again, we welcome you back to the Midwest Challenge on Lake Michigan for round number 3, race number 5 of the UIM Class 1 World Championship. And, of course, the APBA National Championships. We have the Class 1 boats out on the water. The Defalco boat with an early lead here. Once again, they were the boat to beat yesterday. Of course, they were the boat to beat at Cocoa Beach as well, but they couldn't find the end. They kept having something bite them, and the boat DNF'd a couple of times. But they got it figured out here one day ago, and, boy, that boat is fast here again today.
I talked to Billy at the drivers' meeting this morning, and I said, Billy, who's a pretty colorful character, I said, Billy, if you win tomorrow and you get out of the boat, can we see, like, the colorful Billy? And he goes, Mike, I was exhausted after yesterday. He said it was so mentally draining inside of the boat. They had so much to think about, and he said the team was telling them to slow down. The team was telling them to back down, and he didn't want to. He wanted to stay in the groove that they were in. He felt comfortable. He said the engines were happy, the boat was happy, and he just wanted to keep getting it on. But he said, man, by the time that one was done, he said, I was exhausted.
Of course, Billy, as you're talking about, Billy Moore out of Grantsboro, North Carolina, son of legendary boat rigger and throttleman Bobby Moore, a number of championships underneath his belt as well to earn his seat where he's sitting today, and very, very good at what he does.
Well, this is the second boat for the Defalco team. They had an Outer Limits here last year, which was built out of Rhode Island. This is actually a Victory Hull boat. Billy raced this boat back in 2018 in Key West, the last time, and he didn't really like the Outer Limits, wasn't very comfortable in it, so he went to Mike Falco and he said, look, this Victory Hull is for sale. I think this is the one they need to buy. They bought it. Billy re-rigged it in North Carolina and brought it here racing, and it's just paid dividends for this team so far.
Yeah, they said initially the boat was built 2004, but all updated in 2022. It is effectively a new boat, if you will.
Exactly. When they re-rig it, they strip it down to bare it's just a hull at that point. Sometimes they'll even do fiberglass work to reinforce things. All new wires, sensors, controls, steering wheels, everything is new. Bilge pumps, and Billy is one of the best riggers, I believe, in the business, and he's really done a great job with this boat. And it shows with Mike Falco trusting Billy to do that in Class 1.
Mike Falco making his Class 1 debut in 2022, but has a lot of experience, been running high-performance V-bottom boats, a lot of outer limit power boats over 15 years, 48-foot MTI, Mercury Racing 1650 engine, so he's definitely not afraid of the speed, can get it done, and he proved that as well one day ago. They love the big speed in this boat.
Well, they were racing an XCat, believe it or not, a couple of weeks ago over in Italy. Mike got invited to go run XCat, which is similar to what we have here in Super Stock or Factory Stock 450, and he really liked it, had a lot of fun over there. I think we'll see Mike Falco race a lot more in the coming futures. I've heard some plans about some things that he's buying or has potential to buy to expand in racing. I think we're going to see a lot more from this Defalco team.
Here they come down that monster mile as they leg them out here, top speed on these boats, and trying to get everything out of those 1,100 horsepower engines, the twins in the back, twin turbocharged Mercury Racing power plants producing 2,200 horsepower, and they are getting all they can get here, the better part of 160 miles per hour. As you can see, a timed race here, 22 minutes to go inside of this one, plus one lap.
What I'd like to make a note of, Ken, is that Monster Energy MCon is not getting away from DF Young. DF Young has stayed within a rooster tail length in third place behind that skater hull. They're waiting for something to happen, and when I looked at Monster Energy MCon running down that straightaway, they were really running that boat on the very back. They were carrying a lot of bow, which means they're probably running pretty loose. Don't know if that's their plan this early in the race, but usually if you see a boat loose, they're trying to get speed out of it. So maybe they're a little light on their setup. We'll have to see how that plays out towards the end of the race.
Yeah, talking to Myrick Coyle, they have great equipment inside of that MCon boat. So he has great cameras to look out of the back and see exactly where that DF Young Goodboy Vodka boat is located. And he said, I can adjust my line and really make life miserable for them.
And Ken, if you look at the screen, you can see it's actually really not that calm out there. These boats aren't taking big flyers, but they're wheeling up pretty good and setting down on the transom. So I'm interested to see what these conditions are like out there. The rougher it gets, the faster that Mystic is going to run, Ken, and maybe that's what we're seeing. Maybe we're seeing a little bit rougher conditions than what we had anticipated. That 50-foot Mystic really likes it. Maybe they're trying to track down for second place.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, that DF Young boat definitely got some air just a moment ago. His water even rougher yet as he is that close to the MCON boat. So tough battle here. We'll see if they can get out and around them. As we mentioned before, they did make a gear change, so they were hoping to make a better run out here today and get after that Monster Energy MCON boat.
Well, it may look like, well, it was hard to tell by that shot, but I think DF Young actually jumped back to the outside going into buoy number 6, the south end of this course. They are looking for any possible area they can go where Monster Energy MCON will make a mistake. Meanwhile, this is what Defalco wants to see out front. They want to see this second and third place boat battle because it will slow them down and give Defalco an even bigger lead.
By the way, these boats, I mean, they are heavy, better part of 12,000 pounds, so they trim these things up, get them up out of the water. That's another thing that the Monster Energy MCON boat is very, very good at, but they're all trying to get those things up out of the water when they're in that straight line shot right there. Good look at the DF Young Goodboy Vodka machine. You're talking about that 51-footer, and, man, it is a gorgeous boat trying to track down the shorter MCON, the Monster Energy MCON boat.
Well, and I said that about being about a rooster tail length behind the Monster Energy MCON team, and now they've lost a little bit more ground. Not sure what happened on the south end of this course. Ken, it's worth noting that skater hull of the Monster Energy MCON team had the same transom set up last year as these other boats. They had the BPM surface drives with the rudders. Myrick and Tyler felt pretty good about it, but they didn't feel 100%. Because their other boat has full number 6s. So the boat went back to skater. They basically cut the transom off of it, redid it, and put the number 6s on it. And I think it's paid off very well for this team as they show in their setup and running here in Sheboygan.
A little bit shorter boat in comparison to the DF Young Goodboy Vodka boat as it comes in at about 43 foot in length. It's a better boat in the calm, the flatter water. If you get into the chop, the big rough water, as Mike had mentioned before, then the big boat is going to shine a little bit more. But so far today, that thing is doing great. And as we saw at Lake of the Ozarks with back-to-back wins, it was spectacular there. Once again, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with more great racing action in just a moment. Stay with us.
So DF Young went on the outside of that corner. They carried a lot of speed, and they were able to close up the gap up to second place Monster Energy MCON. They seem to like that outside corner. So if they can stay in clean water and not have to hop back and forth over the wake like they're having to do right now, I think they can keep that skater in sight and not let him get too far ahead.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We can see it. They actually close that gap back up here again, but they get down to this tighter turn, and that's where it becomes difficult. He went from inside to outside, as you mentioned last time, and it cost him some real estate.
It does, and look at how it's getting rougher down there. When they go around that dogleg, they're really starting to kind of carry the bow a little, pack some air under the tunnel, and bounce around. So I think it's definitely a little rougher on the south end of the course. Beautiful shot of the 06 Monster Energy MCON boat. Of course, we will see this team later today, Ken, in Super Cat, which will be our last race of the day. Lots more racing happening here in Sheboygan on day number 2. We've got Mod V, we've got classes 6, 7, 5, and 4, Super Cat, and we'll wrap up this class 1 here shortly.
It is the closest battle on the track right now. That is second and third place that you're looking at. By the way, Tyler Miller looking great. He's lost a ton of weight. He came back. We saw him driving for the first time, or back inside of the boat, running the throttles for the first time at Lake of the Ozarks since his back surgery. So feels great out here doing a beautiful job.
That was a big flyer by Defalco there. That proves to me that it's a bit rougher. You can see how they're hopping around a little bit and carrying that bow. A little bit more bump out there than we had anticipated. Again, let's see if that benefits DF Young Goodboy Vodka. Right now, this is Defalco's race to run. They're controlling the pace. They're setting the pace, and they're doing a great job, just like they did yesterday. Another big hop there, and that's going to start slowing those boats down. That's what DF Young wants to see. And look at that gap close up.
That was a big moment right there, and you're right. Here comes a DF Young Goodboy Vodka boat now on the outside. Again, the preferred inside line going to the Monster Energy MCON machine, but they had that big moment. No doubt had to check up on the throttles a little bit, but back, hammer down now, trying to hang on to that spot. Side by side, here we go.
DF Young is trying to make a move on the outside. MCON Monster Energy controls the narrative through the corner. They control the inside lane. They can push this boat wherever they want to, but DF Young Goodboy Vodka is within striking distance. Let's see if Alex and Richie can make a move.
Surface drive with a rudder for the DF Young machine, and then you take a look at that Monster Energy MCON boat. As Mike mentioned, the M6 stern drives on that one doing the steering. and providing the power. And that DF Young boat is still right there. It's as close as they've been the entire race. Going to have a good run here up the back straightaway.
Well, Ken, they're going to be on the inside of the dogleg. They're going to be able to control the narrative this corner. If they're going to make a pass, this is the place to do it. This is the time.
Look how close they are to 160, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't get any better than this. Talk about hanging it out right now. That is what it's all about out here. That's what we come out here to see.
They've almost established overtake going around the dogleg. Let's see if they can make it happen.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Midwest Challenge here on Lake Michigan for the UIM Class 1 World Championship. And you are seeing a pass for second place. It was spectacular going up the back straightaway as the DF Young Goodboy Vodka boat was able to finally get around the Monster Energy MCON machine. What a battle it has been.
That DF Young boat, Ken, was really respectful going to that corner. They could have surely shut the door on Monster Energy MCON, but they didn't. And that may have been a mistake. See how it's allowed that skater hull to catch back up, get back on the inside. That boat can turn very well. That black skater can really turn underneath, but they had to jump back outside. No room to go there. So that should give DF Young Goodboy Vodka solid second place behind Defalco.
Yeah, so that tighter line that they took there, they could not capitalize on at the end of that very tight far-end turn. The second half of this course, good look at them right there, and you can see, yeah, now they've created some separation. So that is kind of what the DF Young boat did. I think they set up with a late apex in that turn, and it forced them across the chop.
Yeah, and you don't want to go behind the wake of another boat. It's kind of like driving on a slippery surface. Anytime you get into the aeration of the props, you lose just a little bit of grip, a little bit of forward bite, and you will lose some ground. Now let's see if DF Young Goodboy Vodka, who has pulled away from Monster Energy MCON, let's see if they have anything for Defalco.
Just past the halfway point here as we are down to 14 minutes plus one lap.
Now Defalco can run their line. They can see DF Young can run their line. They can see what Defalco's doing. They can see where that boat's going. They can study what they're doing. They've got clean water. They've got nobody pushing behind them. They can now look forward, race forward, and go after Defalco.
Yeah, wonderful job there out of the DF Young Goodboy Vodka machine. Of course, Rich Wyatt, the owner of that one, and running throttles. Alex Pratt doing the driving inside of that one. Rich Wyatt, a very accomplished racer. How about 3 OPA Unlimited World Championships, 2012, 19, and 21. He can certainly get it done.
Very, very experienced, run V-bottoms and cats his entire career. Nothing to take away from Alex Pratt. Alex Pratt, plenty of racing experience as well. In fact, she used to run the XINSURANCE boat, then jumped over to this Goodboy team. Alex Pratt, of course, Goodboy Vodka. Every pour helps a pup. But they really have pulled away from Monster Energy MCON. I'm wondering if Monster Energy MCON is just really light on their setup and just can't keep up. But there's a big gap between those two now, as that shows you really first, second, and third.
Yeah, by the way, as we take a look at this DF Young Goodboy Vodka machine, I had a chance to chat with Alex Pratt at the end of the event at Lake of the Ozarks. Used to race super bikes and actually has a win at Daytona. That'll give you an idea of that guy's nerve.
Yeah, he's got an ability to commit to a corner if he can go around Daytona on 2 wheels.
Pretty cool for sure.
Defalco continues to lead over DF Young Goodboy Vodka. Monster Energy MCON now in third. XINSURANCE running in fourth. It's just like Randy and Kent said in their pre-race interview. Just to go out there and finish is a win for this team. It's their second time in a boat.
Yeah,
and
good
they're just
stuff.
trying to get it figured out.
And we're going to get it down to our good friend Taylor Snyder. She's been busy all day long. Taylor, who do you have?
I'm down here with the crew for DF Young, and you've got your lap times going. I spoke to you guys earlier about are they gaining speed? Is MCON losing speed? What's going on here?
At first we were holding speed and just feeling the track out. Now it looks like we're kind of pacing it. Might be speeding up a little bit now that they're getting more confident with the track and more confident with, the boat. So.
And you did mention a possible error in the beginning, swinging a little bit wide, but it seems that had no effect on this incredible takeover now.
We lost 2 seconds in one lap. It was on the back end. I don't know exactly what happened, but it seems they picked it up and they're dialing it in now.
All right, well, anything can happen. This race is still going on. Incredible strong competitors out here. Ken, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Taylor. So, yeah, the crew members keeping an eye on. There's a good look at our set. We couldn't have a better place right here. We're sitting on the balcony here at the Blue Harbor Hotel or Resort. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous looking out, obviously, at Lake Michigan and watching this race. We call it off of the monitors, though, and there's a beautiful shot of the Defalco construction machine. Obviously, driver Billy Moore there, as you can see. Mike Falco, the owner, running the throttles as well. Very successful construction business in the New York City area.
Yep, very successful. Beautiful livery on the side of that boat, new for the 2024 season with the new hull. And, you know, I can imagine probably how tense they are inside that boat right now. We're almost to the halfway point of this race, actually past the halfway point. Now they're starting to think longevity. Now they're starting to think, okay, let's plan it. Let's think about the win. Let's play this smart. I don't think they're going to back out of it. I don't think they're going to lift. I don't think they can at this point because I do think DF Young, Goodboy Vodka is fast. Are they faster? Hard to say.
Good look at him right there again, negotiating that turn. And it feels to me like the water's getting a little bit rougher as this race progresses on. The breeze picking up just a little bit out there. I think that's playing back to the DF Young Goodboy Vodka machine, probably going against the Monster Energy MCon boat. Talking with Myrick again yesterday, and you're exactly right. They really drive that boat up high out of the water, so it just might not be happy out here in this chop.
But couldn't ask for a better day for Defalco. They're running flat. They're not hopping nearly as much as the other boats are, so that means Billy and Mike have just a perfect setup for the day. You know, Billy spends a lot of time testing this boat, Ken, down in North Carolina where he's from. The boat lives at his shop there.
Another beautiful shot here of all three boats here as they negotiate their way down the Monster Mile. And we welcome you back to the Midwest Challenge on Lake Michigan. This is the UIM Class 1 World Championships, also in conjunction with the APBA National Championships going on here this weekend, all part of the Powerboat P1 USA Series. We're in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, known as the Malibu of the Midwest. It's a spectacular day, as they would say, a Chamber of Commerce day out here, about 75 degrees or so, nice breeze, and the big dogs are putting on a show.
Monster Energy MCon just doesn't look happy, Ken. It just doesn't look like the boat is running the way that they want it to. Did they go too light on their setup? Is their prop selection not correct? Very, very hard to tell. There's a lot of technology in these boats, a lot of weight distribution to get your center of gravity where you want it, to get your trim where you want it, and prop selection. And if you're just a little bit off in a spec class race like this, it can mean first, second, or third.
Yeah, speaking with Myrick, we really had a chance to walk around that boat one night ago, and he was showing me that the keel on the outside chine, it's a double-step keel. It starts off first as 10 degrees and it gets to a more radical 21 degrees, but the boat primarily rides on that flat 10-degree part. So it's a pretty unique boat, but because of that, it is up a little bit higher out of the water.
Well, and they have to do that because of the drives. You talk to Jay Muller, who's a throttleman for WHM. We'll see him later today. He has run both surface drive boats and number 6 drive boats, and he said the surface drive boats take off more level. They fly more level because the drives are straight out and it pushes the boat further forward. The 6 is actually 90 down and then 90 back out of the boat, and it tends to rock the boat up a little bit more. So it's a completely different setup. That's what Monster Energy MCon was comfortable with. That's why they made the change. They knew a number 6 package. They knew a number 6 setup. They knew what they had to do, and it does work out better for that team. I just think Defalco and DF Young maybe just a little bit better today.
Great stuff, by the way, that boat, a relatively new design as well. That skater that you're talking about for the MCon boys, the 438 skater, most modern technology on the water. So a little bit of give and take, if you will, to try and develop that. The 38-footer is obviously very solid, but they wanted to go with something a little bit different and work on developing it.
Yeah, and we just looked at the XINSURANCE boat. That's the other manufacturer out in his group. That's a marine technology built out of Wentzville, Missouri. Of course, that boat raced overseas for Team Abu Dhabi before it came here and became part of the XINSURANCE program. And they're still getting that boat figured out, as you mentioned earlier. That's a completely different setup. Really, varying setups in this class that has a rudder with the fixed number 6 drives. And I mentioned Johnny Tomlinson said that's one of the best handling setups he has ever run. So I think Randy and Britt are getting it figured out slowly but surely. But let's not take anything away from Billy or Mike.
Another good look there at our leader. That is the Defalco construction boat with a sizable lead here as well. And we certainly don't want to forget the XINSURANCE boat, as you talked about. Tested, that's a complete rebuild after that boat blew over in Key West. Did some testing at Michigan City. First event back inside of that boat. So really glad to see them have some success, be able to finish the race a day ago. Still running strong out here today. That's what we need them to do.
Well, Ken, let's talk about what you're familiar with, and that would be motorsports, right? Motorsports, car racing, truck racing, as you and I were talking offline earlier. We were talking about motorsports. So imagine in one of the Pro 4 trucks, your son driving and you throttling. And tell me how that would go.
And once again, we welcome you back to the Midwest Challenge on Lake Michigan for round number 3. It's race number 5 of the season for the UIM Class 1 World Championships. That was a quick look at our leader. That's the Defalco construction boat. There is second place right there, the DF Young Goodboy Vodka sponsored machine. Alex Pratt inside of that one. Rich Wyatt as well. And as you can see, the Monster Energy MCON boat in third place. And XINSURANCE, we were just talking about that machine as well. It blew over in Key West a year ago and caused a lot of damage. They had to go through everything. It's really a brand new boat since then and took a long time to get it back. But they went to Michigan City, did some testing, felt comfortable with it, got back out here one day ago. It was their first race of the 2024 season since that blowover. They weren't competitive in terms of a win, but they made it to the end under power. That's a lot of data. You can start making adjustments and then go after it.
Exactly right. We have a long break until our next race in Sarasota. It won't be until mid-September, so I know that Gene and Randy and the entire team will go back and figure something out. Although I do see, as I look up from our broadcast booth, Ken, I do see a boat down on the outside of the course, I believe, right out behind the camera here, and that might be XINSURANCE because I don't see a boat running south currently. I only see 3 rooster tails, so I do think XINSURANCE might be down the outside of the course, but let's see if the camera can get on that.
Hopefully it didn't jinx them.
Unfortunately, you always kind of feel that way when you talk about how good somebody's doing. But let's talk about the relationship inside the boat. Unlike any other motorsport, you have a throttle man and you have a driver. So Alex, in the case of DF Young Goodboy Vodka, he's in charge of the steering wheel. He's in charge of getting that boat from point to point. Richie is giving it the gas. He's trimming the boat. He's changing the angle of the boat. He's making the boat go fast. Imagine doing that in a Pro 4 truck, as we were talking about earlier. Very hard to do.
Yeah, it is, and obviously the communication is critical between the two. The feel needs to be the same between the two. So you're absolutely right. It's quite a tap dance. Of course, it might be something like you would see in the desert with a navigator, but not necessarily running any controls. So
right.
You're really relying on how 2 different people feel the boat is acting in any given moment.
Well, and when you run these cat boats, you have to set the boat into a corner. So you have to set the boat down, let it suck down the waterlet, or when you turn the wheel, it's just simply not going to turn. So Randy and Kent, or in this case Mike and Billy, need to feel that boat. They need to know, Mike needs to know when Billy's going to set that boat into the corner so he can start turning the wheel. Really good teams probably don't have to communicate it. They can just feel it. They pick their point, just like a braking point in car racing, right? You pick your braking point so you know where you're going to start stepping on the brake for the corner. Same thing here. Unfortunately, XINSURANCE is down. I don't see any engine hatches open or cockpit hatches, so we'll see what's going on with that team.
3 minutes left in this one, about 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap. What a shame the XINSURANCE boat not able to finish this one under power as the boats go sailing by. I think I just saw a hatch open up there as well. XINSURANCE helicopter, by the way, giving us some great views as well. That is just as good a show, almost as good a show as the boats, because they get down there close and personal. It is pretty cool to watch.
And Rick and Lindsay providing the footage from that helicopter. Thank you to them. And Rick's really not afraid to fly that helicopter where he needs to. Ken, it's worth mentioning that these Mercury Racing 1100 engines have Guardian mode on them, okay? And that's a system where if they see an oil pressure problem, a water temperature problem, any sort of problem with that engine is going to go into a Guardian mode and basically make the engine run at a quarter power. Now, I understand it to reset it, they can pull the throttle back, hold it back, and then push it forward, and that will clear Guardian mode. I don't think it's a Guardian mode issue with XINSURANCE because they are simply just dead in the water. They're not moving, no movement there whatsoever. So we'll see what's happening with them. But Defalco just continues to lead. DF Young Goodboy Vodka, though, Ken, looks good in second place behind him. I don't think they're making up a ton of ground, but they're really not losing any.
Yeah, no, I think they have closed the gap a bit, but my guess is that the Defalco boat is also being very smart about this with just a couple of minutes yet to go. Rick Lindsay, by the way, the owner of XINSURANCE, flying that helicopter that we were talking about, giving us that great shot just a moment ago. Also very, very good at what he does, owning XINSURANCE, and found a really nice niche in that business as well. We'll throw him a little bit of love since he's one of the major sponsors out here. Helps out a lot of teams as well, but if you have a high-risk business, XINSURANCE is certainly a great place to go with, and he's a wonderful guy to make all that happen as they are giving us that shot right there. That is from the XINSURANCE helicopter. Rick Lindsay doing the flying there, and a beautiful shot right alongside the Defalco construction machine, our current leader.
And I was asked last night, how many boats does X Insurance actually sponsor here at the races? And I'm going to count them real quick on our entry sheet, but I think it's close to 8 or 9 boats between their own Class 1 entry. They do some Class 5 boats. They do some Class 7 boats. They've got a Mod V boat. So, really kind of spreading the wealth, if you would, around offshore powerboat racing, and it's great to see that kind of support.
Yeah, Rick Lindsay, obviously loving extreme sports. By the way, came close to making the 1980 Olympic hockey team, believe it or not. How about that? So, talented young man as well. I'm sure he's well past his hockey days. At this point, it's a pretty tough sport as you get older, but great to have him out here with us and supporting so many teams. My guess was 7. I didn't really know on that, by the way, but great to have people like that inside of our sport. Winding this one down, we're less than a minute plus 1 lap to go in race number 5 of the 2024 season. Team Defalco, who has struggled all along the way. They've shown the speed. Qualified number 1 at Cocoa Beach and Lake of the Ozarks. Also qualified number 1 right here, but could not find the finish line. They are looking to find the finish line in back-to-back races here on Lake Michigan for the number 1 position. That boat looks beautiful.
This is our first race of the day. Up next, we're going to have classes 5 and 6 in our second race. Our third race will be Class 7. Fourth race will be Mod V in Class 4, and our fifth race will be Super Cat. And Ken, I'm really looking forward to that Super Cat racing. There's been a lot of trash talk, a lot of grudge racing going on in the pits, and some things happening. And I think it's going to be really, really exciting to see those cat boats come out here later today.
Yeah, all part of a 2-day event. By the way, Friday night there was a street party here in Sheboygan as well. All of these big boats were on display downtown Sheboygan on their beautiful custom-built trailers, turned up sideways to give you an idea of just how large they are. They are massive machines, huge beams on them, very, very wide. Obviously, we've been talking about the length as well. As we're closing things down here, 1 lap to go inside of race number 5 for 2024. That is a good look at the DF Young Goodboy Vodka sponsored number 17 in second place, having a great run here and a spectacular battle with a Monster Energy MCON boat.
And I believe the way the points are structured, this should give them second place overall for the weekend here in Sheboygan and help as they were in second place in points. It would have been nice to get a boat between them and Monster Energy MCON, but just not going to happen today. But I think this will be a good points boost for them as we go into Sarasota, Florida, the next stop on the P1 UIM APB.
We're talking to one of the crew members for the Defalco team, and he said, I've been doing the math, man. If we win every race from here on out and they have a couple of DNFs, we can still win this championship. So, yeah, they're digging hard, man. You never give up out here. It's just the way it goes. Another great shot there from that X Insurance helicopter cam.
So the Defalco team just needs to go through the south end of this course one more time. This is the white flag lap. Billy and Mike look like they're going to take it. All they've got to do is get around this course one more time. And just a great day for this Victory Hall. Great day for this team. Great day for Mike and Billy. You know, and it's important for a guy, Ken, like Mike, to win a race like this because the investment he makes, you see his pit setup. He's got the hauler, the motorhomes, the trailers, the boats. You know, they want to win, right? They're competitive, but this really boosts their confidence. It helps them want to continue to be in the sport because, as you said off air, this is a huge monetary investment to be out here compared to a lot of other motorsports. So hats off to Mike and Billy for being able to get it done here in Sheboygan.
Making their way around the final turn, back onto the Monster Mile to complete this final lap. What a great run here, looking for back-to-back wins. Is the Defalco construction machine, that beautiful New York City skyline on the side of it as well. Proud of where they come from. Man, airs it out right there one more time just for good measure. They have not backed off yet as they are looking for that finish line here right in the middle of the Monster Mile. What a spectacular run for these two tough competitors inside of this boat. Excellent job for Mike Falco and Billy Moore, completing this one here. Back-to-back wins in Lake Michigan.
Let's hope we get the happy Billy Moore on the post-race interview with Taylor. If not, I'm going to have to say something to him later. Got to give hats off to DF Young Goodboy Vodka. They are the largest boat in the fleet. This is a calm water race, and they were really able to put the pressure on Monster Energy MCON, and they come away with second place after a very, very solid run. They will look forward to Sarasota as well. Ken, one thing to think about is we were racing on a freshwater lake, Lake Michigan, pure freshwater. We will now go back to saltwater. That changes the setup completely on the boats because the buoyancy is different.
Great racing out here, courtesy of the UIM Class 1 World Championships. We'll be right back.
The boats will start to slow, although it looks like Defalco is running down the back leg up, maybe starting to slow now, but I'm totally impressed with DF Young, Goodboy Vodka. Again, just the larger boat in the fleet, and they were able to pull away from what is undoubtedly one of the fastest, best setup boats in the class with this Monster Energy MCON team. But you can guarantee Tyler and Myrick and Jake, the entire team, they're going to go back and do their homework, and they're going to get ready for Sarasota, Florida. They have an advantage, Ken. Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri is where these guys call home, and they can go out and test quite frequently. Tyler Miller actually has a lift on his dock to fit that race boat, so they can go test really whenever they want.
Yeah, I like what you were talking about before on the different waters that we have competed in, from salt water to the fresh water at Lake of the Ozarks, the cooler water here in Lake Michigan, all of them with their own unique density, if you will. They'll monitor the RPMs inside of those boats whenever they're qualifying, of course. They'll make gearing adjustments based on what they see to get all they can out of it, anticipate maybe some chop to go along with it. But you're absolutely right, and now we will go back to the salt water where it's more viscous, it's thicker, they get a better bite. So plenty of changes for these crew chiefs and teams to adjust at every event.
And air conditions will change too. Obviously, going down to the southwest coast of Florida, it's going to be hot. It's going to be more humid. The air is going to be thicker. So the Mercury Racing techs and the teams really may have to mess with the mapping just a little bit on the computers to account for that thicker air. From there, we go on to St. Pete and run again on Tampa Bay. That will be salt water as well. But congratulations to Defalco, Mike Falco, and Billy Moore getting it done with the Class 1 win. That should give them the overall for the weekend.
Nice shot right there of our winner once again. You see the shoreline here as well. The fans having a great time. Hospitality area here, of course, for some of the folks, and also off the back of the resort that we're in here. The Blue Harbor Resort is absolutely gorgeous. If you come to this area of the country, you would certainly want to look that one up. Be a great place to stay.
And possibly maybe go surfing, as they said here.
Depending on the weather conditions.
Exactly right. I got here last year and looked out and was like, man, I think you can go surfing out there today. So up next, it's going to be classes 5 and 6. We're going to start bracket class boat racing next with 5 and 6, then 7, then Mod V and Class 4, and then Super Cat towards the end of the day.
Yeah, looking forward to all of that racing action on a spectacular day here in Lake Michigan. Certainly the Super Cats, and boy, they sound awesome, the normal naturally aspirated power plants. In comparison to the twin turbos out here, which also sound beautiful, but boy, those NA motors at full song are a thing of beauty.
The next race should happen at about 12:30. I know we have to go back and refuel the helicopter. A tough day for the XINSURANCE team, as now they are under tow.
And once again, we welcome you back to the Midwest Challenge on Lake Michigan. It is race 5 of the UIM Class 1 World Championships, and it is in the books. There's a look at the XINSURANCE machine. Congratulations to that team getting that boat fixed up after the big blow over at Key West a year ago. Their first event here of 2024. Unfortunately, did not make it to the end of this one, just about to the end. They were just a few minutes short. They did complete the race one day ago, so they will have a lot of data. They'll be able to go back now to the shop and make some changes as you take a look at the boats making their way back in around the jetty as well. We want to congratulate our winners in the Team Defalco construction boat as they go back-to-back here on Lake Michigan.
And let's see what that did with the points with DF Young and Goodboy Vodka getting up into second over Monster Energy MCON. We know our winners, well, actually our top 3 boats should then head down to Taylor in the pits, and she'll be able to catch up with them. That's a beautiful shot of the VIP tent there where you can go to and check out the races. And just a great view to see this kind of action.
Yeah, this was the pass here for second place. And, of course, the DF Young Goodboy Vodka machine had been tracking down that Monster Energy MCON boat. It was absolutely spectacular. Look how close they were, side by side, 160 miles per hour. And finally, the DF Young boat was able to surpass the 06 MCON boat and take over that second position. It was spectacular.
And that was a good comparison there of the size of the boats. When they were side by side, you could just see the different design, the different deck, the length, if you would, the freeboard, as you mentioned earlier. That was the Mercury Racing wide open moment of the race when DF Young, Goodboy Vodka, took second from Monster Energy MCON.
Great racing here in the UIM Class 1 World Championship. Good look at the beach right there. Here's a look at how they settled down after the full race was complete. Team Defalco, Billy Moore and Mike Falco, of course, inside of the boat. Mike Falco, the owner of that machine. back-to-back wins here at Sheboygan. DF Young, Goodboy Vodka with Alex Pratt and Rich Wyatt. Rich Wyatt, the owner of that one, with a great run. Finished third one day ago, up to second here today. Plenty of speed, nice changes inside of that boat. One night ago as the crew was working on that one. Of course, the Monster Energy MCON boat there, and third place with Myrick Coyle doing the driving, and owner Tyler Miller at the throttles, and XINSURANCE with Britt Lilly and Randy Kent finishing up the four-boat field. Good effort.
Great racing here in Lake Michigan. Looking forward to what's coming up next.
The UIM Class 1 World Championship was brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast, and Mercury Racing. Live life wide open. And once again, a beautiful shot here of the shoreline. Good looking stuff there. People having a great time. Those kids down there making some mud castles. That's what it's all about on a beautiful day on Lake Michigan.
Good look at the boats coming into the pier where Taylor is. Boat number 06, Monster Energy MCON. There is Defalco. There is DF Young, Goodboy Vodka, XINSURANCE, unfortunately under tow back into the crane area. You know, Taylor will catch up with our teams as they get welcomed by those Monster Energy girls, Ken. That team still should be excited, still had a good race. Unfortunately, you're just not going to win every one of them. You're going to miss the setup just a little bit, and I maybe think that's what happened to the boat, the 06 boat today.
Look at the sheer size of these boats, and that's one of the smaller ones in the fleet, but it is still a huge machine. By the way, Jamie on the back of the boat there is his sister that he lost, and and flies those colors on the rig and the boat, so that it will always be there in memory of his sister. So tough loss there for Tyler and the gang, but a great way to show that she's always part of the team. There's a look at our winners back-to-back. That is Team Defalco. Mike Falco, of course, the owner of that machine, and great effort out of them. That boat has been a rocket ship all year long, but they needed to get it to the stripe, the finish line, and they were able to do so one day ago in race number 4 of the season and race 5 here today.
So Billy Moore will get out of this boat, Ken, and he will jump in Graydale and run in Supercat in our last race of the day. Let me ask you, do you think there's a benefit to Billy going out and running here this morning and then going back to that Graydale team and saying, hey, this is what I saw, this is what I found, this is what we need to do?
Well, I mean, typically you would think the answer would be a straight-up yes, but on the water with the ever-changing conditions, it might not play anything like he saw here earlier, but you still think that being out on the course, I think seat time is always a plus.
Well, and these boats are completely different. He's about to jump into a naturally aspirated carbureted motor that runs about 750 horsepower. He just got out of a twin turbo 1100 horsepower powered machine, and it's going to be a completely different setup. It's a completely different style boat. It's much smaller. It's got the number 6 drives on it, but Billy's been doing this for a very long time. Bobby Moore actually started the throttle man position some years ago, and Billy was trained under his tutelage and just one of the best in the business.
I think the vision of the buoys would probably certainly pay benefits, knowing that you've been out there, you've had a good look at the track, you know what you're aiming for, you know what to expect. So, yeah, I think it will certainly benefit them. And once again, our Taylor Snyder has been very busy down there, and now she has the pleasure of talking to our winners as well. Let's get it down to her. Taylor?
All right, congratulations, Team Defalco, Billy Moore and Mike Falco taking the win. What a dominating run for you guys. You did it yesterday, and you did it today. How was that? Just a fun race for you out there?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. My helmet come unplugged probably lap 4, so I had no communication with Mike or anybody, so we were just winging it. But we actually did pretty good, and I was trying to look around to see if we, how big the lead was, and then we just kept pushing. It's like same thing. If we're comfortable, just go.
And Mike, this has got to feel like sweet redemption. You guys had those qualifying times throughout the season so far, and you finally got it done here in Sheboygan.
Yeah, got the gremlins out of the boat, and it just made good time, and everything went perfect.
Looking forward to next race. Seems like you don't have to make that many adjustments, but it is a different environment, different water. What are expectations moving forward?
Everything's different. You got to see when you get there. Today and tomorrow, 5 minutes later, it could be just different. So when we get there, we'll make the corrections.
Well, congratulations. Give it up for these guys. Team Defalco. I've got our mayor of Sheboygan, Ryan Sorensen. You can head on up. here on the boat.
Hey, how's everyone doing? Well, congratulations, guys. First one of the day. We're really excited to continue celebrating race weekend right here in Sheboygan, the Malibu of the Midwest. So we're excited. The weather is going great. How's the water out there, guys? Beautiful? Good day. Awesome. Cool.
Great day on the water, a great event in Sheboygan. We look forward to seeing this event here next year, but we still have more racing action to come in the UIM Class 1 World Championship Series. I'm Taylor Snyder. Let's say goodbye to our guests up in the booth.
So once again, just a spectacular day. A good look at 3 of our Class 1 boats down there. The absolute best when it comes to powerboat racing. Those things are beautiful.
Such great machines, did such a great job. Ken, that kind of proves to you the comfort or the gel inside of that Defalco boat. For Billy to say his helmet came unplugged, they couldn't talk to each other. I've raced a boat where you couldn't talk to your co-pilot inside the boat. It can be kind of unnerving at times, but as you build that trust up, Billy knows what Mike's going to do, and Mike knows what Billy's going to do. It just shows their confidence moving forward for the rest of the series.
That seat time is absolutely incredible, and you really learn your partners along the way and develop that chemistry, if you will, as well. The gorgeous machines put on a great race out here today. The fans certainly enjoyed it, no doubt about that. Those things coming in approximately about $2.5 million if you want to jump in the game. The water is warm. We'd love to have you with us, of course, as well. The spec engine certainly calms some of that down. So we love it, though. It's been great racing out here.
Great crowd down there greeting our boats as they come in from the race. Of course, race number 2 coming up just about 12:30, so about 30 minutes for these helicopters to refuel, and then we'll get going with race number 2 today. I know Taylor's going to try and walk over to that DF Young team and get a word with Richie and Alex.
It's been a wonderful run out here. Hope you enjoyed all the great racing action from the Midwest Challenge on Lake Michigan. We'll see you next time at Class 1 World Championship. And once again, a good look here at the beautiful facility that we are competing at here today. Waters look nice and calm right now, but as you get out there, clearly things chop up pretty quickly.
And that shows just how great of a race site this is. The fans can be right down here on this beautiful beach, right in front of the Blue Harbor Resort, and they can see almost the whole course. They can watch these boats go around. Just a great race site. Now, we know the mayor and everybody has done such a great job at bringing this race here. The second year we've been here. Last year we were here. We had some F1 boats, some smaller boats, running in that harbor there, and it was really quite exciting. But that was when it was the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge. Of course, Mercury Racing is an official sponsor of P1 Offshore. But just a great day here. Much different than yesterday. You were out here yesterday. You felt how cool it was, how windy it was. There weren't nearly this many people on the beach. But today it's a little bit more crowded.
Yeah, it's been a beautiful weekend. I mean, there's no doubt about that. It's just gorgeous day here today. As you talked about, it's calmed down a little bit. Just white, fluffy clouds up there in the top. And, of course, plenty of racing yet to go here today. The day is just getting started here with our Class 1 race. Plenty to go here, courtesy of the APBA National Championships. Once again, we will take a quick break here. Stay with us. We'll be right back on the other side.
Rated M for mature.
Who are you counting on? Hey. Who are you leaning on? Who are you counting on? Hey. So, hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping.
Insurance sucks, and we think so too. Why? Because traditional policies don't provide complete coverage, leaving you to deal with the holes and gaps. But not anymore. XINSURANCE's true umbrella and true homeowners are a true partner, covering any potential gaps and exclusions. With XINSURANCE's true umbrella and true homeowners policy, you will experience true insurance when compared to traditional policies. Contact us today or ask your agent about XINSURANCE.
Right now we are in Sheboygan, and we are going factory 450 factory stock racing. There is, I believe that's the green flag, and we are going racing. That was quick, but this is a pretty small fleet, so pretty easy to get them lined up. Peppers Racing is going to be all the way to the outside right-hand side of your screen. And let's see who had the pole on the inside. Great shot down the beach here in Sheboygan. That really shows the difference in watercolor, Matt, that we were talking about as I flew into Milwaukee just the other day. There is 151 Express there on the outside, and that looks like GC Racing there in the middle, and then maybe Meade, Montlick, and Hank's Saloon. So I think Hank's Saloon had the pole. Montlick was going to be in second, and then Meade in the third lane. And these boats are crab walking as well, as they have to steer into the wind. Now it looks like a couple of boats are kind of stick with each other. They want to pinch down into this group. Could that be Nick Impressia and Ian Morgan in 151 Express, boat number 66? Whoa, they're pinching down tight. It didn't look like anybody. Well, there goes Montlick. They had to jump back to the outside, so not sure what happened with Meade Family Racing. Had to maintain their lane through the corner.
Yeah.
151 Express is going to be on the outside of this group. GC Racing just to the inside of them. It looked like Meade was in the early lead, so maybe picking up right where they left off. There go the Stancombs in Peppers Racing, Yard Arm Marine Products. So there is Meade. There is Hank's Saloon, GC, and 151 Express. Meade in the lead, GC in second. Hank's Saloon's battling with 151 Express for third. Now, I'm not sure what happened in that turn, but the Montlick team may have something to say about what Meade Family Racing did there, if they possibly did cut them off. May go to a replay of that shortly. But Caleb and Sean, Matt, picking up right where they left off from the 2024 Midwest Challenge.
Yeah, and in the distance, that is the Montlick team, isn't it?
Is it? Yes, I believe it is. As we look up for our commentary booth, I believe the Montlick team is down off a plane. Now, they got hosed down. They could have gone into Guardian mode or had some sort of an issue. Not the first race that Giovanni Carpatelli does. So it's two MTIs out to the early lead, Meade Family Racing and GC Racing. I'm sure Randy's on shore watching this, cheering on these two teams. GC Racing joining forces with Grant Bruggerman. And Grant's got some experience in MTIs. Ran Broadco with Chuck Brodus. He's run Pro Floors with Wayne Valder. So he knows MTI boats, and I think Willie Cabiza, who owns the GC Racing team, really wanted to solidify his racing program and talked to Grant over the winter and said, come on board with me, and did that, and here they are.
I understand Mr. Valder is in town in Sheboygan this weekend. I hope we get to see him. And look at that.
So there is GC Racing. They are currently in second, 151 Express in third. I did see Hank's Saloon come into one of our shots, so I'm not sure if Hank's Saloon is catching up to this MTI leader pack. The Doug Wrights now running towards the back. There is 151 Express. They are currently in second place. Ian Morgan and Nick Impressia.
And looking pretty strong.
Now, these guys have come up through the ranks. Actually, there's Hank's Saloon there. So is Hank's Saloon actually in second? We're going to have to watch, Matt, as they come by, because that was a very odd view as these boats enter the Monster Mile. They will complete lap number 1 of 8 here in factory stock.
Yeah, you lose depth perception, but we will get clear on this very shortly.
Well, and the MTIs and the Doug Wrights have a very distinct deck design between the canopies. The Doug Wrights have more of a rounded cockpit design, as to where the MTIs have that more squared off design. Wow, look at that. Look at what GC. Wow, what is. This is just kind of not chaos, but a little bit of chaos going on here. That is Hank's Saloon. So they're going to be in second. Meade continues to lead. Now GC Racing is pushing 151 Express around. Willie Kabiza and Grant Bruggerman not giving the Youngbloods any room whatsoever as they steered pretty much right to them, and I would think maybe slowed each other down just a little bit, but maybe some strategy. But Hank Saloon in second, GC Racing in third, battling with 151 Express. Meade Family Racing continues to lead.
And, though not officially in the class, look at Peppers Racing.
They're starting to catch up to
Kind of caught up from the back, yeah.
Well, GC and 151, they started battling pretty heavily with each other, so that may have slowed them down. Not saying that Peppers isn't going faster, because they could.
No, I understand.
Hank's Saloon now chasing down Meade Family Racing, so it's Doug Wright versus MTI, 1 and 2. Mottlick now just coming past our view, Matt. They've made up a pretty significant amount of ground considering they were stopped by the time these boats got down to the south end of the course. Sean Torrente just ran our Super Stock race a short while ago in S2 powerboats with Sean Connor. As you look at 151 Express. Again, these guys, Ian and Nick, got their start in Stock V in a Phantom-built hull. And they went to Mod V.
Mod V.
And then they moved up. And they actually had the Mod V. I believe the Mod V was in Cocoa Beach, but they did not end up running it.
And they both work for Sean Torrente Racing.
They do. They moved down here and work for Sean. Well, moved down here. We're in Michigan. They moved down to Florida and work for Sean Torrente, who would be, I imagine, a pretty good mentor to work underneath of with all the experience he has.
And when I spoke to Sean yesterday, I asked him what he thought about the conditions here, and all he could just say is shake his head and say, windy.
Windy. It doesn't seem to be bothering this MTI at all.
No, not a bit.
Caleb Meade taking his first win here last year. Hank's Saloon Racing should be giving chase to the number one boat. They're currently in second. Of course, Hank's Saloon, a very famous, well-known bar in Key West. I've enjoyed many libations there, as I'm sure my broadcast partner Matt Trulio has.
I know enough to know that Hank's Saloon is named for the owner's dog. And if you've been there more than once, you should know that.
151 Express pushes way out wide. That's GC Racing, and that is Hank's Saloon to the inside of this group. 151 Express way out wide, trying to find clean water. And as I looked up from the broadcast booth, Matt, now it looks like some of these teams are figuring out they want to run out towards the beach and sail the boat down to the corners, turn number one. I don't see as many white caps now. If you look out, on the course,
edge,
I don't see as many white caps as I did. I still think there's a breeze, but even the trees are laying down just a little bit. But there's a rooster tail. See, that's Hank's Racing Saloon right there. They keep diving to that inside, and they make up a lot of ground through the turn, but then I think they start to lose it on the straightaway as they cross the finish line. This will complete lap number 2 of this factory stock 450 race. Looks can be deceiving, but there is Meade Family Racing. There is Hank's Saloon. And kind of look at the difference, Matt, there of a boat that went out wide to run to the buoy and then a team that's trying to run pin to pin in these conditions, and you can get to see how much ground they lose. But look at 151. They're trying to put a move on the outside on GC.
We'll see if they have enough space to get there. They may not. Hank's Saloon seems to be the only team taking that pin-to-pin approach right now.
And it's not hurting them. I mean,
no, they're
in second place, and it didn't look like GC and 151 are catching up to them. But I imagine for 8 laps, they're not going to be able to continue to do it because they will just eventually continue to lose ground. But the battle right now is for third. 151 Express goes back to the inside of GC. GC will control the inside corner going through the left-hand dogleg turn. And these two MTIs, Matt, are scrapping back and forth.
Yeah, they are. It's very tight.
Ian and Nick trying to look for any way around GC Racing, but Caleb Meade picking up right where they left off. Now, of course, last year when it was a Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge, we actually raced the classes on 2 days. So everybody raced on Saturday and everybody raced on Sunday. So Caleb actually won on Sunday, but now he'll win on Saturday if everything
he wins
finishes as it would.
And I believe he finished second the first day. I could be wrong.
I do not remember that. I just remember because I like announcing first-time winners. There is Peppers Racing Yard Arm Marine Products, the lone skater out there on the course right now. As Mottlick did come by, I mean, they're still running. It's hard to tell from our vantage point if they're able to make up any ground, but these boats are so equally matched as far as speed and setup concerned, I'd be surprised if they're able to run this group down.
It's a lot of ground to make up. They came off plane completely. Maybe they were hosed down, and maybe they went into Guardian. And if that's the case, they could still be experiencing some issues with Guardian, with the wetness still. You never know.
Even from our camera shot here, it does look significantly calmer out
It
there
does.
than it was during our super stock race, and I can't see whitecaps like I was seeing before. So good to see the father and son team of George and Michael Stancombe out running again. And I believe he said Dad wanted to go racing, so when Dad says that, you listen and you
Yeah,
do
that's
what
what
you
he
need to
said.
do to go racing. So here they are. And Michael told me that the boat really didn't require a whole bunch of different setup work. I said, well, what about the center of gravity? You know, what did you have to move around and really change? He said, really nothing. He said it came out of the gate really good. That was always a very strong competitor.
Very strong competitive boat.
Amsoil and Peppers were like the arch nemesis in the Super Cat Light days. If BT's listening, he's probably fumigating that I'm mentioning him in a word with Stancombe in the same sentence.
You know what's odd is when you watch that boat, and now we've got, once again, we've got Hank Saloon and
I think Hank
Mead
Saloon
Family
might
Racing
be
in the
faster
pit.
than Mead Family Racing, and maybe Sean and Caleb are running a bit wider of a course. 150 Run Express should still be running in fourth place. They're coming back into our view. This is completing lap number 3 of 8. And we got to watch this battle between Hank Saloon. Hank Saloon might dive back to the inside. They're just outside of your view here on the cameras. We'll see if we can get one of our cameras on them. There goes 151 Express. They are giving chase to GC Racing. And that group, those two Rooster Tails right up there, that's Hank Saloon and Mead Family Racing. And just look at this battle. I do feel that Doug Wright might be faster than the MTI.
Now, the MTI has them through the turn, but Hank Saloon made up ground.
That's a precarious move there. Hank Saloon went right down in front of GC Racing, dove back to the inside. Was a smart move, though. Caleb really left that door open. Maybe shouldn't have done that. This is going to be a drag race down to the dog leg. Mead Family Racing is going to be on the inside. Hank Saloon is going to be on the outside. That means Mead can control the line. But if Hank Saloon can stay right with them, again, as I mentioned before, when they go back to turn right around buoy number 6, Hank Saloon will have the inside lane. Good shot. Look at the differences between the MTI and the Doug Wright. All the MTIs in the fleet, by the way, Matt, are actually 4-person boats. There's actually a back seat as they are built, not as a pleasure boat, for pleasure boat purposes if you wanted to do so.
Well, I know a couple of people who have they call it the 390XR, used as pleasure boats, and they're great.
So Hank's Saloon losing a little bit of ground, maybe about a half a rooster tail length behind Mead Family Racing. As they go into the dogleg, they'll turn left. Hank Saloon is making up time somewhere on this course. It'll be interesting to see where he's doing it, because Mead Family Racing, they just can't get away from him. Sean and Caleb just cannot get away from that Doug Wright.
Yeah, and for a while there, they had a pretty good lead. Multiple both lane lead. Now they
cut down on Hank Saloon and slowed them there. Hank Saloon had to back out of it so they wouldn't get up in their rooster tail. Again, freshwater's not going to do as much damage. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe Caleb and Sean are running a little bit more of a defensive race. But we critique this pin-to-pin move that Hank Saloon was doing, but to me, it looks like it's working, and I don't think you can count out GC and 151. This whole top 4 group is right there together in this class. This should be passing the halfway point now in 450 factory stock 450, as that is Hank Saloon way on the inside. Look at the separation there. Now, depending on how this goes, this will be a good proof of what's going to work out better. Do you go to the inside and steer into it, or do you go to the outside and let the boat push down to it? Great shot of the Doug Wright. It's definitely considerably calmer out there than what it was. I mean, these boats are running flat and wide open.
Perfect running attitude. I mean, that is fast, a flat, fast level.
Of course, I recognize the logo on front of that boat is Smoking Tuna Saloon down in Key West, one of my favorite watering holes down there.
Another place I may have visited.
Yep, possibly.
We actually hosted a Speed on the Water party there once.
Speed on the party there once.
And look at this. Here we go again.
So it did not work out for Hank Saloon. So the faster line is still going to the outside. But now look at this. 151 Express might make a move for second.
Yeah.
They were on the outside. I think that the Hank Saloon guys have to get away from running that pin-to-pin line, because it's not. It may help them occasionally, but it's not helping them consistently enough to stay with it. 151 Express, boat number 66, Ian Morgan, Nick Impressia. Did they take second? No, they did not. Hank Saloon still in second place as they control the inside pin of the corner. I'm really impressed with Nick and Ian. They're driving the boat hard into the corners and able to make up some ground, but they're just not close enough to make the pass stick. This is allowing Meade Family Racing to pull out to even more of a lead, Matt.
Yeah, this seems to be their strongest 450R factory stock race yet.
Yep. Look at this battle here, though. About a half a rooster tail length separates second and third.
Ooh.
They've got to cut back inside, though. They'll lose sight of that pin if they don't do that. If they don't get back in there and find clean water, they'll lose sight of that dog leg. And I don't think Hank Saloon would make the mistake of leaving the door open for them going into that turn. Should have 2 laps left after this time by in factory stock 450. Montluck continues to run. They are just at the back of the group, and I don't think they may be making up a little bit here, but it will be interesting to hear from race control and the P1 officials as to what's going to happen based upon that start. Of course, all the results we tell you are completely unofficial. Until all the information is reviewed, the boats are inspected, and then trophies will be handed out. Awards will be tomorrow night over at the stage in the park to our right, where the VIP tent is. And there is Meade Family Racing. They continue to lead in factory 450 stock. Now, where is Hank Saloon in all of this? That's 151 Express. Tried to carry more speed to the outside. Yeah, they went back to the inside. They
sure did.
I think they're anticipating either MTI or 151 to go out wider in that turn. And they're just thinking that if they can get to the inside, they'll just gain that slight advantage. But, look, 151 Express is way out to the right.
It sure is. And they're going to start coming back.
But it's still pretty windy. You can still see that it's blowing that rooster tail behind the boats to the other side pretty good. So the wind is not letting, it may be laying down, but not getting much easier. Good looking livery here on the 151 Express team boat. Of course, another MTI in the fleet. Now you see Hank Saloon, that's Meade Family Racing, just in front of this group. This shot brought to you by XINSURANCE. It's the XINSURANCE helicopter camera, bringing all the aerial footage for the race today here in Sheboygan. More racing tomorrow, bracket classes, Super Cat, everybody coming back out and doing it one more time.
Yeah, and I realize it's not a fashion show, but this class, the colors of these boats have far and away the best optics. It's great for fans. If you're a fan of any one of these teams, you should be able to follow it going down the course. Excuse me.
Lap number 6 of 8, so 2 to go now in factory 450 stock. Let's see if Caleb and Sean can get it done. Let's see if Hank Saloon can do exactly what Coco's Monkey did to Celsius. Can they continue to pressure them? But see, now Hank Saloon's got to start worrying about 151 Express. They're all over the transom of that boat. And let's see if that can pay off. Right now, it would be 151 Express in third, Hank Saloon in second, and Meade Family Racing unofficially your top 3. And GC Racing currently running in fourth. Haven't gotten the chance to talk to Grant yet this weekend. He was busy talking to people last night, but always good to see him and Kelly. And of course, Cabeza Matt, a huge power boater as well, or a huge pleasure boater as well.
Yeah, Willie has a couple of MTIs in addition to his race boat. He's collected a few absolute beauties, and he's just a genuinely nice gentleman. He's fun to hang out with. He's a good guy.
Caleb Meade and Sean Torrente continue to lead in boat number 5, Meade Family Racing. Hank Saloon was giving chase, but now I think Hank Saloon has to start looking around for 151 Express. There is Peppers Racing Yard Arm Marine Products, boat number 2. That boat likes those 500s on the back of it. It's light in the front. You can see it kind of carrying the bow a little bit and hopping around on the back. So I think they've got that boat figured out. It'll be interesting to see as this class transitions to the 500s where that boat ends up and how it does.
But don't you think, having you and I having both seen that boat in so many races, there's 2 things that disconnect me from it. 1, outboard on the back. 2, the sound. It doesn't sound like a pair of 525, inboard stern drive engines.
Well, I was talking to George this morning, and I said,
it's weird.
It's much quieter. And he goes, what? And I was like, that's my point
exactly.
151 Express should be in third. That should be Hank Saloon, Rooster Tail Wake just to the side of them. And it looked like Hank Saloon did the same exact move, went back to the inside corner. This will start lap number 7 of 8.
Yeah, it's been working for them. Let's see if it holds on.
Well, and it's funny because 151 Express doesn't make any ground up by going way to the outside like that. So it's kind of you're kind of splitting hairs, but maybe Meade Family Racing's got it figured out. See, they're dead in the middle of all of it. And that's actually Motluk coming into the view behind this group. So Motluk is catching up. I didn't think it'll be a little bit late for them to get up onto the podium, but they are making up some ground. But they have nice, clean water, so they can go really as fast as they need to go to get it done. Hank Saloon on the inside. Motluk. Probably called it Motluk. Sorry, Motluk. Insurance or Lawyers. Of course, a new sponsor for that Doug Wright team. Always good to bring. Oh, look at this move here. Again, 151 Express is trying to get around Hank Saloon, and they're trying to do it on the outside. And there's a good view there. Hank Saloon is on the outside of the Meade Family Racing wake. Now here goes 151 Express. If that door is open at all, I would expect Ian and Nick to jump back to the inside, but it wasn't. In fact, the door was so tight. Oh, there they go. There they go. That was a bold move because that was scrubbing a lot of speed there. I didn't think that door would be quite wide enough, but they went there and they figured it out.
Haven't regained it yet, but they're working on it.
They're trying. But that turn is deceiving from our vantage point. Oh! 151 Express has hit a buoy, and it looks like it's hanging off the back of the motor. It is. I can see it flapping there in a breeze. Now, that will be a penalty infraction for 151 Express.
And an expense as well.
An expense, yep. And if it doesn't get off of that motor, it could interrupt the airflow going to that 450R Racing outboard. And these do have Guardian mode on it. If it starts to overheat, it does take air in from the back top of the cowling. But they did hit a buoy and took it out. And Matt, I don't know. Maybe they just didn't see it. But it didn't look like, from our vantage point, their view was blocked.
Well, I'm trying to figure out, Mike, which buoy it is, or what that actually is. Is that buoy?
It's a buoy. It had a monster banner on it. That's just the monster banner. The buoy deflated, and it had a monster banner that wrapped around it.
Huh.
But it should be, if I count correctly, it should be one. It should be buoy number 4 that they took out. Yeah, see, this is 1, 2, 3, and then 4.
So apparently they clipped it so hard that they took the banner with them.
Yep, I think so. They saved the banner, but took the buoy.
Is the buoy gone?
The buoy's gone. It's not out there. You should be able to see it.
You're right.
So Meade Family Racing continues to lead. Hank Saloon in second. 151 Express does have a buoy still hanging off of that engine. But that will be an infraction to the 151 Express team. They're very explicit about the rules in the meeting.
They are.
Hitting and taking out buoys.
And by this time they know it. They have a rear view mirror.
GC's gotten around them. GC's now gone to the inside. So they are slowing, but that motor that's got the banner ripped around, that's a great shot showing. It's a Monster Energy banner. Great plug for Monster Energy, the official energy drink of T1 Offshore Racing.
They could get some sponsorship dollars from this.
Look at this. Hank Saloon.
Oh, no.
This should be the white flag lap. This should be the last lap for factory 450 stock. Hank Saloon on the inside, Meade Family Racing on the outside.
Keep in mind, this is a tricky perspective.
It is a very tricky perspective, but they're close. They're closer than you think they are. Now, Meade Family Racing may cut them off going into that corner, but wow, look at that battle. Look at that battle. Hank Saloon on the inside, Meade Family Racing on the outside. What does Caleb do? He went a little bit wider. He didn't go in as tight as he wanted. There goes Hank Saloon. If they can get just a little bit of acceleration, they can carry a little bit more speed. And will they be able to take the lead?
Ooh.
Oh, it's going to be close. I think they did it. I think they've gotten the lead away from Caleb.
It looks close, Mike.
Caleb and Sean now may be relegated back to second. Meade Family Racing. There is no buoy when you exit this corner. They're going to have to maintain where that buoy kind of was. And it looks like they actually did a really good job of that. Now, they have probably, the track on their GPS showing them where they went around. And It looks like we may have a patrol boat that went into that group as well, or that kind of marked where that buoy was. But, Matt, what a move by Hank Saloon. They stayed on it. They put the pressure on them, and they were able to get the lead and pull away.
And what a lead they got,
Yep. And this could be a win for Doug Wright in the 2 outboard classes here. Doug Wright won in Super Stock, and you could have a Doug Wright win in Factory 450 stock.
That was an outstanding pass. That was amazing.
As Motluk continues to run as well, 151 Express is slowing dramatically. And I don't know if they're thinking because they have the infraction or because of the banner.
Or the Guardian, perhaps.
Yep,
It's hard to speculate.
Any number of things here. But what a great run for Nick and Ian. They did a great job. They were battling up there towards the front. Just don't know if they lost sight of the buoy. They could have hit a rogue wave, and it kind of could have just steered them into it. Maybe nothing they could have done. But definitely took out the buoy. And they have slowed, and they are now off a plane. So Mottlick is now catching back up to the fleet, and 151 Express is down. So it looks like they're trying to get that banner off.
Oh, it's quite a banner, too.
Oh, it's big.
Bigger than it looks.
Definitely not small.
Once it's not moving along at 100 miles an hour, it
And now look at our view there. Now you start to see Whitecaps a little bit further out.
Yeah.
So maybe it is still a little bumpy.
Oh, what a bummer.
That's a total bummer for those guys as they get the banner off, and they'll probably get it stuffed down into the cockpit.
And there's our leader.
Yep, here's your leader, Hank Saloon. This is the last lap. They put the pressure on Meade Family Racing, and they had him. They got him to crack under pressure. So Hank Saloon in first, Meade Family Racing in second, GC Racing now on the podium in third.
Wow.
What a race here for Factory 450. Matt, been drama and everything today. Let's hope Class 1 doesn't go the same way.
Well, good drama. We
drama,
would love some good.
Yeah,
we would love some good
yep,
drama. No bad drama.
Well, we had some bad drama. A couple boats went over, but
Yep.
we did get confirmation from Chase Muller, Jay Muller's son, that they were okay. As Hank Saloon is going to take the win in Factory Stock 450 here in Sheboygan.
That is just fantastic for Kobe Harrison, Edwin Shear, and the entire Doug Wright group. That's an amazing win. Wow.
Caleb Meade and Sean Torrente will take second place after leading for most of the race. But not sure what happened to them, whether they maybe just lost their setup, the boat got away from them just a little bit. GC Racing will come across the line in third.
And once again, we welcome you back here to the Midwest Challenge on Lake Michigan. This is the APBA National Championship portion of the weekend. We had a busy day one day ago. Of course, we're back here at day 2 now with some more classes. All going down here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, known as the Malibu of the Midwest. This particular facility won the 2023 American Powerboat Association Best Race Site Award. We're going to kick off our bracket classes here. 3 classes out here together. We'll have bracket class 500, 600, and 700. Worth noting that in the 600 class, there's only one boat, so that will be combined with the start of the 500 class. And then, of course, the Class 700 will have a separate start. The XINSURANCE Statement Marine boat leading in the points in the Class 700 category. Max speed there, 60 miles per hour, 70 miles per hour for the Class 600, and Class 500 a little bit faster at 75 miles per hour. The XINSURANCE TFR Golf and Gator category, boat number 511 leading in the points in Class 500. Coming around the buoys down here, 6, 7, and 8, and no sight lap for these categories. When they get around the buoy here and pick up the throttle, it will be on. Welcome to the booth here. I'm Ken Stout. Mike joins me here. Mike
Jaworski is fine.
Jaworski. I knew I'd get it.
It's no TV name.
Jaworski.
Yeah.
Okay. I knew I'd get it sooner or later,
It's all
but
good.
yeah, man, looking forward to this. We had a great Class 1 race, of course, as always, and looking forward to this as well. The bracket boats is a way to get into powerboat racing.
Class 7 was developed as entry-level racing, right? It was a way for you to just go out. You can really run anything. As long as it runs the speed and meets the safety categories, or the safety criteria, you can go out and do whatever you want. Class 6 runs 70 miles an hour. It's just like bracket drag racing. As fast as you can get to 70, you can do it, but you can't go over it. It's monitored by a GPS inside the boat as we get green flag racing for class, I believe this is Class 5, which was going to be the first start here. And the Class 5 lineup, 511, XINSURANCE, TFR Golf and Gator, JJ Turk, Nick Boos, 579 Tunnel Vision, Mike McLaughlin and Robert Bryant, 522 Rum Runner, Thomas Crowley and Fran Villatato. And making their return here in Sheboygan, boat 540 Pump It, Joey Dacey and Mike Dacey in that Warlock hull.
Yeah,
and these guys are bracketed to 75 miles an hour.
First time we've seen them this year in the boat number 540, the Pump It boat. And Talked about it before. Boat number 511 leading in the points in this particular category. Rum Runners come in here third in the points. Second in the points by boat 517, Bulletproof, Team Farnsworth, and the GoodCars.com boat not here this weekend, and they came in here second in the points.
Yeah, they're definitely probably going to lose that to one of these other teams here. I'm interested to see what this Tunnel Vision boat and Rum Runner boats could do. These guys were actually teammates last year, and then Tunnel Vision came out in the Pantera to race in Class 5.
Wow, look how close they are already. Great battle here. Always exciting at the start, but really hugging the outside right there. That is boat 522, the Rum Runners boat that we were talking about. You mentioned Thomas Crawley inside of that one, and Francis Filatato doing the duties.
Now remember, you have to run your speed bracket in this group of racing. No matter whether you think your boat can go faster or not, you've got to stay at that 75-mile-an-hour mark. And Ken, flat water just like this, they can run wide open speed as you get a look at Class 7. But X-Insurance, TFR, Golf and Gator, Nick Boos and JJ Turk picking up right where they left off. Tunnel Vision jumps back to the inside. That's Rum Runner on the outside.
And so how will they monitor that speed? Obviously, it's critical. You want to get as close to as possible without going over. You have to have some instruments that will help you do that.
Yeah, exactly. So Rum Runner, I think, has an iPad up on their dash in front of them, and it's saying 70 miles an hour. Some people just run a big speedometer. But the race officials have a GPS inside the boat that the teams cannot have any access to. They don't know what it reads. They don't know what it says. So it can be a slight variation away from what they see on their data in the boat. There is Class 7 on the inside. They can run 60 miles an hour. That is Class 6. The Rendell 1 design boat. And then 3C, that X-Insurance gray catamaran on the outside. That's a brand new boat, a brand new class here to P1 Offshore Racing, single-engine outboard-powered catamaran built by Todd DePhillips, making its debut here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Class 7, we've got X-Insurance Bad Decision with Rick Harmeyer and Owen Boos. Hartman, Statement Marine, X-Insurance 759, Mark Fitzgerald and Jerry Hartman. 744, Jackhammer, Connor Langheim and Mike Hack. And then boat number 11, X-Insurance TFR Offshore Racing, Cameron Turk. And Robert Bryan is actually not in the Class 7 boat today because he's running Class 5. Look at that side-to-side battle there, though.
Oh.
Ken, these boys are right on top of each other.
And completely out of the air there for a moment, flying these things yet to check up at all. You've got to love it.
Well, and they're in a really precarious spot because, see, there's a boat in front of them that's causing wake. And these little 22-foot boats, they will shine walk. One of them's a velocity. That is Jackhammer rolling up on its side. A little bit harder to tell the X-Insurance boats apart as they both have the green livery. But I think the run with the red is Hartman Statement Marine X-Insurance. They are currently in third. It looks like an X-Insurance Statement Marine in first. Rum Runners in second, but they're getting ready to chase down that Rendell 1 design. But again, Ken, you get in this heat of moment, you get really, really excited. It's happened to me plenty of times, and you just push just a little bit too hard, and you break out, and you can go back to last place points for the day.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. Clearly, had a chance to talk to a couple of people that with Nick and Ian that run in the 151 Express boat who come out of the V's and went into the Cats, and of course we got to talking about how much rougher the V's are in comparison to the Cats, and you could see it there. I mean, they really move around. One cat in the back here, as you talked about before, a different category, but beautiful looking boat, by the way.
I apologize. It's Lanier Custom Marine that laid up the Wicked boat. I apologize. I know Todd DePhillips had a hand in it, but it's basically a scaled down super stock boat with a single engine. I look forward to that boat getting its wings and coming out and doing a little bit better, so apologize about the misinformation there. Back to Class 5, that is X-Insurance TFR Golf and Gator on the left-hand side of your screen, Tunnel Vision in the middle. So these boats kind of mimicking where they were before.
Yeah, and obviously the open cockpit boats in comparison to what we saw before with Class 1 or a number of the other classes out here with the completely enclosed canopies.
Yep, they're getting the air in the face, the breeze down their shirts, if you would. Tunnel Vision, a boat from Maryland, where I'm from. See this boat, hear this boat test out on the South River behind me. I know that Mike and Robert are trying to get it figured out and get it to go faster and run consistently. But the X-Insurance Golf and Gator team, they've just been very, very consistent over the years. One of the best Class 5 boats out there. Of course, Michael Stancombe used to run this boat with J.J. Turk in previous years. Now Nick Boos running with them. Class 5 is running 6 laps. Class 7 is running 4 laps. And Class 6 is also running 6 laps. So 6 laps and 4 laps for these boats out here running right now. As X-Insurance Golf and Gator continues to lead. And Ken, we've seen this boat move this a lot. I would question whether this boat has broken out just because of the lead. But look at this replay. Look at this Class 7 battle. This is first and second place. And they may be even touching. They may be rubbing paint there. And this jackhammer boat all of a sudden catches his wake right here. Watch. And he rolls up onto the side. He probably looked down into that other Class 7 boat. And that was a deciding factor right there. It gave that X-Insurance boat just a little bit forward momentum as the jackhammer team may have had to lift out of it. But a great Class 7 battle here in Sheboygan. Again, this is an entry-level class. These are velocity hulls. Not statement hulls, but velocity hulls or super boats. There's a couple different manufacturers in this class. And you can come out, you can put this engine on the back of the boat, and you can run Class 7 as long as you don't go over 60 miles an hour.
Just so violent as you watch these drivers out here negotiate these rough waters, and it's definitely got a lot more chop out here. And, of course, the boats stir up their own chop as well. If you look off to the distance, it doesn't seem as bad. But once they get out here with all of these boats, man, they really stir it up.
And while, Ken, it looks rough for these Class 7 boats, this is a Cadillac ride for these boys. I mean, they'll run these boats out in the Atlantic Ocean and in 3 to 4 foot seas and not even think about it and really enjoy it. This is a true working horse, working class group, if you would. These guys work on Monday, race on Sunday type of attitude. And they get out here and lay it on the line for offshore powerboat racing. But Jackhammer is going to be on the inside. X-Insurance is going to be on the outside. The other X-Insurance Hartman Statement Marine boat is currently back in 3rd place in Class 7.
Jackhammer boat there, of course, Connor Langham, as you were talking about before, and Mike Hake, side by side inside of that one. Hanging right there. I mean, this is a great battle between these two. And not a whole lot of laps, but in terms of distance, a pretty good distance and for a race. For these guys have plenty of time to get it done.
Well, they try to make the distance the same, right? So it's a 4-mile course or 5-mile course. They're only going to run 4 laps, but remember, they're only doing 60 miles an hour. They're not doing the 140, 150 we were seeing in Class 1 earlier. So they're just not going to run the same number of laps. They don't really need to. Jackhammer, of course, Connor Langheim, his dad is Reese Langheim, ran the Super Stock Jackhammer entry yesterday with Julian Maldonado as Jackhammer continues to lead. Ken, bracket class racing is won and lost in the turns. That's where they can make up the time. That's where they can lose the time. Because believe it or not, when you turn these boats on their side, in most conditions, you can hold it wide open because you know as you're turning, you're never going to break out of your speed bracket. Maybe not here because they're a little bit longer turns and it's kind of flat, but that's a great insurer, that X-Insurance TFR Golf and Gator boat.
Yeah, it comes in here leading in the points, 494 points coming in here for the weekend before a race a day ago, and 432 points right there behind them for Bulletproof. Not here. The Rum Runners at 322, so 110 points back behind second, but we'll be able to close that gap here a lot this weekend.
The X-Insurance boat, of course, is a Phantom hull, an open Phantom cockpit boat. We will see more Phantoms come out later in Mod V. You'll see the canopy version of the same exact boat. Tunnel vision just behind them. That is a Pantera hull. Used to have a number 5 Mercruiser drive on it. Of course, Mike took that off and put a Bravo drive on it. Really changed the setup of the boat. You can see really the difference, how much higher, it's much taller. You sit in that Pantera of tunnel vision there, and you kind of sit up off of the floor a little bit as to where Nick and JJ here are sitting down more. They're kind of sitting on their butts, their feet a little bit more straight out. But just a perfect example of how Class 5 boat runs. And JJ Turk has really put his time into Class 5. He's really one of the better teams.
75 miles per hour is the max here for Class 5. And, man, it looks like they're going 140. It looks really sleek. But I love the point that you just made. And I would have to think that a lower center of gravity makes a difference here in the boats as well, just like it does in race cars. And we can see that other boat had a much higher center of gravity. Maybe there is an advantage out there, in some of the chop, but that looks low and sleek, not blocking near as much wind.
Well, what these V-bottoms have, Ken, is they have trim tabs. And basically, just like trim, flaps on an airplane, they can run the trim tabs down, and that helps with the chine walk. It helps, keeps the bow down, but it will scrub off speed. It will make the boats go a little bit slower. The X-Insurance TFR Golf and Gator boat can probably run upwards of 85, 86 miles per hour, but he runs in a 75-mile-an-hour class. Your boat can always go faster than what it needs to because you want to be able to have that acceleration advantage. So when they put the tabs down, they know they have the power to get more speed if they need it, but you can see it just makes that boat run much more level. It's not chine walking side to side. It has a really, really good attitude.
Well, I think to your point, it's won and lost in the turns. It's whatever boat can be the most efficient in that turn, carry as much speed as possible, whether using the trim tabs or not.
Yep, exactly. And it's all about feel. It's all about what you want the boat to do. Good shot there of the throttle man, Nick Boos.
In the back seat, by the way.
Yep. You can take that boat out on a poker run and go have some fun with it, right? JJ Turk instrumental in putting on our Cocoa Beach, Florida race as his family owns the La Quinta Inn down there. Always very helpful. but getting it done here in Sheboygan in Class 5. So it should be X Insurance, TFR Golf and Gator in first, Tunnel Vision in second, and I believe Rum Runners was in third. Back to Class 5. Have been told that the Jackhammer and 747 are both activator hulls. Some are Statement activator hulls, meaning they were modified by the Statement team. Of course, Statement builds center consoles and catamarans down in Tampa, Florida. Started racing with us a couple of years ago and just made a great impact. Nick really wanting to race with his son Owen and really have developed programs around doing just that. There's a good shot of that Pantera. Robert Bryan, Mike McLaughlin, Tunnel Vision. They've had their mechanical issues, Ken. They fought some issues in Ocean City. They fought some issues in Cocoa Beach. Let's see if they can get them worked out here. And remember, just because that boat is that far in front of you, just because X Insurance Golf and Gator has checked out so much, you still have to run your race. You don't know if that boat has broken out in front of you. You don't want to lift. You don't want to slow down. You don't want to let that third place boat catch up to you.
Yeah, the Tunnel Vision boat, by the way, did bring home a podium at Ocean City, our last event. So congratulations to them for that.
Ken, if you look closely there, you can see the trim tabs on the back of this X Insurance boat. It's a little black plate that kind of sits down in the water. They're really running a negative tab, trying to prevent the chine walking and trying to keep the bow down, but it's a great attitude for that 22-foot activator. Here is Rum Runners. This is a Larry Smith-built Scarab, Thomas Crowley and Fran Velatato. They are making a run on Tunnel Vision. And Ken, before we went away from our last shot, it looked like Tunnel Vision got a little squirrely through the corners, and Mike may have had to lift, allowing Rum Runners to catch up.
Rum Runners boat with a couple of podiums on the season, by the way, finished up third at Cocoa Beach. Lake of the Ozarks stood at the second position on the podium, so a nice run there as they come in here third in the points. And you can see the speed right there, as you talked about it before. Both of them right there as close as they can get, so the battle will come down once they get to the buoys.
Yep, it's all going to be about the GPSs and getting that GPS read when they return back to tech inspection. Jackhammer really has pulled away. Now, Ken, I would look at Jackhammer and I would think they may have broken out. They've got a big lead now over these two X Insurance Statement Marine entries. Looking back now to Class 5, the X Insurance helicopter in tow, providing our aerial footage today here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. And see, Ken, they're even trying to run the same line. Fran knows that he doesn't want to get too far away from Tunnel Vision because he doesn't want to run a longer course. He wants to run the exact same course, stay out of his whitewater. He's going to cut back to the inside. Now they thought about it. He wanted to go back to that inside. I'm not sure if that was some defensive driving there, but they're getting caught up in some wake now. That's going to have an effect. It's going to cause the boats to chine walk. They're going to have to lift just a little bit. But this is a great battle for second place in Class 5.
Incredible racing here. This is what the fans come here for. This is what they want to see. And both boats, the pilots, the drivers, the throttlemen, doing an incredible good job there. I mean, as brave as they come.
And they're getting up into some lap traffic. That's what was actually causing that wake with some of the Class 7 boats. They had to get around. Slower boats to the inside, faster boats to the outside, but that still means you have to contest with a wake. Anytime you go over a wake sideways, the boat's going to want to roll to the left or to the right, really scrub off speed. Sometimes you have to lift out of the throttle, set the boat back down, and then accelerate. And because Tunnel Vision is a bit taller of a boat, Ken, it may a little more susceptible to that chine walking.
I think we're going to bring you a replay here as well. And obviously, if you're in the outside lane, you're going to travel more distance. Maybe you can maintain a little more speed. Here's another look at him. I mean, just sticks the nose inside of that white water for a moment, and that boat was not happy. And look at him bring it right back over there again to try and stay in that smooth water.
Yeah, and I don't know if Rum Runners was trying to look to the inside. If they were really close to hop across the back of it, I don't know really what they were thinking, if they thought there was going to be an opening there or not, or the boat just kind of got a little sideways over a wake and steered itself kind of in that direction, and they had to overcorrect to get it back away from it. As you look at the X Insurance 3C boat, as they are getting passed now in the dogleg by X Insurance TFR Golf and Gator, JJ Turk and Nick Boos in that open Phantom Class 5 boat.
Had a chance to meet JJ Turk at Lake of the Ozarks. Talk about a guy with some personality. They were having some fun for sure.
He's a character, and he's been around for quite some time, and he's made a pretty good investment in teams. He races with his son. His son races in Class 7 as well, so a big family event, or big family effort there by the Turks. That's a good shot of Tunnel Vision as they are giving chase now. That's the 3C entry of X Insurance.
Yeah, really good-looking boat right there.
Very, very cool. I had not gotten to see it in person yet. I went over to the pits earlier and checked it out just before the race. I know Sean Torrente set this boat up. I believe Sean Torrente is in it right now as they start to get it dialed in. Good shot there of Rum Runners, though, catch a little bit of air through that corner. So, Ken, that does prove to us what we thought during the Class 1 race. It is a little bit rougher on the south end of this course.
Yeah, no, obviously the turn is tighter as well. So, and then all the boats out here creating some chop. He was coming back across the wake as well. Didn't seem to be worried about it, though. It's the shortest distance, man, and it goes right back across the wake again.
And cat boats just don't turn as well as a V-bottom boat does. They have to be able to set down into the corner. A V-bottom boat is more like a knife. It will slice through the water. It will dig into the water. And when you turn a V-bottom boat, you actually feel by the seat of your pants when it sucks it down. That means the boat has gotten to where it wants to be in a turn. And you really don't turn the wheel anymore unless you have to. But they are having to contend with the lap traffic of Class 7.
Yeah, we have some great battles going on out here. Every spot, obviously, very, very critical as they run these laps. So, excellent stuff here. Great racing out here on Lake Michigan.
And Eric Colby, who will cover the offshore races here at Sheboygan for Speed on the Water, is telling me that Cameron Turk is in the 3C XINSURANCE boat. So that boat making its debut here on Lake Michigan. Look at that Larry Smith-Guerra, boat number 522, Rum Runners. This boat used to be teammates. Mike McLaughlin, who runs the tunnel vision boat, used to drive this boat for Fran just a couple of years ago. So two teammates now doing battle in Class 5.
Give me an idea of a budget to run one of these bracket boats. Any idea?
You could probably do it for maybe $100 a year. It just depends on how much you commit to it. I know Fran and his wife, they tow the boat all over the country themselves. They don't fly anywhere. They have a minimal, really, it's a big investment, but not a big investment if you would.
The price of a competitive boat?
Anywhere from $45,000 to $80,000. It just depends on what you want to spend.
Something somebody could do and come out here and be part of the fun for sure.
Yep.
It's a great atmosphere. Great hardworking people. A great place to raise your family. Bring your family and kids out to. Let them watch some blue-collar, hardworking people around very successful people as well. But everybody works hard.
There is some smoke coming out of the Rum Runners entry, and that signifies maybe some sort of an engine issue. That's water dumping out of the exhaust on either side. But when you see white smoke like that, usually it means oil burning, so they could have something going wrong in the engines. I know that Fran will watch those gauges, the oil pressure, the water temperature, and oil temperature to make sure they're not going to hurt that motor. Ken, if they blow the motor up, that becomes a very expensive day.
Yeah, no question about it. Any form of motorsport.
Class 5 has always been dominated by a boat called Superboat. They're actually built out in Long Island, New York by the father and son Cohens. And they've really dominated Class 5 for many years, but a lot of those teams taking some time off, and it's allowed these other boats, the Panteras and the Phantoms and these Larry Smith-Garibs, to come up and run. But that's a lot of smoke coming out of Rum Runners. I'm kind of surprised that Fran is still running it as hard as he is, because if you see that much smoke, you may want to try and save the equipment. He will be in Sarasota at our next race in September. And Ken, if that motor has to come out and get rebuilt for any reason, if it needs a top end, a bottom end, heads done, whatever, you could be looking at a month or two based upon lead time of parts, how busy the machine shop is, how long it takes you to get the motor out. That could set this team back tremendously if it's some sort of big mechanical issue.
Again, good look here as we have three different categories out here on the water with the Class 500, 600, 700, and I guess actually 4 if you want to talk about the C3 as well, which is out there. So taking care of a few classes here at once, each of them following their own rule set.
Now it looks like the smoke maybe has gone away just a little bit for this Rum Runners team. I can hear the exhaust. I can hear the engine running. It sounds pretty good. Not sure what's going on with it, but it's been XINSURANCE, TFR, Golf and Gators race. They have led since the start, picking up where this Class 5 team leaves off. Very dominant. And Ken, they're so dominant and they run the boat so good that it doesn't make me even think they broke out, because they're not known for it. It's not something they do frequently. They're really good at running that speed, getting that boat up to that 75 miles an hour. So to me, this just looks like another day for them as we get ready for the white flag lap.
You talked about that. They've been on the podium. They've got a 3-race win streak working here. Started off in Marathon in 3rd place, but Cocoa Beach, Ozarks, Ocean City, back-to-back-to-back wins. So, yeah, very, very solid, consequently coming in here as the points leaders.
Looks like I still see some smoke there at the top of the screen out of that turn, out of the Rum Runners entry, so still having some sort of mechanical issue. And it's a lot of smoke, Ken. For motorsports, you see that much smoke, you got to wonder what's going to go on.
Call it money smoke.
Yeah, yep, exactly. That's dollar bills just going out the exhaust there.
Exactly right. How far do you want to push it? And like you said, could completely destroy it versus maybe a minor repair that wouldn't be too lengthy in time or money. We go back on board here. By the way, white flag flying, so 1 lap to go, yep.
Yep, Thomas Crowley, who is driving the Rum Runners entry, will be out later.
Yeah, that's
running
a lot
in
of smoke,
RNS
man.
Racing. He will be throttling that boat, but they're not backing out of it. They're staying in it. That's Tunnel Vision in second by this shot, and that's the XINSURANCE TFR Golf and Gator entry in first in Class 5 as we get ready to start our lap. Almost looks like a Blue Angel plane flying overhead, releasing the smoke trail there.
So hard to throw the towel in whenever you see the white flag.
It is.
And if you can make it at the end, as you mentioned before, I'm sure watching gauges, so they're watching temperature, they're watching oil pressure here to see if it's all maintaining. Some would say as long as smoke out, there's fluid in there. When the smoke stops coming out, now you're really doing some damage.
Yeah, and these boats don't have any sort of computer system on them, not telling them what's happening with the engines or what's going on with the engine packages, so they're just going to keep running as long as they can. It's interesting, though, Ken, I think that was XINSURANCE that just went by. They are your leaders. Rumrunners is currently in second place. I'm not sure what happened to Tunnel Vision. I don't see them anywhere on the course, so it looks like Tunnel Vision might be out of this race. And it looks like the Class 7 boats are, so that's Class 7. As we look at Jackhammer, this is where announcing boat racing gets complicated because when you get all these groups together, it's very hard to keep a lap count up and know who's on what lap and where they're currently running. Actually, I think I see Tunnel Vision down on the middle of the course. They may be under tow. And I know that they've had a drive shaft problem in that boat, trying to get it figured out, and I wonder if that's what's happened to them again. I know Mike and Robert will go back and get it figured out.
Jackhammer boat with a couple of podiums on the season, by the way. The fans down there cheering as they come back across there. Looks like it might have been the checkered flag.
There's the 3C XINSURANCE catamaran. Sean Torrente throttling that boat as he was the one that set it up, built by Eric Lanier.
Well, what an absolutely gorgeous day out here. And watching different classes come out here and duke it out as they chase this championship in 2024.
Errol Lanier, I'm sorry, it's Errol Lanier. Look at the smoke there coming from Jackhammer, or Rumrunners rather. If you look up coming down that straightaway, again, a big smoke trail. Good shot of a V-bottom there, just how small that boat is compared to Bowie.
Do they have spotters out there? What are the chances they don't know the boat's smoking?
There's a good possibility of it because it's dissipating before they can come around. And I don't know, some of these teams will run spotters. They'll have a headset with a private band radio inside the boat. I'm not sure if Fran does or not, so they may not have any way of knowing. It's not like they can smell it or really even see it. Maybe if he has a rear view mirror mounted on the dash. But Ken, that's a good shot of what I believe is an iPad in the XINSURANCE boat. And Nick Boos, who throttles this boat, is probably looking at his speed right now, 74.5, 74.6, all the way up to 74.9 miles an hour. What will happen is these boats will go back to the crane area. The Race World Tech officials will come. They will take the GPS chip out of the boat. They will plug it into a computer, and then they watch the entire race all the way around. And if they see a breakout, then that boat will get last place points for the day, and the boat behind them will move up in points, bearing that they didn't break out of their speed bracket.
There actually is a system out there that will give them some real-time GPS as well, along with a couple of onboard cameras, something even that the production crew can tap into. So there's some technology coming around that's pretty cool, a Starlink-based system that will have it's a panel actually small enough you can put inside of a backpack.
Oh, wow.
So it shoots up and will give you some real-time data. It's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, the technology has really advanced a lot. Of course, a lot being in road racing and truck racing, a lot of technology has evolved there. It just hasn't quite made its way over to boat racing because boat racing is a pretty harsh environment with the water. I mean, even out here today, all of these boats have probably gotten wet in some form or another. They've gotten hosed down or sprayed down or even just from the mist. Not in freshwater, but saltwater is much harder on the equipment. It's almost like an acid. You really have to protect everything that you own in that type of condition from getting damaged. But I know that the bracket class boats are always evolving, always changing, and trying to find better ways to monitor that speed.
Yeah, the system I was referring to is actually developed Starstream Pro, and it's actually developed out in the desert for the trophy trucks and some of those.
Well, that's pretty grueling
it's
conditions
pretty
out
tough
there
as well,
too, right?
Yeah, so if they can make them waterproof, then they've certainly been tested in terms of roughness.
This is the Rendell 1 Design Class 6 entry. Of course, this boat was designed and raced by the late Chris Rendell. Now it's run by Mike Sadlin and Robert Goodwin, Ultimate Boat Racing Experience. And believe it or not, Ken, you can lease these boats. There are about 4 or 5 of these boats built. You can call them up and lease them and do team building events inside of it. I've actually done some with Chris Rendell before he passed away, and it's allowed to, they can come out and they'll set up a course like on a small lake or something. They give the fans an experience of what it's like to go out and run a boat. And if you want to learn how to race a boat, you can also lease one for a race. And get to enjoy the experience. But I can tell you, that's a very, very small boat inside. Very narrow design, if you would. So it's pretty tight quarters. If you're not used to that or not into it, then I wouldn't try it.
Claustrophobic,
Yeah,
might not be the one for you. I saw it down at the on the street party Friday night, and they had the doors open there to see inside the cockpit, and you could see, it's pretty tiny, and just one person in that boat, correct?
Nope, two people,
Is there
driver,
two people in there?
Yep, two people,
wow.
driver and a throttle.
That's really tiny then.
Yep, here is Jackhammer in Class 7. They continue to lead. Of course, all the results we will bring you will be unofficial until the GPRs are read. So Ken, in Englewood, Florida, back in, I think it was 2021, they actually put a Tesla motor in one of the Rendell 1 design boats, and I had the privilege to go out there and run it and try and set a world speed record in the electric boat. The boat just wasn't set up properly. We could never really get it up to top speed, but it was fun to run.
You would think the torque of an electric motor would be a great combo for something like this.
It is, but it's the batteries. It's the weight of the batteries, because you take the fuel tank out where you would normally have that ballast from the fuel tank. You had to kind of counteract with the weight of the batteries, and it kind of wreaked havoc vertically and sideways on the boat. So it's really hard to get set up, but it was a cool experience to get to do. And, of course, we hope that team continues to work just as hard as Chris Rendell did. Connor Landheim and Jackhammer, Class 7. They are your leaders unofficially. Got Mike Hack on the throttles. Connor is driving. Beautiful activator hull. Mercury 300 outboard. And these boats all used to start out with the two-stroke outboards as well, and over the past couple of years, these four-strokes have evolved to the point where everybody is starting to run them, and they're really starting to evolve two-strokes, almost pretty much going away in offshore powerboat racing. It looks like Jackhammer is going to pull off to the inside of the course. They've got the checkered flag.
Yeah, I saw some vintage video, if you will, with a pair of two-strokes on the back, and boy, they sounded sweet.
Two smokes, man. They're screamers there, running really high RPMs and really fast. Good to see this 3C boat out here, XINSURANCE, with Cameron Turk and Sean Torrente. Now, this boat currently, I believe, has a 250 horsepower engine on it. We'll get a 300 horsepower engine on it maybe before Sarasota, but they're trying to develop this into a single-engine outboard entry-level class, if you would. And a very cool-looking boat built by Earl.
Great-looking boat here, for sure. A bit more affordable, too, I would think. Yep. So, I'm sure that class will develop nicely.
So I did hear on race control, it sounded like all race boats have turned to the inside of the course, so they will hand the checkered flags out. And up next, we will bring you Mod V and Class 4. So, Ken, Mod V is our next spec class. Single-engine V-bottom hulls, 29 to 32 feet, running just about 750 horsepower. Really great. That's the closest thing to NASCAR that I can simulate on the water, is what you'll see coming up next in Mod V.
By the way, take a look at the Whitecaps out there. You're wondering about how choppy it is. So certainly far from flat. As you talked about before, these boats designed to really deal with some heavy chop and some swells, but it is far from flat and glossy out there today. There is something for them to deal with, and whenever they get around some other boats, by the way, there's a good look at that Class 600 boat. Pretty cool with Robert Goodwin and Mike Sadlin inside of that one. The ultimate boat racing experience in Muscle Marine. Just such a unique design. It looks completely different than everything else that's out there. So it was good to see that one Friday night at the street party.
Yeah, such a cool boat, just such a unique design. Did get a text from the Tunnel Vision team. They broke yet another input shaft, so broke basically another drive shaft. They just keep twisting them off. There's nothing they can do. Maybe a little bit too much horsepower in that boat going into that Bravo 1 outdrive. But Mike will take it back to Maryland and get it figured out.
And one of those deals, would it typically break if they were to fly it out of the water and land back in and load it up if they don't get out of the throttle quick enough?
Yeah, but it wasn't that rough today, and he's broken it on the Chesapeake Bay testing, and it hasn't been that rough. So it makes me think that there's some sort of other issue there. There's a coupler that it goes into on the back of the engine. They changed that, thinking maybe that had some sort of flaw in it, and they just can't quite get it figured out.
Something not happy as they finish this one up here. Checker flag out for everybody.
So Class 5, XINSURANCE, TFR, Gulf, and Gator, your unofficial winner. Rum Runners should come across the line in second. And I believe boat number 540, Pump It, with the Daisies on board, should come across the line in third. Of course, that's a brand new, and that is boat number 540, Pump It, right there on our screen. Put a Mercury Racing 565 horsepower engine in that boat at the beginning of the year. Very little test time. This was the first race here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Of course, Mike Dacey works for Mercury Marine, located in Fond du Lac, as the Jackhammer team gets ready to head back into the pits. So up next, it should be Mod V in Class 4, and then after that, it will be Super Cat, the last race of the day here in Sheboygan. Looks like the X-Insurance 3C boat is going to go over and get a checkered flag.
Class 4 is a little bit faster yet at 85 miles per hour.
Exactly. A little bit bigger, too. Mostly twin-engine boats. Only 2 Class 4 boats here. Simmons Marine and, of course, framed offshore. 1 Extreme Hull versus 1 Phantom Hull. And when the boats come out, Ken, you'll be impressed by the size difference that you're going to see. And that's Cameron Turk on the bow of the 3C X-Insurance boat. Beautiful shot of the crane area. That's the Sheboygan Yacht Club and the Sheboygan Youth Sailing Center, the maroon roofed building there. Thanks to those 2 facilities for letting us take over their parking lots and park our race boats. Quite a contrasting difference between sailboats and offshore race boats.
Pleasantly surprised, very fairly priced, as I did visit that establishment last night for a little bit. So we appreciate that as well.
That's a shot of the X-Insurance helicopter. Rick Lindsay, Parker Lindsay providing all the aerial footage for today's race here in Sheboygan. Let's thank the P1 sponsors, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, Myco Trailers, X-Insurance, Visit St. Pete Clearwater, ICOM, RCR Construction, Sartori Cheese, JF Ahern, National Exchange Bank, Abyss Batteries, and Experience Kissimmee are P1 sponsors.
And yes, we do have 2 helicopters. So the helicopter shot of the helicopter.
Yeah, we got divers in 1. Our medical staff will be in 1.
Overhead shot there of the beach. People enjoying a beautiful day out here. Lake Michigan, Wisconsin. What they say up here in Wisconsin, any day above 0 is a good day.
Yep, that's very true. So I think our safety helicopter is going to have to go back and refuel. So we'll have about a half-hour, 40-minute delay between these 2 races. Congratulations to our winners. Jackhammer in Class 7, X-Insurance, Gulf and Gator, TFR Racing in Class 5, your unofficial winner. 3C winner was the X-Insurance boat, and Class 6 Ultimate Boat Racing Experience.
All righty, as Mike talked about, we still have plenty more racing yet to go here today. We're going to take a quick break here and reservice everything, and we'll be back in just a little bit. Stay with us for more exciting racing here in Sheboygan.
M for mature.
Who are you counting on? Hey. Who are you leaning on? Hey. Who are you counting on? Hey.
So, whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping.
Who are you counting
on? Rising up, pushing up to the summit. Got the keys to the show, yeah, we run it. Set the place for the race, and we don't race. Give it all for the win, this is our day. The inner beast, energy, running to the top, see you at the peak, unleash, the inner beast, but we never stop, to the victory. I used to toss a coin in the waterfalls, then to wish him well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails, if it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing, I never know where my mind went.
the pursuit of power, performance, and endurance that pushes our limits and yours. We create premium marine power to take you faster and farther. The world offers limits. Mercury Racing offers freedom. Live wide open.
It takes your breath away. That's how you can tell you found the perfect vacation.
It doesn't get any bigger.
A place that opens your eyes and your spirits.
It's a Kissimmee thing.
This is your getaway, your escape. Recharging, rediscovering, reconnecting.
Welcome to Kissimmee.
However you spin it, never forget what's at the heart. It's big and it's bold, day after day.
Welcome to Kissimmee, the big, bold heart of Florida.
The big, bold heart of Florida.
Let's make every day a beach day. Let's induce some serious vacation envy. Let's make it look like we've done this before. Let's reconnect. Let's get it fresh from the Gulf. Let's shine in St. Pete Clearwater. She won't remember her first word. She won't remember her first steps. But she'll never ever forget her first wave. Plan your trip at DaytonaBeach.com.
For over 60 years, ICOM has been your trusted companion, keeping you connected on the water, in the air, and on the ground. Whether you need a two-way radio for your cruiser, center console, personal watercraft, or anything in between, ICOM has you covered with the most innovative marine, amateur, aviation, land mobile, LTE, and satellite network products.
Insurance sucks, and we think so too. Why? Because traditional policies don't provide complete coverage, leaving you to deal with the holes and gaps. But not anymore. XINSURANCE's true umbrella and true homeowners are a true partner, covering any potential gaps and exclusions. With XINSURANCE's true umbrella and true homeowners policy, you will experience true insurance when compared to traditional policies. Contact us today or ask your agent about XINSURANCE.
And once again, we welcome you back here to the Midwest Challenge on Lake Michigan for the APBA National Championships. This finished up 3 of our bracket classes. We have another bracket class coming out here. It will be Class 400 along with the Mod V, so we'll pick up the pace here just a little bit. Ken Stout and Mike Kowalski doing the calling, the race directing for you here today, if you will, enjoying some of the action that's going out both on the water and also there on the beach. The fans having a great time. So great to be out here. What a spectacular day. Temperatures approaching the upper 70s. I think yesterday the high was about 73, today about 78, but the wind seems to have laid down a little bit. We had gusts approaching 25, 30 miles an hour at the end of the day yesterday, so it got pretty sporty out here.
Last year it was even rougher. Last year we were here. I mean, it was big, almost like ocean water out here. Big holes, big swells on Sunday. The weather changed quite a bit, and of course, much different than what we had yesterday. Talked to a lot of the super stock teams, and everybody has told me that south turn was just really, really hard to negotiate yesterday. There are some white caps, as you mentioned, out here. They look like they're blowing from almost the same direction as they were. So as this race goes on, as the day goes on, rather, be interesting to see what happens with the conditions and how these boats will adapt here. But we just watched the smallest boats run, and we'll just start to get bigger and bigger and bigger all the way up to Super Cat, which will be 40-foot catamarans with 750 horsepower engines.
Yeah, the Super Cats are certainly very, very exciting. A little bit of action of what we saw here just a few moments ago.
It was XINSURANCE, TFR Racing, Dolphin Gator getting out to the early lead in Class 5, but the battle was in Class 7. Look at those 2 Class 7 boats, chine walking, almost touching, rubbing. Is racing in some conditions. A bad day for tunnel vision as they broke another input shaft. There is XINSURANCE. That's father passing son there. Ken Cameron running that 3C.
Bragging rights.
Catamaran boat. Jackhammer took the unofficial win in Class 7. And the Ultimate Racing Experience Rendell One Design in Class 6. Congratulations to all our boats here finishing the race today on Lake Michigan.
And once again, we will get it down to Taylor Steiner, who's with one of our winners.
I am down here with the winners in the 511 XINSURANCE boat, JJ and Nick. Come on over here, Nick. What an excellent run out there. The weather is incredible today. How did that wind feel for y'all?
Feels great.
Awesome. Great weather.
Yep. Great event, great water. Glad to be here. First time in Sheboygan. Last year I got to sit on the couch and watch everybody else race. This year we got invited up here and couldn't be happier.
Talk about your competition out there, or lack thereof, obviously, since you're coming home with that checker. Talk about that race for me.
We have a lot of competitors in this class, and most of the guys were here. A couple people couldn't make it, but you never know. I mean, until these things make the last lap, anyone can win.
Absolutely. Anyone's game out there. Well, congratulations, guys, on an incredible finish in first here in Sheboygan.
Go X. X for the win, baby.
And that was JJ Turk, of course.
Great
and
shot.
Another beautiful shot there of that boat, yeah.
Yep, 30-foot Phantom boat built by Will Smith down in Florida. Boat's been around for a long time. JJ's actually raced it for quite a few years, and then get hooked up with Nick from the Statement Marine team this year.
Yeah, and he said it best. I mean, it's one thing to show up here, but you've got to finish these races, man, and it is tough on all this equipment. So you never know who's going to really cross that stripe first. That's the beauty of racing, right?
Yep, and we'll see Nick and JJ up next in Mod V. They will hop out of this boat and hop into their Extreme 30-foot naturally aspirated boat. Of course, the Mod V group is our next group of spec class racing. They go as fast as they want. They just have to meet minimum rate requirements, prop requirements, drive requirements, more technical than our bracket class.
So JJ was just with Nick Buis and now is going to be with Owen.
No, maybe. I have to double check on that. I thought Nick was in the boat, but maybe he isn't. I'll have to double check on that.
So once again, I believe Taylor's down there working. We'll see if she can catch up with another one of our winners here. Great to have you back up here in the booth with us. What a spectacular day. A gorgeous view for us as well to watch out over the water here. Sitting here at the Blue Harbor Resort on the balcony. So enjoying a beautiful day here of boat racing.
It's great to be back in Sheboygan, Wisconsin for the second year in a row.
And one more time, let's get it back down to Taylor.
Connor and Mike taking the win here in the Jackhammer boat for Class 700. What an incredible race you guys had out there. All smiles coming here on the dock with that checkered flag. How was the race?
It was wonderful. You know, we haven't been really getting around them all year, so it was we finally did, and worked out perfect. We got ahead of them, and we stayed in it, and we came out on top. So good job. Good job, buddy.
Wisconsin's a new favorite place then, right, for that checker?
Love it, love it. We fought hard. We've been battling these guys all year, and it's been a hard time to get around them. We finally got around them, and whenever we did, we just kept going and kept it straight and kept going. So we did a great job.
Well-earned win, guys. Congratulations. Taking home the checkered at the Midwest Challenge.
And once again, congratulations to those competitors. And you know what? You get the win if you're the only boat in the class. It still counts.
It still counts. You still have to finish to win it. You're still
Come
getting
out here and
points.
get it done. Yeah, and you mentioned, you brought that up. You have to finish these races, otherwise it doesn't count.
No.
I mean, even if you're by yourself.
Yep, exactly. And there could be more Class 6 boats that could come out in Sarasota and St. Pete. So by that Ultimate Boat Racing Experience team running here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, they gave themselves a leg up on the competition, as you would, as I know there's other Class 6 boats out there that can run. I looked at our entry form that we were given to by race officials. It looks like Owen will be in the boat with JJ coming up next in Mod B. So Owen Buis and JJ Turk running that Extreme Hull up
And the
next.
relationship between Owen and Nick?
Father-son.
Father-son.
Yep.
Okay.
So it gives you a good look at that cockpit we were talking about earlier on that Rendell One Design boat, number 602.
And Mike Sadler, Robert Goodwin inside of that one. And, yeah, you got to be buddies there.
You got to be really tight. You got to be really close. Your arms are pretty much touching. But they're so neat. They just how they run and how they're designed. They don't really chine walk because they actually will lift up kind of like almost like a catamaran with those wings on the side of it. The boats just want to tend to fly nice and flat and level. And they slice through rough water very, very well.
Beautiful red, white, and blue design. Is once again, they will climb off, the winners of their class, which means they get the opportunity to talk to our Taylor. Taylor?
Mike and Robert taking the win in the 600 class and what has to be one of the coolest looking boats, I would say, out here. What a race you guys had out there on the water.
It was an absolutely fun day. I'll tell you what, if you ever think you want to do this, call this guy, Ultimate Boat Racing Experience. He'll put you in that driver's seat. He'll teach you to drive, and you can go out and do what I did today.
What's a good tip for somebody looking to get into boat racing? What would entice somebody to join this?
Well, everybody wants to race. There's a lot of people out there excited about racing. I mean, Sheboygan's put on a great race for us here, and I know people are excited. So they're going to go home, and they're going to start researching it, and they're going to find out that it's super expensive. Come race with us, get your feet wet, literally, and then come out and see what it would take to do this. And if you really want to do it, then we'll take the next steps, right? And we'll keep going forward.
Sell your boat.
It's all worth it for that checkered flag at the end of the day, right, gentlemen?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, well, congratulations. Great race, great win.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and what a great opportunity. The Arrive and Drive programs in sports car racing is big. I mean, it's part of the business model over there in that form of racing. Here, I don't know how prevalent it is here, but there's a number of drivers here that don't own the boats, but a lot of times they're put inside of the boat courtesy of the owners that want their boats to go out there and win and put the best people in that they possibly can. But if you want to go boat racing, you don't want the expense of buying the boat, the truck, the trailer, all the maintenance that it goes inside of it. This is a great opportunity.
Yeah, it's a good thing to do. And like I said, I've driven the boat. It's a great way to learn what it's like to be inside the canopy, to be in that racing experience. There's nothing like it. Even racing a trophy truck or a Pro 4 truck like we were talking about earlier, there's just nothing like it. It's a completely different environment. That's a good way to learn how to do it. I've known a lot of people that have done that program and really enjoyed it.
Yeah, and as I said before, teach you how to do it. Get used to what it's going to be like, and then if you really get bit by the bug, which there's a really good chance you will, then you can go out and make your big investment if you want to do that, or maybe just continue and keep doing it that way. It is certainly a great approach for sure. Show up with your helmet and your suit and go have some fun, and then go home at the end of the day. So we're going to take another quick break here. Stay with us. We have some great racing action yet to go here on Lake Michigan in Sheboygan.
Rising up, pushing up to the summit. Got the keys to the show, yeah, we run there. To the place for the race, and we don't wait. Give it all for the win, this is our day. Energy, unleash the inner beast. Energy, welcome to the top. See you at the peak. Unleash the inner beast, but we never stop till the victory.
For over 60 years, ICOM has been your trusted companion, keeping you connected on the water, in the air, and on the ground. Whether you need a two-way radio for your cruiser, center console, personal watercraft, or anything in between, ICOM has you covered with the most innovative marine, amateur, aviation, land mobile, LTE, and satellite network products.
Hey everybody, it's time to go racing. Welcome to Thunder on Cocoa Beach for round one of the UIM Class 1 World Championship and the APBA National Championship. It's all part of the Powerboat P1 USA Series. This marks the 15th year for the Thunder on Cocoa Beach offshore powerboat races here on Florida's Space Coast. I'm Ken Stout, joined in the booth by Mike Yowowski and Matt Trulio. The UIM Class 1 World Championship is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Let's go racing.
Green flag, we're going racing in super stock. There is steel on the inside. Jackhammer, it looks like it's in the middle. There you see Big East Construction. Steel had the pole as the boats start to separate.
Jackhammer's pulled out to a little bit of a lead, but Steel is right there with them.
There is Big East and Steel. The whitewash you see in front of these two boats should be Jackhammer. So
Yes.
This should be the battle for second and third. Steel was able to make up ground on the inside, but look at Big East Construction. Now here comes Northwing, boat number S77. They move up to third, and it looks like maybe Northwing might be catching Big East. Oh, Matt, something's wrong. Big East is slowing. They've got a rooster tail up.
Oh, no.
Lap number 4 of 7, so we've passed the halfway point as Jackhammer continues to lead. 2 Doug Wrights going side by side. Team Bermuda starts to pull alongside Atlas. But another great run by this Victory Hull. S42 Jackhammer should get the checker flag, this time by your unofficial winners in Super Stock Thunder on Cocoa Beach.
Congratulations to the top 3 in Superstock. Jackhammer, your winner. North Wing Offshore and Team Allen Lawn Care and Landscaping round out the top 3. Now it's time for the bracket classes.
That looks like maybe a green flag, and we might be going racing. We are! Right now, I've got a deck-to-deck battle in Class 5, though.
Wow.
Rum Runners on the outside. That's Ivy Racing, then Farnsworth, then X-Insurance. Cheer, look at this. X-Insurance, TFR, Golf and Gator, early lead. Here is Class 7. Look at the single-engine V-bottom. What a great class this is. Have so much fun watching this group. These are the true heroes of all private racing. As we go back to the battle in Class 5. Now, this is for third. Something happened there, Matt, to Yabba Dabba Doo. They were right there with Bulletproof Team Farnsworth.
Well, a few seconds ago, they took a flyer, but I don't think that was the problem. I think they were slowing before that.
Yabba Dabba Doo, Matt, definitely having some sort of a problem. They slowed way off the pace. They are now getting put down by Rum Runner. This will put Rum Runner in third. The X-Insurance boats are starting to reel each other in just a little bit. This is bracket class racing, though. The Hartman X-Insurance boat, that's going to have the inside line going into turn number 1. They control it. They have overtake established because they passed the halfway point of the boat on the outside, so they can really go wherever they want. But they have officially taken the lead from this vantage point in Class 7. Oh, what's going on here? Jackhammer has slowed tremendously. They are under their own power, and they are upright. But they have pretty much just shut down and come to a dead stop.
511 X-Insurance, Golf and Gator win the race. Congrats to X-Insurance, Golf and Gator, along with Bulletproof, Team Farnsworth, and Rum Runners, your top 3 in the category. Let's go back to Mike and Matt for the Mod V race.
We got Mod V started right away. This is going to be the first start in the second race of the day with Class 1 happening prior to this. This is Mod V. That's El Bandidos, X-Insurance. There is Fast Boys. There is Float Boat. It looks like El Bandidos is out to the early lead. X-Insurance in second. But look at Fast Boys, Matt, making a move on the outside.
Yeah, we got a bit of an early start because we're trying to get ahead of weather.
Need a little bit of weather coming in. Yep. The first boat, the tightest boat, has to turn really, really sharp, slow down a lot, and then all of them have to turn around that. If they do anything strange or weird, then they can get disqualified or lose points or get a yellow card. There's all kinds of infractions that can happen. So that's one thing that when we do this type of racing, it's not like Class 1. You know, Class 1 has to maintain their lane, but they win their lane or their pole position as to where these guys draw at number 4. El Bandidos continues to lead. It looks like Safe Cash X-Insurance is in second now. Fast Boys in third on the outside. There is Boat Floater in fourth. What a start by El Bandidos. Matt picking right up where they left off from Marathon.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they were the 2023 national champions and the 2023 world champions. I think it was the tequila. They added the tequila sponsor, and it seems like that helped.
So these are 30 to 32 foot single engine V-bottom power boats. Again, a driver and a throttle man, just like we had in Class 1, but they are powered by naturally aspirated 650 horsepower motors, matched up to Bravo 1 outdrives. Ken, for me to relate this to you, this is the closest thing to IndyCar or NASCAR that you're going to have on the water. This is completely spec class racing. They have to weigh the same. They can only run a certain type of outdrive. They can only run a certain type of lower unit. Props, they can really do whatever they want, but the motors have to be built to a certain spec, so it really is a leveled playing field of racing. Matt, look at that run, though, on the outside by X-Insurance Safe Cash with El Bandidos. They were about a rooster tail length, maybe 2 rooster tail lengths behind, and now they're going to be on the outside. They will have the inside lane going into the dogleg, though. And, Matt, they're pulling them. Look at that.
They sure are, and I think they're going to end up in the after the dogleg, they're going to end up at the inside as well.
Yeah, they can cut them back off because they have established overtake. So X-Insurance Safe Cash now takes the lead over El Bandidos. OC Racing continues to lead in Class 2 over Team Woody. 2 Conch Charters out a few laps ago. Look at this battle here, though. This is X-Insurance and Fast Boys in Extreme versus Phantom. Forrest Riddle and Ken Bollinger. Forrest out of Virginia, Ken out of Pennsylvania.
Oh, hello.
Big hop there in the corner.
Both
They're going to
of
be
them.
running with that swell. The extreme way on the outside. JJ and Nick trying to carry more speed around that corner, and it might pay off if Forrest and Ken can square this corner up. Oh, they got one more buoy to exit out of. Sorry. They'll square on the last buoy. Kind of hard to see. Tell when you can't see all 4 buoys.
And the boat behind him is really getting beat up. He's in the wake of both of these boats, but look at this battle side by side. Awesome stuff here.
So I told Matt on the way to the hotel this morning, we were talking about you, no offense, I hope your ears were burning. But I said, Ken's a professional. He's done his homework, but now I'm going to ask you a really serious question. If you know the answer to this, we'll be super impressed. Do you know what kind of hull this is?
V-hull.
All right. I'm super impressed.
My, Ken doesn't need softballs. He's fine.
Okay. All right. We're going right to the major.
Softballs are the only ones I have a chance at.
He's been reading speedonthewater.com.
Tough day for El Banditos as they are down. Steve Furman, Steve Miklos in the extreme hull. This is Gen 2 of this. They had a great start, but they are undertowed. And these are single-engine boats, so when they're undertowed, that usually means they're not running. The engine hatch, or the cockpit hatch isn't up, so I guess they're just in there waiting to get towed back in.
Guessing these guys have, these racers, I say guys, gals, have spotters out here to let them know if there's a safety boat on the course pulling somebody off like that?
It's more on race control. So race control is in actually the next room over. Dale and Lisa Owens will monitor the course from all the patrol fleets and everything. If a
just
boat,
race control and communication with the boat?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So for El Banditos, for example, they broke. If they're not under power, they'll call race control, say, race control, our engine won't start, we need a tow. Race control will actually dispatch fast response. And fast response is listening. I mean, they're paying attention to what's going on and seeing what's happening. White flag lap for Mod V, Class 2 and Class 4. Safe Cash X Insurance didn't lead from the start, but they took the lead very early on. Boat number 42. Nice looking boat, good looking livery. Ken, those are the tractor pipes. See the stacks on the back of the engine hatch?
Yes.
Those are tractor pipes, so that's the water dumping out from the exhaust on the transom of the boat. Of course, this is a Phantom hull built by Will Smith. Here is Safe Cash X Insurance, the Mod V entry. They are going to take the win today, unofficially in Mod V. They will have to be teched, weighed, and inspected post-race by the RW Tech officials. So everything we tell you is completely unofficial.
Yes, sir.
But they will take the checkered flag here in Cocoa Beach, Florida. What a run for this team. They made the pass on the outside by El Banditos, and they really never looked back as they entered that monster mile one more time before crossing the finish line. So they should win. Safecast X Insurance in first, X Insurance Statement in second, and there is the checkered flag. There they go. Congratulations, Safecast X Insurance. You're winners in Mod V.
Congratulations to Safe Cash for the win in the Mod V class, followed up by FastBoysRacing.com, then BoatFloater.com in the top 3. To round out the field, it's X Insurance, Statement Marine, Sunprint, and Relentless. Stay with us. We'll be back with more great boat racing in just a moment. Once again, welcome back. We are racing here at Cocoa Beach. The UIM Class 1 World Championship was brought to you by Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast, and Mercury Racing. Live life wide open.
Flag. We're going racing in 450R factory stock.
Awesome stuff here. They light these things up, and you mentioned before, really just stock engines, these 450Rs, something you can go buy off the shelf, and they are very, very quiet, but very efficient, very fast, and I love the MTI customer program that you were speaking of before.
Meade Family Racing was on the pole, and they are out to the early lead. But, Matt, look at those 3 MTIs. There is GC, Willie, and Grant on the outside. They've got a tremendous amount of speed. Woo. They will have to maintain their lane going through the corner. TS is going to be on the inside. Meade Family Racing in the middle, and GC Racing. The rest of the boats have kind of gotten swallowed up behind these guys. But here comes 66, 151 Express. Now 4 MTIs deck to deck going into turn 1.
Yeah, that 66 finished second of the points a year ago as well. What are top speeds here for this class?
Probably right around 115, 120. There is Meade Family Racing. Gladiator Canadas is going to be on the inside. TS Motorsports now takes the lead. 151 Express tries to make a move. Nope, I'm sorry, that's GC trying to make a move on the outside. Look how much time Gladiator Canadas made up on the inside. The Doug right now starting to get up with the MTIs. TS, Taylor and Johnny start to pull away just a little bit, and that beautiful blue number 7 boat. Ken, you said you got to see that boat last night. That boat just radiates the color off of it. Oh, GC Racing kind of pinched down on Gladiator Canados there just a little bit. Gladiator Canados had to slow, get out of the rooster tail. That allowed 151 Express to come up on the outside. They make a move on the outside. Will that put them into third? Montlick, and they are all the way on the outside of this group. They are racing in their own water. They want to stay out of this whitewash of all of this battle here happening in the top 4.
The 151 Express was suddenly on the outside there as things closed up. I was wondering if he actually had a mechanical, but seems to be up to speed now.
It's hard to tell from our vantage point. They don't, oh, look at that. Gladiator Canados had to jump to the outside, so Nick and Joey did pinch them off. That's a completely legit move. They could do really whatever they wanted. And obviously, Gladiator Canados could not stay in that line, so they had to jump to the outside. They are approaching the Monster Mile for the final time, and they will take the checkered flag at 450R factory stock. It looks like 3 MTIs, 1, 2, and 3 here today in Cocoa Beach, Florida. Thunder on Cocoa Beach, presented by Keltec.
Congrats to the top 3 in 450R factory stock. TS Motorsports with the win, GC Racing, and 151 Express.
I'm here with the winner of the factory 450R race, Taylor Sism. Obviously some girl power going down here, Taylor, but I first met you a few years ago and you were the only boat in the class. Now we've got 7, but I think that extra time gave you a little bit of advantage because now you're on the top. Congratulations.
Absolutely. Every race you definitely learn something different. This is our 4th year out here racing, so we had 25-mile-an-hour winds, we had a little bit of chop out there, so all those things come together and you just have to learn how to overcome them in the race.
And you absolutely did that today, but we've got a long series to go, a few more races. Moving to the Lake of the Ozarks next weekend, what are your expectations, things you need to improve or keep going with?
Absolutely. So Lake of the Ozarks is one of our favorite races because it's kind of our hometown backyard race. So we'll probably spend the next week down there with Memorial Weekend doing some testing, getting ready, but we're really excited to be back down at Lake Race.
And from a personal note, any words of encouragement for other females who are looking to get into boat racing?
Oh, just do it. Absolutely. I think it's amazing. We definitely need more women in the sport, and all you can do is get out there, and there's nothing there can replace seat time. So that's definitely my biggest advice.
Love it. Well, thank you so much for your time, Taylor, and best of luck on to Lake of Ozarks.
Up next, it's always exciting, Super Cats.
What a beautiful start, Super Cat. You talk about engines, you'll be able to hear them shortly. That's WHM. There's Hancock Farnsworth. There's Dirty Money. There's MCon Monster Energy. Somebody already getting swallowed up in the rooster tails, and it looks like it's Great L. CJ Grant, who had a mechanical issue yesterday, actually overheated a motor. Nope, I'm sorry, I was mistaken. There's CJ Grant. They are on the outside. That's Wicked there, getting swallowed up just a little bit. WHM, though, what a start. Look at MCon Monster Energy. They're pouring it on the outside. A 9-lap event here on the Atlantic Ocean, and the 2 boats who checked out Marathon have hooked up again, Matt. They're running side by side to turn number 1.
They look like they're tied together.
And you can hear them sailing by our booth as well, as you were talking about it before. Naturally aspirated power plants at full song. This is awesome stuff here. Look at the speed they are carrying. These things, I mean, honestly, the MCon boat, it's the same size as their Class 1 boat.
Yeah, pretty much. I talked to Rob and Casey from CR Racing, XINSURANCE earlier, and they said, we're going to be on the outside, and we feel really confident about being able to go into that turn and just hold the power on and maybe be able to motor around the outside. Dirty Money on the inside, MCon Monster in the middle, CR Racing on the outside. Ken, you called it with the weather exactly right. This is a great shot now, looking almost due east off of the beach, and those white caps are out there, so it did bump up a little bit. And it's going to be probably, looks like a 1/4-inch seat maybe to their port side. But what a race between Dirty Money and MCon. That is Great L, who is leading this group down into the dogleg.
He's getting washed out.
Yeah, Britt and Billy had to cut around back to the outside. Now, they do have air ducted directly to the motor on these boats, and they do want to avoid doing that at all costs because they are going to be hosing down the engines when that happens. Great shot there.
What a sight.
Yeah, that's a great shot of the dogleg there. That's WHM. Look at the charge by MCon Monster Energy. John Tomlinson and Myrick Coyle picking up where they left off in 2017.
Oh, wow.
Committing to that outside line
it's
all the way around.
Nasty. It's real nasty in that corner. And Ken, this is where they're going to probably start having issues because, I mean, they'll pack more air with the breeze up under the boat, so they're going to have to really get the boat to suck down and set into the corner so it doesn't get real flighty. When they run these boats and when they turn them, you know, they say in the straightaway that the boat is the throttle man's boat, right? The driver doesn't want to turn the wheel, and there's some videos out there if you look on YouTube. Bob Teague and Paul Whittier would take his hands off the wheel, not like completely off, but he wouldn't touch the steering wheel because anytime the drive's moving, it's going to scrub speed. They set the boat into the corner, so what they'll do is they slow down and the boat adheres down to the water, and then they turn it. I will, no disrespect to Chris Grant and Billy Moore, but I did not expect to see Graydell up front. They were not really kind of on the radar. I think they're running somewhat older power from Key West. They have new engines being built, but they definitely did come in here with like a Supreme engine package, a brand new engine package, but they got out to the early lead and they're getting to run their race and control this race course. Right now, they can get really dirty money in MCON to do whatever they want them to do. They can keep making them run wide. And if their spotters are behind them, they're telling them what CR is doing, and if CR is going to make up any ground, if they need to tighten it up a little bit. But this could start to be a battle here. I'm starting to see something come together with these two.
Dirty Money is definitely gaining.
I think so. I definitely think so.
Let's close that gap, no doubt. MCON hanging right in there. But
oh, yeah.
I do agree with you, though. I mean, the leaders having that option to do whatever it is that they need to do can kind of control the boats behind them. Dirty Money just got
do that again.
washed out again, man.
There is boat number 6, Wicked. That is a Motion. I believe that's probably the oldest boat in the class. That boat has been around a long time. It has
40 Motion.
Yeah, it has a very interesting history, to say the least. We won't get quite into that, but we can tell some stories about that boat right there. Of course, Chase Muller and Jax Muller, their dad is Jay Muller. They're from Lake Hopatcong, New Jersey. They got their feet wet in Super Cat a couple of years ago.
Oh, it looks like Graydell's having some issues here. Chris Grant, the driver, and Billy Moore, unfortunately slowing down here just a little bit. That's going to open up the door for Myrick Coyle and Johnny Tomlinson to take over the lead here in the MCON Monster Energy machine. And it looks like the Dirty Money boat is also going to be able to get around as well, with Britt Lilly at the wheel and Bill Pyburn running the throttles.
Here is Graydell currently running in third. They don't really look any different. There is the team.
Look at them. They're happy.
Well, maybe a little less happy now than they were a couple of minutes ago, but they do look pretty happy.
Successful outing, I mean, no doubt about it.
I mean, yeah, to get on the podium, you're not going to win. You don't lose the championship. You don't win the championship in the first race. You can certainly not help yourself win it, but to be on the podium for the first race is a great way to go. And you know, they've proven they have the speed to run up front. Look, they beat two fastest boats in the fleet. I just think it was kind of a series of issues there.
Through that final turn, headed now for the final stripe.
Monster Energy Mile for one last time for MCON Monster Energy. They are going to be your unofficial winners in Super Cat. After not the best start, and they were battling with Dirty Money, and they were trying to chase down Graydell, but they were able to do so. So JT and Myrick kind of picking up where they left off last time they raced together in Super Cat. Congratulations to MCON Monster Energy. Unofficial winners in Super Cat.
That'll wrap things up here with the Super Cat category. Always a lot of fun to watch these gorgeous boats. Congrats to the MCON Monster Energy team for the win. Followed up by Dirty Money Racing, and CR Racing steps up to claim the final podium position. Okay, let's get it down to Taylor. She's with our winners.
What a race that was. These boats are coming back into dock, and I'm in the right place at the right time. Myrick Coyle, Johnny Tomlinson. I haven't been able to speak with you all weekend, but Myrick, how was that?
Because he's constantly in a boat racing something.
He's hiding behind there, but let's see if we can get him over here. But I'll talk to you for now. How was that race out there today?
It was exciting to start in 6th position and work our way up to 2nd for a while, and then get under Graydell and then hold off Dirty Money. I mean, it was exciting. Felt like we were out there forever, and it was exciting to be back in the boat with my teacher, mentor, Johnny Tomlinson.
Well, the man himself. I finally get to catch up with you today. Been playing double duty, but let's talk about this victory. How was it out there on the water?
It was a lot of fun. Just giving a lot of thanks to these guys here and Tyler for giving me the opportunity, and love racing with Myrick and guys I used to all work with in the past. But it was a tough race. Everybody's running good. You know, we just stayed at it, ran it as hard as we could run it, and try and keep it upright. Had a little fire in the cockpit. Not fire, but we had smoked out cockpit the whole race, something shorting out on the floor, burning the floor up. But It was all good, all good. The thing ran absolutely flawlessly, and it just shows what these guys do day in, day out.
Hot on the water, hot off the wind. Looking forward to the next race, Lake of the Ozarks?
Absolutely.
That'll wrap things up here at Thunder on Cocoa Beach. We had so much fun, but we're not done. You can join us at our next event, Lake of the Ozarks, Thursday, May 30th to June 1st. We'll see you then. So long.
Mayor Ryan, you are having quite the weekend out here. Now you're about to get the ultimate experience, jumping on the pace boat.
We're so excited. It's a beautiful day right here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. The water looks great. We're ready for some more racing.
All right, well, have fun out there on the water. I'm getting the word that it's time for you to head out and the next race to get started. So enjoy your ride.
Let's race, rock and roll. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
All right, let's head back up to the booth and get to some more racing.
Mayor Ryan Sorensen out here has done a great job. By the way, I believe the youngest mayor here ever for the city of Sheboygan. So congratulations to him. Went to college for poli-sci and obviously doing a great job. Ken Stout, Mike Kowalski here to call the action for you. We have a couple of different classes coming up here one more time. We welcome you back here into the booth on a beautiful day for the Midwest Challenge here on Lake Michigan. Of course, we had our UIM Class 1 boats to kick things off here a little bit earlier today. That was also live on our television partners at MAV TV. Had a great race there, and of course the rest of the day will be the APBA National Championship Series. So we've had a few different events here so far in 2024. We continue on here in a gorgeous place on Lake Sheboygan.
Mod V and
Lake Michigan.
Michigan.
In Sheboygan.
In Sheboygan. I didn't even
it's
catch
a big
it.
Lake Sheboygan.
So used to saying it. Beautiful day, like you said. Next up, we're going to have Mod V as they start to come out of the wet pits area and Class 4 in this race. So Ken, you were asking really the difference between these two classes. And as I said, Mod V, if these guys don't want to race in Mod V, they can actually jump down to Class 4 because all these boats should run about 90 to 95 miles per hour. Class 4, we only have two boats here. We have Simmons and Framed Offshore Racing. And then Mod V, quite a big fleet here in Sheboygan. And we'll get through a lineup here in just a couple of minutes. But Mod V is spec class racing. They can go as fast as they want, fast as they need to. They have to meet a minimum rate requirement. There's some drive things that they have to meet, engine specs they have to meet, but they have no speed bracket whatsoever. But Ken, that's an interesting shot right there. It does look a little bumpy.
Yeah, a little bit choppy out there, and obviously our cameras will give us a better view when you're sitting here looking at it from the balcony. It just looks like the wind is laid down a little bit. It doesn't look too bad at all. We did see some white caps out there earlier, and it seems like most of those have dissipated. I mean, you really got to struggle to see some. But as you look at them right there, you can see there are some small white caps out there. And then once they get going and churn the water up, it does get pretty choppy.
Yep, and these Phantoms and extreme hulls that will race in Mod V, they will chine walk, Ken. These boats ride really high up out of the water, and they bounce side to side, chine walk. They'll really use their tabs to keep those boats under control. But this is one of my favorite classes to watch racing. These guys are super duper competitive, and you're talking, degrees off in propellers could mean first to fifth place. A lot of different things happening out here. That's a Bad Boys powered boat, or Bad Boys built boat, number 19 R&S Racing, Howard Richardson and Tom Crowley. We saw Tom Crowley earlier run in Class 5 in Rum Runners.
Before we get things going here, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to pay some bills. Stay with us. When we come back, we'll go racing once again here at the Midwest Challenge on Lake Michigan.
I used to toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get penny coin, some self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me, like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I never know where my mind went.
Let's make every day a beach day. Let's induce some serious vacation envy. Let's make it look like we've done this before. Let's reconnect. Let's get it fresh from the Gulf. Let's shine in St. Pete Clearwater.
And once again, welcome back to Sheboygan here in Wisconsin, known as the Malibu of the Midwest. We're about to go racing here one more time at the Midwest Challenge on Lake Michigan, all part of the APBA National Championships and the Powerboat P1 USA Series. We'll have a couple different classes, as Mike had just mentioned before we went to commercial break. A couple of boats in the bracket, class 400. They go a little bit faster here, up to 85 miles per hour in the 400 class. And then, of course, the Mod Vs that do not have a speed limit. It's as quick as you can get back around to that finish line, complete those laps, and a few more boats competing inside of that one, including the 3 podium finishers in terms of points. A year ago, the El Bandito Tequila Sunprint was the champion from 2023, followed up by XINSURANCE, Statement Marine, and then Boat Floater, and they are all in competition out here today.
Steve Miklos and Steve Furman in that El Bandito Tequila team. That's an extreme hull, so I'll call that Extreme Hull Gen 2. There's a Gen 3 and a Gen 1. Gen 1 is going to be what you see in Boat Floater. Got boat number 74, XINSURANCE, Statement Marine, J.J. Toke and Owen Buis. In Mod V. Mod V going to run 7 laps today. Got number 42, Safe Cash XINSURANCE, Rick Rabb and Scott Jobin. They're going to run a Phantom hull. RNS Racing, Howard Richardson, Tom Crowley in that Bad Boy Powerboats entry. Boat number 2, BoatFloater.com, Steve and Stephen Kildall. Speed Marine, another LSB Extreme entry, Kyle Miller and Jay Waltman from New Jersey. Got Relentless Latacrete in a Phantom. That's Travis Petco, Robert Hartman, and then 51 El Bandito Tequila Sunprint, Steve Furman and Steve Miklos running in Mod V. Class 4, we've got 443 Framed Offshore, John Jenick Jr. and Michael Flamia. And 404 Simmons Marine, Jim Simmons and Kevin Campbell running in Class 4. So all of our Mod V boats can have made it out. They are just off of our balcony here at the Blue Harbor, and then Class 4 comes out. So again, no parade lap. They're going to get them up on a plane, take them down the south end of the course. They'll come around the turn, and they will start Mod V first and Class 400 second.
Well, look at that shot right there. I'll give you an idea just how beautiful this day is as we wait, and the boats obviously wait to get the green light here.
It's just amazing how clear the water is up here. You know, I'm from the Chesapeake Bay area. We don't have this water this clear, but you get down to Florida, like Clearwater, when you're from, and the water looks actually very similar to this. It's just salt water, not fresh water, but just so clean and pure and clear up here. Actually, more glacier water, I think, than anything else.
Yeah, and by the way, they had to move the course a little bit farther offshore here. As they got here, they always checked the depths, and it was a little bit too shallow where they initially wanted to lay the course out, as the pace boat now has picked up the pace to bring our competitors around here and get things going. But unfortunately, because it was a little bit shallow, and there is a minimum that they look for, obviously, they had to move the race course a little further offshore.
One of the biggest concerns there, Ken, is if one of these canopy boats flip over, like the Mod V's entries, they don't have an escape hatch on the bottom like the cat boats do. So they have to come out through that top canopy, and if it's too shallow, that canopy can get stuck on the bottom. A lot of smaller boat racing, like the smaller hydroplane races, they worry about that because they tend to run in shallow water too. So when they look at the depth, they want to make sure their divers can get up underneath the boat.
Well, they, like drag boat racers in a canopy, do they have breathing apparatus and air?
Yes, they do have breathing apparatus and air, so they'll have a regulator strapped to their chest, and they'll have either scuba tanks built inside of the boat. Some of them run spare air on their legs too, just in case something fails with that system. But the biggest difference here compared to drag boat racing or hydroplane racing is these canopies, these capsules don't break away. So drag boat racing, when they run those top fuel hydros and they wreck, you see that canopy as one cell that then gets lifted out of the water. Same with unlimited hydros. These are designed to stay intact, and Todd DePhillips and Randy Sism and the entire P1 safety staff are really diving in how to make the canopies safer. They're coming up with a lot of different designs to make changes to them to deflect the water around them. And I do want to apologize to Todd DePhillips. We gave some misinformation about that 3C boat. It was a wicked performance boat built entry, built by Todd himself, making their debut, and rigged by Sean Torrente. We look forward to that class starting to grow even more. Very cool looking boat.
2 different classes there that you were looking at, a total of 7 boats, 2 of them in the Class 400 category, as Mike explained, and the rest in the Mod V category lined up on the inside.
Mod V probably going to run about 88 to 90 miles per hour today in this water if it doesn't bump up, but it does look like, Ken, as you mentioned earlier, it laid down. I don't see the white caps like I used to, so these Mod Vs are really going to fly. Now, these boats have ballast tanks in them. They can run weight up in the front of the boat to get the nose of the bow of the boat down to get it running flat and more level. They can bleed water off to get it to carry more. So a lot of different setups. Got some extremes, got a Phantom, and got a Bad Boy Powerboats entry here racing in Mod V.
Wow, that is an absolute beautiful sight. I believe the distance here will be 7 laps for both categories on the Monster Mile. As we take a look at them right now, throttles down. We're going to give them the green flag here, and there it is. Let's go racing.
They're going to race down to that first turn and maintain their lane through the first corner. So imagine, Ken, putting blinders on the side of your head, not being able to see about 90 degrees past That's even giving them a lot, saying 90 degrees, but they're not going to be able to see. A lot of boats now run cameras off to the side and off to the rear, but look at these V-bottom hulls jumping around already. And see how much they're riding up out of the water and chine walking side to side. Now they're probably kicking those tabs now just a little bit, trying to keep those boats as level, as flat as they can.
Split start there. You can see the two different categories, the two boats on their own over there. Those are the Class 400s. And you talked about the Mod Vs running about 90 miles an hour. The speed limit for the Class 400s 85. So that'll give you a good comparison right there. They're going to get all they can get out of it. And right now, the Mod V's trying to hang.
X-Insurance Statement Marine out to the early lead, but there comes El Bandito on the outside. Get the X-Insurance helicopter in tow. That's a pretty tight group there, Ken, between those boats. It looks like that's El Bandito all the way on the right. That should be X-Insurance Statement Marine on the inside. They lead going into turn number 1.
And El Bandito trying to squeeze down in there to run that little shorter line, and does have position, so allowed to do that. Do they have to keep that position through the first turn?
Yeah, all the way around through the first turn, around all 4 buoys. Speed Marine now in third place over BoatFloater.com. Kyle Miller, Jay Waltman. That is a LSB Extreme built hull. That's the newest one of that generation out in the field, in the fleet rather.
Boat showed up at Ocean City, earned a few points there, so great to have them back here at Sheboygan.
Talked to Kyle and Jay, and they're just trying to get the boat worked out. You know, they both run businesses and just don't have as much time as they need right now to test the boat and get it where they want it. This would be the first LXB Extreme that Britt Lilly built. This was a boat that he raced last year. Owen Lewis racing it with JJ Turk this year in Mod V. A great handling boat, did a great job with the wrap.
They finished up second in the points 1 year ago, kicked the season off with a second place finish at Marathon, then missed the podium at Cocoa Beach, but rebounded at Lake of the Ozarks and Ocean City with a pair of first place finishes.
The battle now is for second in Mod V. That's El Bandito Tequila, and Speed Marine. It looks like Speed Marine has got to the inside of El Bandito and has taken over second place, but they're headed into the dogleg now. That could change everything.
Of course, the El Bandito Tequila Sunprint machine, that boat there, is the reigning champion inside of the class. As we take a look at the Hog's Breath Saloon, supported number 443. That's the Class 400 boat. Currently leading in the points coming in here with 3 consecutive wins. Did not go to Lake of the Ozarks.
Frame Offshore, that was Britt Lilly's first race boat. He bought that boat from a guy out in California, used to be known as Pig Iron Racing. Of course, now the guys from Key West racing it as Framed Offshore. That boat could run in Mod V, but they put a big motor in there, big supercharged engine. So it could probably run closer to 100 now with the setup that they have, but that gives you a good shot of what it's like to turn one of those Mod Vs as they come around to complete lap number 1 of 7. The battle for second, Speed Marine and El Bandito Tequila. I'm going to say tequila's a lot, I have a feeling.
You've been in the tequila?
Right, yeah, maybe, just a little bit.
Yeah, good stuff coming back at us here on the Monster Energy Mile, that is. Good look at that X-Insurance machine. Beautiful wrap, as you talked about there. And one of those 7 or 8 boats that X-Insurance sponsors out here.
It looks like Speed Marine has really got themselves away from Steve Furman and Steve Miklos, kind of solid into second place. Top 3 boats will get tech inspected post-race for weight and other requirements of this class. And a lot of separation behind our top 3, Ken, is actually, it's like two different groups of boats running.
And look at these boats coming up out of the water. Again, it looks flat from our perspective, but when you see them out there, and this is already 1 lap in the books, and they're already starting to get some chop, but these boats flying completely out of the water so far from flat and smooth. That's
a great shot of R&S, the Bad Boys power boat entry. Ken, if that top to that boat looks very familiar, it was actually modeled off of a Corvette. That's why the windows, look how they do, kind of square, just like a car. Howard Richardson getting this boat figured out slowly but surely.
For those of you watching the live stream, obviously we appreciate you doing that, but man, you're missing some beautiful sounds here from these power plants.
And it's only going to get louder as the day goes on. Once those Supercats come out, they will really, really make some noise. X-Insurance Statement Marine continues to lead in Mod V. Speed Marine was in second with El Bandito in third. El Bandito, Ken's trying to make a move up the inside. These boats are very, very sensitive to turning. Some boats can turn very, very well. These are step bottom boats. What a step bottom does is it actually aerates the back of the boat, creates little air bubbles and these boats will want to slide through the corner. Some boats want to may turn just a little bit better than the other based upon setup. I think El Bandito, I think Steve Furman and Steve Miklos can turn that boat maybe a little bit better right now.
Good look once again at the X-Insurance helicopter, giving us that great view as well around the track. Look at this great battle here side by side. Once again, you've been talking about it in the Speed Marine boat right there with the El Bandito Tequila boat.
Speed Marine's going to control the inside leg, going into the dog leg.
Oh, wow.
Big flyer there by El Bandito. They're going to have to lift out of it, get that boat to settle back down. That helps Speed Marine.
Yeah, right into the wake.
Yep. And that's actually, I believe that was the X-Insurance Statement Marine boat in front of this group. That should be RNS Racing to the left. That should be Phantom or the X-Insurance Safe Cash entry there, the red boat. Kind of hard to tell from this perspective.
So you can see there that dog leg that Mike was just referencing there, just to your left. Boat just went by it, but a fairly significant left-hand turn to come down and set up for what is the tightest return turn. And those buoys, I believe it's 6, 7, and 8 down there. It's a fairly tight turn, certainly in comparison to what you would call turn 1 here, or the first couple of buoys.
Right, more of a sweeper turn up here at the north end of the course in Class 4. Framed Offshore is leading over Simmons Marine in Class 4. But this battle in Mod V, is starting to tighten up, Ken. Speed Marine has got a lot of speed, and I believe they're closing in on that X-Insurance Statement Marine boat.
I would agree with that 100%. They've certainly closed that gap there and closing it more yet. Now, dealing with the spray, dealing with the roost, if you will. Look at these boats dancing around. Oh, my goodness.
Lots of chine walk in there, and that's what they want to avoid. Sometimes they'll have to lift and get that boat resettled in, but they're starting to get now in cross wakes. They're starting to get wakes from the other side of the course that have come all the way across and are starting to affect how these boats run. And when that boat starts to chine walk too much, you've got to lift out of the throttle, set the boat back down, and get back in the gas, and you lose a little bit of ground every time that happens.
There's a great shot from the X-Insurance Helicam. One of our team owners, of course, flying that helicopter, knows exactly what everybody wants to see at home. Great to have him out there as well, doing an incredibly good job. So exciting to watch them do what they do.
Interesting to see what Speed Marine can do here. They definitely closed the gap, but now look at this, El Bandito Tequila. Wow, that speed kind of came out of nowhere, Ken. That was like a missile up the inside. Speed Marine was pulling away from them, Ken. I think that chine walk may have slowed Speed Marine down enough to let Steve Furman and Steve Miklos by.
Yeah, sometimes an optical illusion here from where we sit, but it looks like he's closing the gap right back on him again. A big run here around the outside, trying to maintain that speed, going a little further distance, but now we'll have to chop back behind the El Bandito and through that wake there again. So, yeah, big move there by the El Bandito. Really a nice comeback there in the speedboat, which looked like was going to take the lead there in the previous lap. Had to check up, reset, see if they can make another run at it.
Yeah, trying to look at the back of the boat. I thought I saw something dancing around there, but I couldn't quite make it out. Speed Marine really liked this turn. They like the speed. I think they like the wider turn. Really such a variation between the two. This northern turn, you really carry speed around the outside. A nice wide sweeping turn is where you go south. You really got to scrub it, slow it down, and I think it's just a little bit rougher down there as well.
Beautiful look there at that boat, the Speed Marine boat. Listen in a little bit. Go back and take a look here. Yeah, this is that battle for the lead.
Yeah, this is the replay of the chine walk with Speed Marine. You can see them right there. They start to hop just a little bit, and all of a sudden it just breaks loose, and they get a violent chine walk going side to side, laying that boat over. And
how many more of those do they get before it's too late?
Actually, believe it or not, it's very hard to get a boat to roll over like that. It won't just straight roll over, but it'll roll almost completely up to its side, and you just got to slow down every time it does it.
Drag boat racing, you get 3 hops.
Right, and then you're done. Yeah. Sometimes in catboat racing, in the like the super stock class, you'll get 3 hops, but usually in these Mod Vs, they just keep running them as hard as they can, as long as they can hang on.
So but it's a sizable lead now for the X-Insurance boat. By the way, though, all of those boats were part of the Mod V category that we showed you that replay of.
This is Class 4. That's Framed Offshore in the lead. In that extreme hull, boat number 443. They are leading over Simmons Marine in Class 4. This is a bracketed class. Cannot run over 85 miles per hour.
What a great sponsor.
All Express Saloon probably had a couple of beverages there, just like the Hank Saloon. And there is El Bandito Tequila currently running in second in Mod B. That should be the wake of X-Insurance Statement Marine, just to the left-hand side of your screen. That boat looks really fast all of a sudden, Ken. They didn't look that fast at the start. I think they found some speed, maybe got their setup, figured out where they wanted to be, and they might be hunting down our leaders.
So you said they have ballast tanks in them. Is that something that can be adjusted during the race? Yeah,
it just depends on how the boat is set up. Some of them are done electronically. Some of them have a lever. Some of them take water straight from the bottom of them. Some take it from the exhaust. It just depends. I don't think they'd be running any ballast here because it's pretty flat. They're not bouncing around bow to stern that much. Maybe a little bit more chine walk, but that doesn't really help with chine walk. Only the trim tabs will really get you out of that.
You can see the battle right there, first and second. It is not separated by much. And El Bandito now coming on for sure. As you talked about, they're now closing the gap on the X-Insurance boat to see if they can take over the point of this race.
El Bandito is going to try and stay on the inside of the wake. They were unable to do so, but they were far enough behind that they didn't get hosed down. Freshwater not really going to hurt the boats at this point, but every time they jump across that wake, they've got to be careful because they're breaking the bottom of that boat free, and one overcorrection or undercorrection may cause that boat to spin out. So kind of a precarious position. You've got to jump over that wake. But it looks like JJ and Owen just want to run it right to the pin and run the inside line.
You asked the question before, do you think it's a benefit to be in the boat earlier in the day, like the Class 1, and then get into a boat a little bit later? Maybe it's about Britt Lilly who's going to run in both the Super Cats and also the Class 1. I believe Myrick Coyle, too, if I'm not mistaken. But as we take a look at these, we just saw J.J. Turk climb out of the previous race and then get into this boat for this race. I think that is a massive benefit to go back-to-back.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I think he has the best judge of conditions from his race to this race because I do think they have changed some. But they probably couldn't have made too much of a change unless he called them on the way back in. These boats were already sitting in the water, were already set up. They'll do a prop change in the water if they have to, if they think it's going to be that beneficial to them. And maybe they did that, but they are running a perfect race right now.
So, and by the way, they do have cell phones inside of these boats, so I wouldn't put it past them that if he felt like something needed to be changed in the middle of that previous race, to somehow get a message to that crew, say, hey man, it's this way out, it's really choppy out here, or whatever the case may be, let's go to this prop.
Well, all the
might be very busy to do, but I wouldn't put it past them.
Well, all the X-Insurance boats are on one big team together, right? So as long as he can get something across to one person, they can get it to another person, they can probably get it done. They'll trim the drive up and then change out the prop in the water if they feel that will be a big difference. Ken, this class really uses weight bags as well, so they're bags filled with lead shot. They can weigh anywhere from 50 to 75 pounds apiece, and they have boxes built into the boat where they can move that weight around accordingly. Really will change the center of gravity of the boat, but it'll also change the side-to-side motion of the boat. They can put it narrower, they can put it out wider to get the boat to settle down, or back and forth. The cool thing about boats is the way you check the center of gravity is you take a set of yard arms and you try and pick the boat up exactly in the center where you think it would be. And if the center of gravity is right and you're on spot, it'll balance on those two areas. That's kind of where you figure out where you want your center of gravity to be, and then you kind of play with your weight and measurements from there.
And we talked about obviously getting the message back to them. The easiest way obviously would be via radio, but you don't know that all of the boats in the previous bracket classes utilizing radio communication back to the shore. Another good look at the El Bandito here. Boat number 51, just a beautiful piece. Steve Furman and Steve Miklos inside of it. Gorgeous boat.
You should talk to Steve Miklos because he's a big car racing guy down in Florida. Does a lot of, I believe, open wheel racing down there. So that's really where a lot of his experience comes from. He's running this Mod B class or this Stock B classes has been for quite a few years, and he's a very technical, very analytical guy, has lots of data to put into that boat, kind of know everything he's doing, and he's brought a lot of road racing information over into this Mod B class, and that's where he gets a lot of his experience from. Of course, El Bandito just joined on with this team full-time this year. They sponsored them last year at a couple of different races, but they were able to get on board full-time for the 2024 season. I always like to see sponsors come in and become part of the series.
So we thought the El Bandito was catching up with our leader in the X-Insurance Statement Marine boat, but that gap seems to have stabilized now. If anything, the X-Insurance boat has stretched it back out. I wonder if that was communication where X-Insurance had backed off a little bit. They said, hey man, El Bandito's coming, and they picked the pace back up.
Quite possibly, but they're going to get up into lap traffic with the two Class 4 boats, and I can tell you, Simmons Marine, boat number 400, a 34-foot Phantom, that boat actually puts out a pretty decent-sized wake, and you saw how sensitive these boats are to a side-to-side chine walk based upon weight. So as these two lead boats catch our Class 4 boats, I think lap traffic could be a factor in this race. We'll see how it shakes out.
It's
and
funny that
what
you
part
say
of the course
that.
they catch it.
As a spotter for Scott Dixon at the Indianapolis 500, I will tell you that I've absolutely seen him manage a race from the front in terms of catching lap traffic. They don't want to do that if they can keep from doing that. Now, they have an advantage of pretty tight confines in terms of what lanes can be used around that speedway. But I've seen him control a race from the front, not trying to catch the guys that he was about to catch, the lappers. Here, I don't know how much they can do that, but I would think it's something that he would be concerned of. If he can finish this race without dealing with the wake of a lap boat, then why not try to do that?
Yeah, but he can't really do that because he's, the 4 boats are limited to 85 miles an hour. If he's running 92 or 93 right now, he's going to catch him inevitably, and he can't lift out of it because El Bandito will just stay in it and eventually catch up to him. What they've got to do is they've just got to make sure they kind of stay clear of their wake. They've got to stay in clean water. If they get caught up in the wake going through a turn or going down a straightaway, then they may have to lift, and that'll slow them down. As I mentioned before, when you're lap traffic and you're a slower boat, you're supposed to go to the inside, and the faster boats are supposed to go to the outside. But that can be hard to do in a turn because you can't always see who's behind you or what's going on around you, especially in a canopy boat.
Rules of the road, if you will, to be respectful. All forms of racing have it. Not everybody follows it.
That is true.
Some just don't even realize it's going on, so they don't do it on purpose.
We do have a boat slowing on the northbound straightaway on the Monster Mile. Hard to see who that is, but they are basically right down in the middle of the course, just before you get to turn number 1, buoy 1. It looks like it's RNS, but it's very hard to tell. So, Ken, a good thing to point out. So when XINSURANCE Statement Marine went through that turn and came up the Monster Mile straightaway, to me it looked like they stayed right on the outside of the wake of the boat that was in front of them. They saw it through the canopy, and they just wanted to turn just enough to stay right there. They didn't want to cross or get down into it and stayed away from it.
So safety looks like they're coming to the rescue of that boat, and it almost looked to me like XINSURANCE might want to pick the inside lane, but would now have to switch up, go to the outside lane with safety coming in. So something I'll have to pay attention to as they negotiate down in there. But with that said, it also looks like that boat made its way off of the course, floated towards the inside.
Well, race control Dale Owens is probably telling all the racers via VHF radio channel number 78, look, there's a boat down on the course, make sure you steer clear of it. So they kind of know what's going on, and he'll tell them, look, it's right past the start-finish line. You can see the yellow flag now up on the safety boat. That is telling racers just to stay clear. Unfortunately, these are single-engine boats, and when they break, the engines break, there's nothing the teams can do. So Fast Response Towing will probably come over and lend a hand to RNS Racing. That is Howard Richardson getting out of the cockpit. Tough day for that team, but I talked to Howard at dinner last night. He said, Mike, we're just trying to get the boat figured out. We're just testing bit by bit, piece by piece, and getting this boat to go fast.
Yeah, that was a good call, by the way. That is RNS Racing. Unfortunately, they done a little bit early here as we get pretty deep into this race. And a good look at them right here. This is when it, unfortunately, something mechanical went wrong.
Yep. Just shut down in the middle of the course. That's a precarious position because they're right at that turn. And these boats coming down are going to be wanting to get to that buoy and want to be able to get right to it. So it's kind of a weird position for the RNS team to be in, but glad everybody's okay, and they'll get put under tow here shortly. But what a race by XINSURANCE Statement Marine.
Yeah, again, just a beautiful boat there. Love the design on it. The extended stripes there off of the windscreen as well.
I should point out,
a pass right there.
I should point out that is 2 LSB boats right there. The black one was Britt's first boat. This one was Britt's second boat. Kind of cool to see them in the same frame there for just a couple of seconds as the framed boat is running in Class 4, so they're getting put a lap down by XINSURANCE Statement Marine, your leader in Mod B.
Getting close to the end of this one. 7 laps in distance. By the way, we did see that yellow flag as you were talking about before, what I would refer to as a local yellow. As soon as they get past the incident, they can go back full throttle. And as you talked about, race control communicating with them to let them know when they're past that incident.
It's just so hard to see outside of these boats, and I've raced a couple of cars and kind of know what it's like, but normally you get a pretty full-size or decent-sized windshield in a car. In these canopied boats, you're really looking out of something that's probably 6 or 7 inches tall, and you're looking out of a helmet, right? So you're getting distorted vision from the lens of your helmet, and then you're getting distorted vision through the plexiglass. So it can be really hard to see what's going on. What a turn by El Bandito there, Ken. They slid that boat around that corner and went through that turn as fast as they possibly could. They're really trying to catch our leaders.
Owen Buis doing the throttle duties inside of that one with J.J. Turk steering that boat. And they have had a flawless run here so far. J.J. Turk looking to go back-to-back here in the last two races, two different classes, of course, and getting both of, we believe, what was Nick Buis in the first race and now Owen inside of this one. So be some happy campers on the way home at the end of today if they can close this one out.
And I believe they bought this boat from Britt to race as a father-son team eventually. So it'll be good to get those guys in the boat together. But, Ken, I think that's El Bandito to the inside of
closing the gap.
XINSURANCE Tate Marine. They are really starting to catch him here. And like I said in that previous turn, when they exited the south end of this course, they've really drove it hard out of that corner. But look how tight the XINSURANCE boat is running. They ran right to that buoy. They're really defending that inside line. As you get a look at your two Class 4 boats, that is 443 Framed Offshore and 400 Simmons Marine. As Latacrete Relentless comes into our view there. That is XINSURANCE Safe Cash. There is Speed Marine. They are currently running in third. That's a great shot of the 34th Phantom of Simmons Marine. Twin Mercury Racing 500 horsepower engines. Jim Simmons based out of Ohio.
So, by the way, I was just told that this, we saw the graphic come up, lap 7, no white flag, so it is an 8-lap race.
All right.
Coming around here to pick up the white flag here in just a moment.
Speed Marine really challenged for the lead in Mod V early on. I'd be interested to talk to Jay and Kyle later to see what happened to them. I know they got that pretty bad chine walk there, got a little out of control, but they've had a good amount of speed. Just not sure what caused them to lose so much ground. To our leaders.
Here it
McCann,
goes.
look at this.
Pass for the lead in the Mod V category. Here comes El Bandito, as close as they've been right there. Did he have to check up just a little bit?
Well, XINSURANCE is on the inside going through that dog leg, and I think maybe they were going to try and push him out wide. El Bandito jumps back across the wake. Now, Ken, what I'm interested to see, does El Bandito try and tuck back to the inside as they exit turn 8? That's where he's going
just
really
ate some
fast.
roost and eating some more right there. They're as tight as they can be.
JJ cannot leave that door open going into this turn. If he does, Steve Furman and Steve Micklin's going to dive right back to the inside. Let's see what they do. They ran it pretty tight.
The reigning champs applying their pressure here late in this race. They'll be picking up the white flag here in just a moment. Still back there eating some roost.
Trying to get back to the inside, but it looks like JJ and Owen are running really tight. Yeah, they couldn't do it. Man, what a spot to be in, though, because you lose all vision when you're getting roosted by another boat. But just look at the speed of El Bandito. They just looked faster. The boat is carrying different. They had really good acceleration out of that corner. This is going to go down to the very last lap.
No doubt. Back on the monster mile here. El Bandito trying to close the gap here. Got oh so close in that final turn. Coming back around here to pick up the white flag. And they are all but side by side here.
I think they're going to catch him, Ken. I think they're going to catch him before they get to this turn, to be honest with you.
But will he catch him and have an opportunity to get back over and take control of that lane, or will he push him wide?
That's the one disadvantage they're going to have. He's going to be on the outside. XINSURANCE is going to be on the inside. He controls the narrative through this corner.
Oh!
And they're way too close to cut back to the inside.
Big air there out of the XINSURANCE boat dealing with that, but did not pull back on the throttles. Look how close they are.
He's pulling him. He is pulling him. He's got more speed, just a bit, maybe a mile an hour or two, if that.
How awesome is that? The XINSURANCE Helican right there with him as well. All three vehicles to the inside is the XINSURANCE boat. The preferred line here. We'll see how long the El Bandito can hang on. Pressured right there.
Whoa!
Oh, almost touch.
Maybe a little bit of contact there. XINSURANCE is going to control this corner, but look at El Bandito. They carry just a little bit more speed on the outside.
El Bandito staying in the throttles, running as tight as possible, not to get pushed wide, and might be able to feed it back to the XINSURANCE.
He can come down if he wants to. He can pinch him off. He didn't. He left. Oh!
And
whoa, that's a bad spot to be in a step bottom boat. They had to swing way outside. Ken, I saw that boat spinning out right there. I saw that boat getting sideways. They had to lift out of it and jump back across that wake, but that was a complete legitimate move. El Bandito had passed him. They were out in front of him, and X-Insurance Statement Marine had to react. They're the ones that had to make a decision. What a pass by Steve Furman and Steve McLose.
How exciting was that? That's incredible, man. And I love the racecraft to get as close as absolutely possible. Was not going to be pushed wide. Knew the only way he could make that work was to stay as tight as possible. And then finally got that advantage and was able to take his lane, close it off, end of story.
And I don't know, it was hard to tell if he left him enough room there or not. It looked like he did, but again, from our vantage point, as we realized yesterday in the Superstock race, it's really hard to tell what the distance between the boat and the buoy is. But when you get in a step-bottom boat and a canopy boat, you have to dive back to the outside like that. That's a really tough spot to be in because you really have to slow down to get that boat to handle and go where you want it to go.
Finishing up this, what should be the last lap, as we understand it, through that dogleg left-hander right there, the final turn. And we're going to go back and take a look at this pass. Absolutely. I'd have had a little bit of glitch there. We'll see if they can re-rack that for us, but boy, was it exciting.
And I don't think there was any contact there, but it looked pretty close when they came kind of close together and then split back apart. X-Insurance is going to do everything they can to try and catch El Bandito, but I think that's pretty much their race to lose, or their race to win at this point. But what a move for the lead through that turn.
You see that turn right there for a late apex, as it would be referred to in car racing, right there close to the buoy. So maintained as much speed as possible. Just took a little wider arc and then chopped it off at the end to get the good run here on the long straightaway known as the Monster Mile.
Steve Miklos and Steve Furman going to come down this straightaway one more time. This should be the checkered flag on the finish line boat. A well-deserved, hard-fought win for this El Bandito team.
Took them a couple of tries, right? I mean, they got there pretty close, and then, matter of fact, they got passed by the speedboat briefly, and then went sailing back by the speedboat to take over second place again, and then made a run at the lead a couple of different times, but never gave up. Tenacity is what it's all about out here, and certainly a very fast boat.
Ken, this is a super critical setup class, and as the boats run and they get lighter, they burn off fuel, they just tend to get squirrelier and squirrelier and squirrelier, and you have to slow down. Sometimes if your setup comes to you, you gain a little bit more speed, you can run the boat in a little bit more positive trim, get the boat to go a little bit faster, and maybe that's what happened to El Bandito. They found speed on that last lap. They were wicked fast down that straightaway.
Yeah, maybe fuel load burning off made that boat a little happier, and they found the sweet spot. Boy, it for sure took off. Saw, by the way, the X-Insurance boat has pulled off into the center. Victory lap here for the El Bandito.
Well, I think you were explaining in Cocoa Beach how they count laps, right? Piece of tape on the dash, and as they go around, they pull a piece of tape. Well, in a battle like that, you may forget to pull a piece of tape, and you look down and you go, man, this says I have one more lap to go. You may not have seen the checkered flag. That may have been what happened here. Got to be careful with doing that, though. They've got to meet a minimum weight requirement when the boat comes out of the water. And if you run too many laps, you burn off fuel, you can be underweight and get an infraction.
Don't want to forget about our Class 400 battle going on as well between the Framed Offshore Racing and Simmons Marine boat.
Simmons Marine not letting this team get away. Remember that if Framed Offshore broke out of their speed bracket, then they will get disqualified and get last place points for the day, handing the win over to Simmons Marine. Now, Ken, if both boats broke out of their speed bracket, it would then go down to who broke out for how many times and how long. So it's kind of like a tiebreaker, if you would. In the rule book, there is a time because it's done by GPS. You know, GPSs can have a blip in them. There is an allowance for a buffer, if you would, based upon that time. Because, you know, you can go a spike in GPS and you go 86.1 for 100 feet or something like that. And that's what they try and factor in when they make up these rules for bracket class racing.
Jim Simmons and Kevin Campbell there in the Simmons Marine boat. Beautiful machine.
Jim Simmons been racing for a very, very long time. Glad to see he's still out here doing it. Got a couple Mod Vs, Ken, still running some laps as I look up from the broadcast booth. El Bandito is still going. In fact, they're on the south end of the course now, getting ready to turn on that Monster Mile one more time. But actually, it looks like all the other Mod Vs have pulled in. So you're right, maybe a victory lap for the Steve and Steve team.
Well, and I'd be more inclined, you know, if you go sprint car racing, it's not uncommon to watch, or midget racing, it's not uncommon to watch them run one more race or one more lap, because a lot of times there has been a double checker or a double white, whatever the case may be, didn't get the full lap in, so a lot of times they'll run a security lap. But you bring up a great point about passing weight, and one more lap around this 5-mile course is a lot of fuel burned off, and could certainly change that. They're still, it looks like a speed.
And they run as much fuel as they need to run. They have it down to a science. The calculations, they know exactly how many laps they're going to run, how long the laps are. They know what their boat is burning for miles per gallon, and they factor that in. And they're going to run just enough to do a parade lap or just to come out of the marina. So it's a very critical setting thing with these Mod Vs, the fuel. But knowing Steve Furman and Steve Miklos the way that I do, that wouldn't be an error that this team would make, in my opinion. But I've been wrong before. It can probably be wrong again.
Finally slowing down now and pulling to the inside. Gorgeous boat, man, doing exactly what they need to do to come out here and grab this win. Of course, as it is unofficial, as Mike talked about before, they will have to pass Tech here before it becomes official. But as far as we know it, they will be the first ones across the stripe. Congratulations to the El Bandito Tequila team. Reigning champs inside of the category. Came in here a little bit deeper in the points. Did not go to Ocean City. That was costly. Did kick off the season with a win at Marathon, but has yet to be back on the podium since then. So this will be a nice turnaround for this team.
Yeah, and with the absence of some of the other Mod V teams here, yeah. And Steve Furman and Steve Miklos are going to celebrate. It'd be great to see a replay of that pass, though, for the lead in Mod V. That took some guts to get in there. And as I mentioned before, I wondered if they were going to come over. But what a great race. This class never disappoints, Ken. I told you off there it's going to be a good time. And here is that pass.
Yeah, good look at it right here. El Banditos, we talked about it, tried it a couple times. This is going around the outside of turn number 1 as they close off the end of the Monster Mile right there. We weren't sure if they touched or not, about as close as you could get if they did not, as they started the entry here into turn number 1. And then, of course, the El Bandito boat hanging on to the outside lane, making it work.
Well, Ken, once those canopies passed, once El Bandito got past the canopy of XINSURANCE, that is when overtake is applied. See, and that's where I thought that boat was going to spin. Did you see that boat kind of start to pick up and come around? That was a great save by that team, because I thought for sure it was going to spin. But what I was saying is when those canopies are side by side, they're equally matched. And as soon as one canopy advances in front of the other, that's when overtake takes place, okay? And then El Bandito would have been able, they controlled it at that point. It was XINSURANCE who would have had the lift to go in behind him if they needed to. And that's it's a tough rule to enforce, right? How do you say when a boat's side by side going through a corner, and whose vantage point are you looking at? But that was just really smart driving, I think, by the El Bandito team. Smart, and took some courage to get in there.
Exciting stuff. That's what we love to see about this style of racing. As close as you can get. 2 warriors going at it. 4 warriors, I should say.
Yep. So El Bandito, your unofficial winner in Mod V. XINSURANCE Statement Marine in second. Speed Marine should be in third. In Class 4, Framed Offshore Racing takes the win, and Simmons in second. They are going to go over and collect their checkered flag, and I bet their pass by the beach, Ken, will be a loud and somewhat wild one, knowing this team.
We'll get our Taylor Snyder over there, too, as well. They'll get the checkered flag here.
Maybe some El Bandito tequila to celebrate later this
evening.
Yeah,
might be a little bit of that flowing around.
Yep.
Huh?
It might make its way on the podium. But what a great race. These two are very veteran racers, seasoned. They've been racing for a long time together. They really know each other very, very well. Really paid off today as they were just on the go. It just really surprised me. I mean, they caught him on the straightaway, Ken. I mean, they got him. I mean, that means they were just overall faster, maybe only by a mile an hour or two, and they just kept pecking away at it. It wasn't really a mistake, I don't think, that XINSURANCE made. I think it was just a fair and honest race.
A little better setup there today, and it took them a little bit for that to show as well. I mean, they had to work at it all race long. Fell back as far as third at one point.
And I don't think any ballast run in any of these boats again today, because it was pretty flat out here, and that would have just slowed them down even more. But as El Bandito burned off some fuel, maybe their weight wasn't just quite where they wanted it, but as the fuel burned off, that weight changed, and the center of gravity could have changed possibly. The boat picked up speed, and they were able to make the pass.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think it really came to them. It seemed like they got faster and faster all race long. So excellent stuff here. Hope you enjoyed all the great racing action. It's been a lot of fun for sure as we continue on here. And we're not done. The Supercats are still lined up here to come a little bit later on today as we go back and show you some highlights here from this previous race.
Shows you just how squirrely these boats can get, even though it is calm. But this was a boat that had it right today. El Bandito Tequila, Steve Furman, Steve Miklos, they were able to get it done. Unfortunate day for RNS Racing as they were out about halfway through. This was the boat that led from start to finish, and this was the moment where the winner was decided. And right there, what a great save by XINSURANCE. I know it was a pass, and I know they got relegated to second, but they could have lost it bad there, and they made a great save to keep that boat going in the right direction.
Yeah, J.J. Turk and Owen Buis, of course, inside of that one, doing a great job showing that they are seasoned veterans able to deal with some tough conditions there and hang on to second place, collect those valuable points. Keep in mind, they did come in here as the points leaders, so want to hang on to that if they possibly can.
Supercat is going to come up next, Ken, and I will tell you, I am super excited for this race. There are two teams that are vying for this title. There are two teams that are vying for bragging rights, and that is Dirty Money Racing and MCon Monster Energy. If you watched the race in Ocean City, you saw how hard those teams battled. And unfortunately for the Dirty Money team, Ken, it's just been little tiny things that have happened along the way that have prevented them from getting that win. In Ocean City, for example, their bottom hatch, their escape hatch, bottom boot started coming open during the middle of the race, and that caused them to slow. They had to get it reset, and that handed the win to MCon Monster Energy.
And the one that hurts is really Lake of the Ozarks. A small mistake right there. They got penalized down to fourth place when it looked like, I believe, they had won the first one across the stripe. Ended up handing it over to WHM Motorsports, but that was a tough moment for them that cost them some very precious points.
And from what I understand, without getting into a whole bunch of details, I believe that whole thing is still under review. They're still trying to get figured out what happened at Lotto, and I think that is going to add a little bit of tension to this race. I think Dirty Money really feels that they have something to prove, and I can tell you, Britt, who ran the XINSURANCE boat earlier today, he's definitely going to have something to prove because he loves racing his boat with Billy Pyburn, and he's going to want to come out here and do the absolute best he can. I think this is going to be a great show.
Yeah, a couple of Class 1 competitors going at it here in the Supercat category. It'll be a lot of fun to watch, no doubt about it. The boats are absolutely incredible. They are large, they are loud, carbureted, naturally aspirated power plants that make approximately 750 horsepower or so. And man, oh man, do they sound wicked.
That's Steve Miklos. Bob Teague just texted me and said Miklos did an awesome job out there. That was amazing. They drove a heck of a race against XINSURANCE Statement Marine. Ken, I know we had a good race in Class 1, but that may have been the race of the day right there.
Certainly that pass towards the end, very, very exciting. You just got to love veterans going at it like that. Neither one are going to give it up easily. If you want it, you're going to have to earn it. And the other one's thinking, if you want it, you're going to have to take it away. So, and that's exactly what
they did.
Okay, I know the game, man. Here we go.
And I told you, I said he can come over. He can come over if he wanted to. He wasn't much in front of him, but it was just enough to be able to make that pass stick. Good race for 443 Framed Offshore Racing out of Key West. As these guys get used to this boat, get used to running this boat. Just a great team. I know they rely a lot on the LSP crew to get them here and get them racing, but congratulations on the unofficial win in Class 4 for this team. Fort Simmons Marine coming in second place. Unfortunate day for Laticrete Relentless. It looks like they are under tow as they head back into the pits.
Great job by our camera crew as well. That is way out on the water right there. So they are zoomed
you can look up and kind of see how far away it is.
That is no easy task to hold steady when you're zoomed in that far. So we appreciate everything they do to allow us to see the boats as best we can, and for the folks at home watching the stream as well.
So, Ken, I did it with Matt yesterday for Class 1. I'll do it with you today for Supercat. Who are you picking in Supercat?
Oh, man. I just don't know how you go against the top two classes that come in here, which would be, MCon and Dirty Money. I do like what you said. I think they're hungry. I think Dirty Money is hungry, given the scenario that went down at Lake of the Ozarks. I think they're hungry for that championship. With that said, MCon has 3 wins on the season, so they 4 consecutive podiums. So, man, hard to go against them, right?
Yeah, but there are some teams in Supercat that really could do some damage here. I mean, they could really get up in this battle. Graydale, CJ Grant Racing, Chris Grant, Billy Moore. Obviously, Billy Moore came out, won Defalco. He's feeling confident. He's been out on this water today. He knows what it's going to take to be able to win. Be interesting to see how Graydale does. Of course, the veterans, WHM, Billy Moff, Jay Muller, never count them out.
They grabbed that win, by the way, at Lake of the Ozarks when all that went down, so certainly proved they are worthy, and a couple of podiums along the way. The Great Elk boat unfortunately broke a skag at Ozarks.
Yep, they spun out. CR Racing, Rob Undersall, and Casey Boaz. Of course, that used to be the Performance Boat Center Jimmy John's Super Cat entry. And that boat is very, very fast, and they're getting that boat figured out. This is their first full-time season in Super Cat. So, again, they could go in there. And, of course, you have Austin Holmes, SV Offshore, the lone outer limits with Matt Giminti and Vinny Diorio. That team is looking for their first win also.
People enjoying the beach here. There's a look at the temperatures. It's 76 degrees. The water is not that warm.
So I have to tell you,
it's colder.
My son, I think, went to the water park down there, and I don't think my son's got off that Wave Rider machine yet. He jumped on that thing this morning. I just got another picture. It looks like he's still going at it, so glad they're down there enjoying it. That makes this Blue Harbor really just a full Encompass Resort. There's so much to do here. There's so much to do in Sheboygan. If you ever get the chance to go up here, I'd recommend it. It looks like a really great vacation town, good place to come and stay.
It's a great place to go. I mean, it's small town USA, but big enough to handle, a lot of action that's going on here. We've eaten down on the water a couple of times here this weekend, and it's a beautiful place. It really is. It's a great vacation spot here, as are a number of these small towns up here in Michigan and Wisconsin that utilize Lake Michigan along the way. So, yeah, if you get a chance to come up here, it's a beautiful area for sure. Here's a look at the results in the Mod V category.
El Bandito, Tequila, Sunprint, they are your winners. Steve Furman, Steve Miklos, X-Insurance, Statement Marine, J.J. Turk, Owen Buis, Speed Marine in third, Kyle Miller, Jay Waltman, BoatFloater.com, Stephen Kildall, Steve Kildall coming in fourth, Relentless, Latacrete, Travis Petco, Rob Hartman, and number 6, Safe Cash X-Insurance, rounding out our Mod V fleet.
As Mike mentioned, the Super Cat category will come up here. It'll be the last race of the day as we take a look at our winner there in the Mod V class.
That's Steve Furman up on the bow. He drives that boat. Steve Miklos is on the throttles. Formerly known as 51 Sunprint.
And once again, our good friend Taylor Snyder's been busy here all day long. Down on the docks. Let's get it back to him. Tour.
This is one of my absolute favorite pairings, Steve and Steven, the father-son duo. They've got a new look this year, El Bandito Tequila, and I can tell you what they'll be doing tonight. Probably drinking some of that to celebrate this incredible win. And what a race that was. Obviously some great battles going down. Let's see if I can grab a word from them. Hey, full excitement out here. Congratulations. Thank you. A race, what a win.
He won it. He was the driver. I was throttling. He drove the boat into everything. It was awesome.
It was awesome. Well, let's grab a word from him. He's doing the work, holding the boat. What an incredible race out there you guys had.
We had an amazing race. Steve pushed this boat to the absolute limits. We drove her around, pushed her around the course, and we can't be more thankful.
I said something earlier with your sponsor. I think I know what you guys are going to be doing tonight.
Tequila shots out of a shoey.
El Bandito Tequila shoey, we promised.
No better way to celebrate. Well, congratulations, you guys. Great race, great Mod V win.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hey, thank you. Harbor Light. Woo, yes.
Harbor Light. I haven't heard that in quite some time. Tequila out of a shoey. That'll be a good time, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, whatever's inside of the shoey, the tequila will kill that. So you're safe. You're good to go.
And, Ken, that shows you something right there. See, they didn't have a big crew to get them back to the dock to help tie up their boat. There's only a few people on their crew. They tow the boat around the country themselves. You know, they're just really a really small operation, and that shows you what these Mod V teams do and how hard they work. There are a lot of teams out here where they just don't have, multiple people even to help land the boat. So they'll get the boat back over the crane. One of them will go get the truck. One of them will get the trailer, so on and so forth. They'll get the boat out of the water. So that's really, truly a working man's team, if you would. Not that the other teams aren't, but you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, for sure. I agree 100%. And almost makes it even sweeter as one more time we're going to take a quick commercial break here, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, it'll be time for the Super Cats to throw down some of the biggest, fastest boats here on the property.
Rated M for mature.
Who are you counting on? Hey. Who are you leaning on? Who are you counting on? Hey. Hey, so. Whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping. Who are you? toss a coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made, you ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said, I see the facade when looking at really need, I can tell my guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing, I never know where my mind went.
Mercury Racing was forged in the heat of competition. The will to win is in our DNA. Competition isn't just what we do, it's our proving ground. It's about the pursuit of power, performance, and endurance that pushes our limits and yours. We create premium marine power to take you faster and farther. The world offers limits. Mercury Racing offers freedom. Live wide open.
It takes your breath away. That's how you can tell you found the perfect vacation.
It doesn't get any bigger.
A place that opens your eyes and your spirits.
It's a Kissimmee thing.
This is your getaway, your escape. Recharging, rediscovering, reconnecting.
Welcome to Kissimmee.
However you spin it, never forget what's at the heart. It's big and it's bold, day after day.
Welcome to Kissimmee, the big, bold heart of Florida.
The big, bold heart of Florida.
Okay. I'm down here with our bracket class 400 winners, and the excitement is palpable. You guys are enjoying this win, clearly.
Yeah, this has been great. This is our fourth win this year in a row, and we started off as rookies, but I think we're moving up very quickly in the powerboat racing.
Getting a feel for the water. Obviously, this is a lot of drivers and teams' first time in the Sheboygan Lakes. How was it out there for you?
Oh, it was great. It was much like going offshore. Out here it was a little bit choppy on the outside leg and really clean on the inside leg. Can't thank everybody from Sheboygan enough. This town has been awesome to us. Thank you all. So another great win.
Excellent. All right, well, there is more racing to come after this. We're going to take a quick commercial break. In about 30 minutes when we come back, it's time to go Supercat racing.
It takes your breath away. That's how you can tell you found the perfect vacation.
It doesn't get any bigger.
A place that opens your eyes and your spirits.
It's a Kissimmee thing.
This is your getaway, your escape. Recharging, rediscovering, reconnecting.
Welcome to Kissimmee.
However you spin it, never forget what's at the heart. It's big and it's bold, day after day.
Welcome to Kissimmee, the big, bold heart of Florida.
The big, bold heart of Florida.
Wait for that green flag start here in Superstock, restarting after the North Wing incident. As they are on the monster mile for the start, and the pace boat peels off. Green flag for the restart here in Superstock. And Matt, I'm starting to get goosebumps. Are we going to have the same thing happen as we did last time?
No, this is going to be clean.
Look at those boats steer into that window. There is simply nothing that they can do. And nobody, I don't think, really wanted to go out wide to let the boat push down to them, or push down to it. S2, they've dropped way off the pace very early. Way in the back with Sean Connor and Sean Torrente. Not sure what happened there as we look on from the XINSURANCE helicopter camera. Celsius back out to the early lead. Now that group all the way to the inside. Mom Ain't Happy, Steele, Matt.
That is a
JS
tight group.
Racing. That is the group that caused this incident before. And let's see what happens. Celsius out now to about a rooster tail length lead. I think they're going to have to deal with. They're going to have to maintain their lane through the corners through the restart. Beautiful green livery on that victory hull. Gary Ballou, Cole Leibel. There goes Sign Shark just to the outside of this group. And let's see what happens in this start. There's Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. There's Master Fence Rental. There's JS Tit for Tat. Hard to see who's in the lead from this vantage point, but look at Big East. They are making a move on the outside. And it is. It's Celsius and Big East, 1 and 2. But there's a boat just to the inside of this group. Matt, that might be Mom Ain't Happy. Or no, I'm sorry. Yeah, that might be Mom Ain't Happy. Are they now in the lead?
I can't tell from this vantage point, Mike, but I don't see another boat matching that livery.
I don't either. Big East Construction now having to deal with Jackhammer on the very outside of the course. It is Mom Ain't Happy, the new team in Superstock, in the lead. Now getting passed on the outside by the veterans, Chris Hopgood, Jay Muller, S43 and Celsius. But, well, they got to go to the dog leg. So Celsius is going to have the inside on the dog leg. Here comes S2. It looks like they've gotten that boat. Sean and Sean have gotten that boat up and running. But they have gotten, Jackhammer has gotten around Big East. Big East all the way on the outside. There is Jackhammer. A big group, Matt, now to the inside. That is S2 all the way to the inside, but a big group moving up now behind him.
This is the thing about Jackhammer. It always seems to come out of nowhere. If it doesn't get the whole shot, it still finds a way to make up the distance.
Now going into the dogleg, Celsius is going to have the inside. Once they flip back to turn right, Mom Ain't Happy is going to have the inside line. So if they maintained overlap through the dogleg, Mom Ain't Happy can control this corner going into buoy number 6. And let's see what happens. Great run for the Mom Ain't Happy team. Thomas Kennedy and Scott Bloomberg, another team from around Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. They were not able to hold that inside line. Well, they held the inside line, but they did not maintain overlap, so they have given up the lead now to Celsius. Chris Hopgood and Jay Muller.
The start was a lot more controlled, and I'll give up a little adrenaline for a little bit of safety. But right now, they're stretching out their lead a little bit.
Chris Hopgood, Jay Muller in the early lead. That looks like Coco's Monkey dove to the inside of Mom Ain't Happy. Mom Ain't Happy out wide, exiting turn number 8. This will complete lap number, we'll say 1 of 8. We got one down before our incident on the course. So this will complete lap number 1 of 8 in Superstock. And, man, what a great shot of what these boats are having to do in the wind.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And, Matt, these boats are significantly smaller, significantly lighter, a lot less running surface. They're not going to be able to sail these boats down to that corner the way some of the bigger boats do. There is Team Bermuda GL Construction. They are battling with Master Fence Rental. And there's Allen Lawn Care Landscaping, Billy Allen and Randy Keys. And there is Big East Construction. Matt, not sure what happened to them. They were all up there with this front group, but now we appear to have some pretty good separation between all these super stock boats. There's S43 Celsius. So that is the old Talbot excavating boat.
That's right.
Run by Kyler Talbot.
The late Kyler Talbot.
And I had forgotten about that until Jay Muller told me that this morning. Ooh, big move there by Coco's Monkey. They went to jump to the outside. Now they jump back to the inside. I don't think Chris and Jay left them any room. Look at Mom Ain't Happy. They are pushing Jackhammer out wide. Coco's Monkey on the inside. Celsius continues to lead. Coco's Monkey really trying to run the shorter course here. As now Mom Ain't Happy and Jackhammer battling. This is for third. So first and second is between Celsius and Coco's Monkey. That's the wake just to the right-hand side of your screen. And third is between Mom Ain't Happy and Jackhammer. Matt, what a run for Mom Ain't Happy.
Yeah, for first-year team, amazing.
Amazing.
And
running
a
very stacked fleet.
Oh, it's ridiculous. And Chris Hopgood over there in Celsius, he's kind of on a roll right now. He's pretty confident, coming in with a win. He's extremely strong.
He is. And he's got probably one of the best throttle men in the business with Jay Muller. This group hooked up in Key West, Florida last year for the Key West World Championships. They raced there, decided to carry on into the 2024 season. Matt, it looks like it's paying dividends for that Celsius team.
Well, and as you mentioned earlier, Jay has a significant amount of experience in that boat itself.
Well, in any boat.
Any boat. That's true.
Really, anything. We'll see his boys out later. Well, one boy will be out later, or tomorrow rather, in the Super Cat class in Wicked. Coco's Monkey now in second. Jackhammer now in third. Mom Ain't Happy in fourth. But, Matt, here comes Jackhammer. As you said, they always kind of come out of nowhere, and they're going to try and put a move on for second. As Coco's Monkey is going to move down to the inside.
Blocking him a little bit.
They might close that door on him a little bit.
I think they're trying to close that door, Mike.
That will slow them up and give Celsius a little bit more of a lead. It's a great shot heading into the corner.
And see, that is what happens. You know, the two boats behind you start racing, you have open water, and off you go.
Yep, they slow down just a little bit. And you can pick your line and race this course. Beautiful day here in Sheboygan, the Midwest Challenge. Celsius is leading in Super Stock. Coco's Monkey was in second. Let's see what happens for that battle in third. Now that looked like Allen Lawn Care Landscaping and Big East Construction. Very distinct boat with that orange canopy on top. They're not walking around too bad, Matt. It looks like they've got the pretty good setup for these conditions.
Yeah, and I don't know if the wind has changed, let up at all. You really can't tell from here. We're not looking at a wind meter, but they've got the boat nailed down. They're not skipping. They're not hopping. They're not over-trimmed.
So this is Jackhammer, and I believe that's Mom Ain't Happy. No, I think that's Coco's Monkey on the inside. Nope, that's Mom Ain't Happy.
It's Mom Ain't Happy.
Green canopy. You know, they used to paint the bows different colors to tell what boats they were. Now we make them paint the canopies different colors. It would probably help.
From up here, it certainly would.
There is Celsius in the lead. There is Coco's Monkey in second. Mom Ain't Happy and Jackhammer still battling it out for third. 3 Doug Wrights and 1 Victory Hull, your top 4. There goes Jackhammer, though. Ooh, they're not going to leave. Oh, are Reese and Julian going to leave any room for Mom Ain't Happy? Yeah, if they did, nope, they did not. They went down to the buoy. Completely legitimate move, though. As Mom Ain't Happy continues to run. Matt, here comes Team Bermuda, GL Construction on the outside.
Out of nowhere. Just flying.
Now, this is a very sensitive group to set up between props and weight in fuel. One group where I said earlier in the broadcast that your setup can go to you or run away from you. Get away from you, boat could get too light. You could have to start trimming it down a little bit more. That looked like a big move there by Bermuda GL Construction. They tried to dive to the inside of, I believe, Mom Ain't Happy.
Hard to the inside. They dove in there. I don't know that it. I don't have them in the shot right now, but yeah, I don't know if it did anything for them. Celsius continues to just look perfect.
Of course, this class, Matt, went from the 280 horsepower Mercury Racing 2-stroke outboard engine to the Mercury 300R 4-stroke outboard engine. Of course, a much different sound than what we were used to. But evolving with time, like everything else, 2-stroke motorcycles went to 4-stroke motorcycles, and it's only a matter of time before, jet skis used to be 2-stroke, they went to 4-stroke, so it was only a matter of time, I think, before these teams made the transition.
And all of it was once said to be impossible. Impossible. You'll never put a 4-stroke engine in a personal watercraft. I had an industry executive tell me that. No, not exactly.
And I own a jet ski with a 4-stroke motor, and I love it. It's so nice. It just
they're great.
It's quiet. It runs. Here is S2. Now, it looks like they are battling with Master Fence Rental as Coco's Money. Matt, Coco's Money is making up ground on Celsius. They were not this close. About a rooster tail length, maybe a little bit less behind your leaders. This will complete lap number, I believe, 3 of 8 this time by.
Coco's Monkey, isn't that a clothing store in Key West?
Yes, I believe it is.
Does it have other outlets?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Well, that's why I asked you.
You were the fact checker of the broadcast.
I'm a bit behind on my fashion.
We apologize to the Coco's Monkey team. We will know more information about you next time. Celsius continues to lead. Coco Monkeys give chase. These two boats are starting to separate themselves from the rest of the super stock pack. And I believe Celsius and Coco's Monkey just did a poker run recently up north. Lake Winnipesaukee, maybe?
It was Celsius for sure. Yes, and Coco's Monkey.
I think Coco's Monkey.
And Darren Kittredge of North Wing used his MTI pleasure boat. They all have homes up on the shores of Lake Winnipesaukee.
Team as well. Yep.
Yeah, they raised, I think, $160,000 that day for Easter seals.
That's awesome.
It wasn't bad.
S43 Celsius continues to lead. Coco's Monkey gives chase. Now I'm trying to figure out who's that third place boat because they've got a lot of separation from the rest of the group. Coco's Monkey doing everything they can to catch Celsius. That is Jackhammer.
That's who it is. That's what I thought.
So Jackhammer is done messing around with Mom Ain't Happy. And we are on starting lap number 4 of 8. So the halfway point for this super stock race. Up next will be factory stock 450R. And then we will have one Class 1 race. That will wrap up the racing action here in Sheboygan on day 1.
You know, I'm pretty sure that Reese and Sarah Langheim's daughter, Callie, told Reese that if he didn't finish first, he didn't need to bother coming home. So I can see the urgency.
She scares me. She's an intimidating little person.
She's a force of nature.
Yeah, Celsius continues to lead. Look at Coco's Monkey. Matt, Coco's Monkey is making up ground somewhere on this course.
Yeah.
And I somehow believe it's through the first set of buoys here in this turn. I don't know if they're able to just go outside and carry more speed, but they are definitely catching Celsius, and they're going to be on the inside of the dogleg. If they can get just a little bit closer, they'll be able to push out Celsius and maybe get the lead here in Superstock.
Now, the Baginos in Coco's Monkey came from another class. Isn't that correct?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Because I don't know that they've been in stock for super stock forever.
They've been around for a couple of years. Now they're getting sprayed down by Celsius. So Celsius went back to the inside of the dogleg and cut them off. Pushed Coco's Monkey back to the outside. But Coco's Monkey's proven to me that they like the outside. They like the speed they can carry. And nobody wants to get washed down, but luckily it's freshwater, so it won't do a whole bunch of damage to these Mercury Racing outboard engines. Halfway through the restart of the super stock race, North Wing offshore out early after an incident in the first turn. Celsius picking right up where they let off after the first lap. In the lead, Coco's Monkey giving chase. Now look at that separation, Matt, about a rooster tail length and a half between 1 and 2 in Superstock.
It is. I mean, it's a good bit of separation, but as you and I both know, I mean, it's seconds. If somebody makes a mistake, it's no distance at all to cover.
Great battle here. As it kind of deceiving there from our vantage point, but it looked like Coco's Monkey made up some ground on Celsius, but I don't think they did. This boat looks super duper flat. It looks like Matt Coco's Monkey to me is carrying the bow just a little bit more, as where Celsius is able to run flat. Maybe a little bit weight further forward for the center of gravity. And that is Jackhammer just to the right of this group. Now, Reese and Julian will want to see these two get into a battle because that may allow Jackhammer to catch up and get into the mix. And you don't ever count out Jackhammer until the race is over by any means, because they can come out of nowhere. They run strong towards the end of the race, and they can definitely put some moves on our 1 and 2 boats.
They look strong. And another fine shot from the family Lindsay. Beautiful.
The XINSURANCE helicopter camera footage brought to you by XINSURANCE. As Coco's Monkey continues to run in second, Jackhammer in third. Matt, it looks like Jackhammer may have closed that gap up just a little bit as we get on lap number 5 of 8.
Yeah, it does. We don't have splits, but it does look like they made up a good bit of time there, Mike.
Yep, I think they did. And there goes North Wing offshore. They are under tow just to the left-hand side of your screen. As this is, Matt, to me, this is where Coco's Monkey was making up all their ground. Of course, they didn't seem to get as much this time. I wonder why that would be. Of course, you'll see the bigger version of this class come up next. That will be 450 factory stock 450R. That'll be Hank Saloon, Montlick Insurance Attorneys, Mead Family Racing, GC Racing Team, and 151 Express. Of course, we're going to have 2 Doug Wrights versus 3 MTIs today in 450 factory stock. Beautiful shot there of Celsius, as they are not giving up easily in super stock. Jay Muller.
And once again, we welcome you back here to Lake Michigan. Having a great time out here for the Midwest Challenge. This is the APBA National Championship. Of course, earlier today, we kicked it off with the UIM Class 1 World Championships, all part of the Powerboat P1 USA Series. Final race of the day as the Super Cats roll out and they are incredible boats, incredible machines. We'll have a nice size field here as well. These things at full song, well, there's nothing any better. They are beautiful. We're going to kick things down here. I believe Taylor has already been added here a little bit earlier today, chatting up with some of our drivers and competitors out here. So without further ado, let's get it down to Taylor.
Back here with Billy Moore. He's about to jump in the boat for the Super Cat race. Billy, they haven't raced here in Sheboygan. You've obviously had some time out there on the water in Class 1, so now we're going to switch it up a little bit. What is it like switching gears, different boats, different crew, different setups?
It's a little bit difficult, to be honest with you, but at the same time, I know this boat very well, and I know the Class 1 boat very well because I look after it every day. I see it every day pretty much. But this boat, have a lot of time and experience with it with Chris. And looking forward to the race here in Sheboygan. It's a great town, great race course. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. A little tricky. I think it's more of a little bit of a swell than the chop, so it's a little tricky to set up for. We're one of the outside lane positions on the start, so it's going to have a tough go at it after turn 1. I think we'll be in the slop water, so we'll just push and see what we can do and hope we can get it up on the podium.
Absolutely. Best of luck out there.
Thank you.
Obviously, Chris Grant and Billy Moore will be doing the driving and throttle duties inside of the Great L. CJ Grant Racing Machine comes in here 6th in the points. Will have a shot at moving up. They're just about 27 points out of the top 5, and Team Farmsworth, who's in that 5th position, is not here today. So they will certainly have a shot at moving up there into the points. One more time, let's get it back down to Taylor.
It's all smiles down here on the dock. We've got the boat in the water. These guys are ready. Billy and Jay, what are you looking forward to most hitting the water here in Sheboygan with Super Cat?
I'm excited. So many fans watching this race today. We hope to put on an awesome show. The spectators are out there. Everyone's cheering, and the water conditions look great.
And how about the boat?
Where did you get it's all smiles, by the way? There's no smiles here.
We're in serious race mode, right? Are we focused?
Listen, everybody's friendly now. They won't be friendly when they're out there. That's when it all goes to death grip.
We're smiles now. The minute we put the helmets on, it's go time.
We'll be smiles now. If everybody comes in safe, we'll be more smiles.
Absolutely. We'll hope to see you on the podium, right?
Yes, yeah, we hope. That's all you can hope for.
Yeah.
All right, best of luck, gentlemen.
Bill Moff and Jay Moeller there. They were all smiles at the end of the Lake of the Ozarks battle when they grabbed the first win of the season with the WHM Motorsports boat. Come in here 3rd in the points. It is on for sure, and just a handful of points out of 2nd against the Dirty Money Racing team. So, and as you talked about, possible controversy going on there, and it was those 2 boats that really swapped positions there at Lake of the Ozarks. So it was a big swing in the points right there. So we'll see how things go. A lot of racing yet to go in this season before it's all said and done in terms of that championship. But looking forward to this one. It's going to be a lot of fun. Brent Lilly, Bill Pyburn, very, very accomplished inside of the Dirty Money Racing team. And, of course, the points leaders coming in here is the MCON Monster Energy boat.
And there is nobody, Ken, that has been racing a boat longer than Billy Moff. He's been racing for over 40 years in different classes. Still enjoys it, still gets out there every day with Jay Muller and does it, still very competitive. In fact, has a new boat being built for the 2025 season. I understand this one already has a deposit on it and could potentially be sold. So it'll be interesting to see what Billy does. But he's been doing it a long time. He's a very seasoned veteran. He knows what to do. He knows what to expect. Talk to him actually in some of our breaks here today. This boat was actually just re-rigged over the winter. His original crew chief retired at the end of the season last year, and they just decided to go through and re-rig the boat. And he said, Mike, it's kind of like having to relearn it. We're getting it figured out. He said, look, we were nowhere near on the podium before. We were not finishing races, having mechanical issues. Now at least we're getting on the podium. Now we're getting to be more consistent. That's what he wants to see, and they'll get their new boat together for the 2025 season.
Also saw a good look at the number 88 boat. We'll be out here in competition today. Comes in here 7th at points. Roland Transport / SV Offshore. Matt Jaminsky and Vinny DiOrio will be doing the driving and throttle duties inside of that one. Did kick the season off with a podium. Finished up 3rd at Marathon. And since then has not been able to climb back up onto the podium. But we'll see how their chances are here today as we heard from Chris Grant. That lineup is so critical. If you end up on the outside here, you're charging down into turn number 1. you're going to fall back a few spots, and then it's a tough day.
You are for sure, but, for the Austin Holmes SV Offshore team, to be on that pole is not necessarily an easy spot to be either. These engines don't have a lot of acceleration. Naturally aspirated, they make a lot of their power in the upper RPMs, and you're really going to have to lift out of it to go into that turn. Sometimes being on the pole while you run the shorter distance, from being in motorsports, it's not always the place to be because it doesn't give you, it gives you the shortest course, and if you can get out of that turn the best, then you'll be good. But
you've got to hold your line, so chances are pretty good you're going to have to check up to stay in that lane.
Exactly.
Otherwise, momentum's going to send you out to lane 2, lane 3, and that could be a really bad day for a few people.
Exactly. Vinny Diorio, of course, signing Austin Holmes as his new sponsor, a new livery on the side of that boat. Congratulations to that team.
Absolutely.
This is the only outer limits in this entire fleet. It's one of the only outer limits Supercats ever built. So, you have a baseline for a Ford or for a Chevy or anything like that. He has no baseline to go off of. Everything he does, he learns new, and he just has to move forward slowly but surely.
So the Supercats are out there on the water. That will be our next and final race of the weekend. You don't want to miss it. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Scanning. Rising up, pushing up to the summit. Got the keys to the show, yeah, we run it. To the place for the race, so we don't wait. Give it all for the win, this is our day. Energy, unleash the inner beast. Energy, welcome to the top. See you at the peak. Unleash the inner beast, but we never stop till the victory.
For over 60 years, ICOM has been your trusted companion, keeping you connected on the water, in the air, and on the ground. Whether you need a two-way radio for your cruiser, center console, personal watercraft, or anything in between, ICOM has you covered with the most innovative marine, amateur, aviation, land mobile, LTE, and satellite network products.
And welcome back here to the Midwest Challenge on Lake Michigan for the UIM Class 1 World Championships and the APBA National Championships. The Supercats are out there. You can see they are up to pace speed. They will roll around here and hit the throttles when it is time to go. Currently working their way up the back straightaway, so a little bit to go here before they go through the dog leg and the final turn to see that green flag, but no sight lap here for this category. That's already a beautiful sight right there. Love it. 11 laps in distance for the Supercats.
Lineup for the race today is number 88, Austin Holmes SV Offshore, Matt Jaminski, Vinny Diorio. Number 8, CR Racing, Rob Understall and Casey Boaz. US 1, MCon Monster Energy, Myra Cole, Tyler Miller. Number 5, WHM Motorsports, Billy Moff and Jay Muller. Wicked, Chris Hopgood jumping in the boat for Chase Muller this week. Jax Muller on the throttles. He is the son of Jay Muller, throttleman for WHM. They took their first win in Michigan City last weekend. Graydell, CJ Grant Racing, Chris Grant, Billy Moore, and boat number 3, Dirty Money Racing, Powerhouse Recycling, Britt, Lily, and Billy Pyburn. Of course, we saw Britt out earlier in Class 1 in the XINSURANCE boat. Conditions have probably changed significantly even from this morning. I talked to Britt's mom, and Britt said it was pretty flat out there. I think it's flat again, although some people told me during our last break, Ken, that there's a little bit of a roller out there. There's a little bit of a bump that you can't see necessarily, and it kicks you around a little sideways every once in a while. Yeah.
Once again, making their way around this, or down to the final turn, I should say. Pace boat out there in front of them, and we'll turn them loose. So, yeah, great boat count here as well, as you talked about there before. Looking forward to seeing how this goes. Of course, the defending champion inside of the category is the MCon Monster Energy Machine. Finishing up in second the points a year ago was a Graydell CJ Grant Racing boat. So we'll see how things go. Graydell a little bit deeper in the points coming into this one, unfortunately for them, but MCon looking to defend that championship. Dirty Money looking to take it away, and WHM Motorsports right there, as we talked about before, a handful of points away from second, or Dirty Money as it were. So they'll fan out here as they roll back around here, and it's going to be a beautiful shot. Get your cameras ready.
Dirty Money is going to do anything they can, I think, to get inside of MCon Monster Energy and try and dethrone them from the national championships. Austin Holmes is going to be on the inside, on the pole position. They're going to control the narrative going through the corner as they start this race. I expect this to be an exciting start, much like Superstock was yesterday. This many boats this wide going to the turn. We don't have the wind today like we had yesterday, so I don't think that's going to play as much of a factor, but it's still going to be a great race down into turn 1 in Super Cat. They've got them slowed down out there. I do not see any helicopters up in the air yet, Ken. That could be what we are waiting for. We can't start without our medical helicopters. And, of course, we want our aerial footage up. But there's one. I see it on our screen now. I believe that's the medical helicopter, so we've got them in tow. And we'll see if we see our XINSURANCE helicopter out here anywhere. But I'm super excited about this race. I'm probably most excited about this race compared to Super Stock.
Excited, yeah, man.
I think this is going to be the one.
No question.
And if you want loud, this is loud. These are the loudest boats here, and, man, they sound great.
At full song, they are absolutely a thing of beauty, no doubt about it. Was reading up on Britt Lilly a little bit, obviously competing there in the XINSURANCE boat in the Class 1 category as well, and pretty heart-touching moment that happened earlier in the year. His father, legendary boat racer as well, Art, passed away of Parkinson's, but he had a chance to talk to his father, obviously, before he passed, and let his dad know. He said, I got the job. He was happy that he got the job to drive the Class 1 boat, and he said, I want to be like you. I'll continue on with what you started. So really special moment there for Britt Lilly and his legendary father as well. They're picking up the pace here there, as you can see, running around the outside. The WHM Motorsports boat picking up the pace to stay even with them. Rooster tail growing a little bit. Yellow flag still out there on the pace boat. They'll look for a green flag here before they really throttle down, and these things will come to life. They will scream to life as we look forward to this one.
There is Wicked. Dirty Money is going to be all the way on the outside. Britt and Billy were kind of upset about that, and I think maybe rethought their decision. They're going to have clean water. They will have to maintain the wide lane through turn number 1, but if they can stay in the gas and don't have to decelerate, they won't have to try and make up that ground. But this is going to be a heck of a start here in Sheboygan. You fans watching at home, you fans watching on the beach, you didn't get to see these boats last year, but you're going to get to see them this year, and it's going to be loud. Rooster tails are up.
Green flag, that's it. Here we go. The Super Cats lay on the throttles. They scream to life and send it down the Monster Mile. Last race of the day, and it's a cool one. 7 boats strong. Let's get it on.
Austin Holmes on the inside. There is CR Racing in spot number 2, Skater versus Outer Limits. They're going to control the corner. It should be MCON, Monster Energy, defending champs, next to them. And look at that acceleration of those 2 Skater hulls. Look at Dirty Money. Where did that even come from?
A massive run, and puts an immediate 5, 6, 7 boat links on the rest of the field.
Now they're going to have to maintain their lane through this corner. They cannot pinch down on them. It looks like that's what Dirty Money does. They stay to the outside. Look to the inside, though. There goes MCON Monster Energy. They hose down. Whoa. Set it down. Set it down.
Holy smokes.
Wow, that is a pucker factor if I've ever seen one for Austin Holmes. They rode up the rooster tail of Monster Energy MCON. And Ken, you weren't on the air yesterday when we had the Super Stock race, but that's the same exact thing that happened during our Super Stock race. Very hard to tell what went on there, who went to the inside, who cut him off. But, man, what a hairy moment for Austin Holmes. Glad that boat got sent back down.
Absolutely a wild moment, no question about that. It was incredible. That is Dirty Money chopping down there from the outside, as you talked about, trying to maintain that lane, but the MCON boat comes down there, and then the big washout right there, the number 88 newly Austin-sponsored machine, and finally sets it back down. I really thought it was going to blow over.
Yeah, that was an impressive save by Vinny and Matt to be able to keep that boat down on the water. It was very hard to tell. It kind of looked like, from my vantage point, what I learned yesterday is that Austin Holmes did not stick to the inside lane. They did not go around that corner as tight as they did. They actually jumped back out over it. They cut CR Racing off. I don't know if Monster maybe came in a little bit. Again, hard to say from our vantage point. But the top 2 boats everybody wanted to watch are out in front now. MCON, Monster Energy, and Dirty Money Racing. And Ken, lane choice has gone away. The gloves are off. It's time to go to battle.
Yeah, and I think you bring up a really good point, and we got to stress this to the fans at home that feel like, hey, man, my eyes aren't deceiving me. I see what happened there. But the angle that this is shot from can really be deceiving. So unless you're out there sitting at it, looking at it head on, it's really hard to determine if somebody went in, somebody went out, whatever the case may be. But one thing's for sure, a couple of people crossed lines, and that roost was part of that near blowover as the MCON Monster Energy boat now setting sail back down that Monster Mile and safely in second place here. The Dirty Money boat.
That's Dirty Money.
Front.
They're down off a plane. Dirty Money is off
a
a plane on the south end of the course. Not sure what happened there. Nothing that we could see in our view. So WHM now is in second, and I believe that puts CR in third. And Ken, just behind this group, should be Austin Holmes. They've gotten back up to speed. Maybe they're coming for some blood.
How about that? So, yeah, did not see the Dirty Money boat lay down. Unfortunately, something happened there. Yeah, good run there, by the way, for the CR Racing Machine, the number 08. Rob Understall and Casey Boaz making a run right there.
That's
on
great.
The WHM.
Yeah, that's great all the way to the inside. There's Austin Holmes, WHM. They're still crab walking down this straightaway just a little bit.
Up out of the air. Well, we talked about those large freeboards, right? When we talked about the MCON boat during the Class 1 race, these things are large, kind of flat on the side, so as that wind is picked up, it really wants to push the boat, and these boats are barely in the water.
Dirty Money is off of a plane. They do have some towboats going over towards them on the south end of the course. Not sure what's going on. Battle right now for second. Look at CR. Casey and Rob doing battle with WHM. A four-person skater versus a two-person skater. Both 388s, both beautiful boats.
Yeah, I was just looking at the rooster tail right there. The WHM was able to get back in the throttles much quicker, much heavier than CR Racing boat did, and consequently started to drive away.
So they actually trim and drive these boats, Ken, a lot different than any other boats since they're naturally aspirated. What they do is they trim the drives up through the corner to get the RPMs up. As the boat straightens out and starts to pick up, they trim the drives in just until their RPM start to hook up and they start to accelerate. That's a trick to driving these boats because they don't have any bottom end power. They've got to keep the RPMs up. They've got to keep that speed up. But MCON Monster Energy picking up right where they left off. I think we heard from from our broadcast team, maybe MCON or Dirty Money blew a drive. Maybe.
Yes, that is exactly what we heard. As we take a look at the running results right now, MCOM out front. By the way, 3 wins, 1 second on the season. Back-to-back to kick it off, then second at Ozarks, and then Ocean City grabbed another win there. So coming here as the points leaders and defending champion. You saw Rick Lindsay up there in the XINSURANCE helicopter hanging right with them. That is the only vehicle that's able to keep up with them as we speak right now. A little bit further back in that yellow boat, that is WHM able to hang on to second place. There's a look at our leader coming around the final buoy to come back onto the Monster Mile.
Right. So I think is for second. CR and WHM are really doing battle for second place. CR is trying to look inside. They're trying to look outside. They're trying to find a hole to get up under Billy and Jay. This is a new Super Cat. They bought this boat a couple of years ago. They ran it during the 2023 season, but they really committed to 2024 and getting this boat figured out. It's a very fast boat. It's been known for speed. It's won a couple of championships, and I think if they get comfortable with it. Now look, Ken, look what Billy and Jay are doing. They're steering out into the wind. They're actually pointing more towards us than they are the buoy. They're going to let the wind push them back down, and they're not going to want to turn these drives. They're not going to want to turn the steering wheel. They don't want to scrub off any speed. Now they'll start to fall back over, and the breeze should push them to this corner, and all the other Super Cats now are following suit.
See that as well. By the way, these boats can utilize a tunnel tab as well, a device on the back of the boat that will help pack air underneath the tunnel. And talking with Myrick Hoyle, he said it is so efficient that when they start to use it, it will literally blow water out of the front of the boat and back onto the windshield. That's how much it will pack in there. So another tool that they're allowed to use. You can use it in Class 1, but it's a 500-pound penalty. Here it's no penalty. There's a look at the number 88 boat. You talked about them being back in the hunt, and yes, they are. Matt Jaminsky and Vinny Diorio hanging in there after that near crash in turn 1.
CR Racing was the only boat that stuck pin to pin or tried to go inside to inside on that straightaway down towards the Blue Harbor Hotel. I wonder how it worked out for him. Great to see Vinny. That was a hairy moment. I don't know if I would quite have the ability to be able to get back in, and after just riding a wheelie in that boat, for a lack of better terms, that I thought it was going over for sure. I didn't think they were going to be able to save it. Matt or Ken, if they were going into the wind at all, if they had any wind underneath of them, going a different direction, that boat would have gone over for sure. So great save for
I would argue
Matt.
that if it would have happened down at the other end of the track,
it would have been a different story. It would have been a different story.
The wind would have been coming at them, so I agree 100%. Once again, Rick Lindsay in that XINSURANCE helicopter giving us a great look now at the number 88 boat.
And they're pretty light, Ken. They're setting it on the back, carrying the bow quite a bit. Be interesting to see if their setup comes to them. So you talk about a tunnel tab, and you talk about how all these boats have tunnel tabs. You know they didn't all have tunnel tabs. Somebody started running one. It worked for one of them, so they all went back to using it. It's such a varying opinion of what they think a tunnel tab will do to the boat. It's it helps, and it helps get the back of the boat up, but it can also be very dangerous that if it's used too much, it really changes the attitude of the boat and can put you in a dangerous spot. So it's a fine balance of using it and make it work effectively, or maybe just not using it all. It looks like Dirty Money is under tow currently at the south end of the course.
I was talking about the keel on that Class 1 boat for the Monster Energy MCon machine. This MCon Monster Energy, they actually switched the position of the sponsor, if you will, between the two different boats. But the keel or the dead rise on this boat is at 18 degrees versus that double step of 10 degrees to 21 degrees on the Class 1 boat. So it is a little bit different as they come out here and compete. Clearly this thing's happy sitting in the water, but this is that battle for second that you were talking about before, and it looks like CR's got to run once again.
Yeah, they figured it out. They've kind of learned that they should run into this wind a little bit and let it push it down to the corner. All the Supercats are doing the same thing. Let's see who it pays off for. CR is going to be on the outside. I do not think they're within striking distance, but I think they're close. And at this point, I probably wouldn't count out Gradell or Austin Holmes. They are close enough that if any of these boats make a mistake in second or third, they'd be able to capitalize on it. But a good race for Rob and Casey. Impressed to see them up front.
140-mile-an-hour boats all day long?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I think with the wind, though, you're probably seeing 120s, maybe 130s today.
And they sound incredible. Can't stress it enough. Such a beautiful sound. And much to my surprise, we had that street party on Friday night. I just pictured these things being fuel injected. I mean, I don't think they put a carburetor in a car since 1987 or something like that. But these are carbureted, naturally aspirated power plants here, much to my surprise.
And part of that, I think, right, is to keep the technology simple, if you would. When you go to carburetor, or if you go to fuel injection, you go to mapping, you go to ECUs, you go to computers, and then you have to regulate it. Like in our outboard classes, Ken, they actually take the ECUs off between every race. And then when you go to the race that weekend, so when we go to Sarasota, they hand it to you, right? And they have to be monitored and marked and all this other stuff. Doing the carburetors, you know, they just keep it to their mechanical specs, and I think it works out well for them. Now, the Dirty Money team is known for a lot of their technology when they boat. They do some really, really cool stuff on their displays. They actually have two engines, and you see, you know, the V8 engine. And I asked Billy Piper, and I said, what's that do for you? He says, I can see what every part of that motor is doing. I can see temperature at each cylinder. I can see temperature at each exhaust. It turns red. It turns blue. So the technology some of these teams use really is getting to be very advanced. But I don't know when you'll ever see them go to fuel injection.
I know Todd Goodwin is one of the engine builders, I believe, in the Dirty Money boat, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Very, very talented engine builder. Also builds engine for short course off-road trucks. Matter of fact, we have one in ours. So, I mean, it's a number of different engine builders going at it their own way.
You got Sterling out here. You've got Gossi building engines out here, a couple different manufacturers. And as long as they meet the specs, and it's a pretty big rule book about cams and heads and valves and such, importing that, you know, as long as you build it with the specs, you can go racing. Right now, MCon Monster Energy, they're powered by Sterling, and they seem to be the dominant group.
Once again, you see the different lines that they are using here as the wind is battling these guys just a bit. I think that's an advantage. We talked about this before, having a little bit of seat time out here on this track, certainly racing one day ago when it was really windy. Myrick's going to be able to have that advantage. Lily's going to have that advantage of being inside of these bigger boats and feeling what that wind is going to do and how to make those adjustments.
Ken, I think if you wanted a model of perfection, it would be MCon Monster Energy right now. They just look so good going around the corners. Myrick and Tyler are doing a great job. CR Racing is not giving up on WHM, though. They're staying right there about a rooster tail length and a half behind the second place boat. They want a mistake from this WHM team, not something that Billy and Jay are known for, but at this point, I think anything can happen.
Still early on in this race, 11 laps in distance. I believe we've got about 3 in the books here. So we'll try to stay on top of that as well as we take a look at the number 08 CR Race machine.
This boat used to be owned by Performance Boat Center. It was the Performance Boat Center Jimmy John Supercat. Won some titles with Johnny Tomlinson on the throttles and Myrick Coyle driving it. It's actually a 4-seater boat, Ken. When Performance Boat Center, they built it, they wanted it a 4-seater boat so they could take customers out in it. That's why the canopy on that boat looks bigger than any of the canopy out here. You've got 4 seats, 2 seats in the back of it with 2 seats up front.
Yeah, that's pretty cool with Myrick and company driving that one back in the day. Very, very Tomlinson, very, very good, and I think that's where Myrick kind of really got his first start. You know, driving with Tomlinson early on when he was starting to get his legs underneath him in these fast boats.
Well, Myra Coyle used to work for a guy named Dave Scott. Dave Scott owned the Bud Select boat for many years, and Myrick worked in his shop, and he was the crew chief for that team, and it was a group called Naughty Marine. And Performance Boat Center actually absorbed Naughty Marine, and when they did, they got Myrick Coyle on board. And he's just a super good technician, super good at what he does. Going to really have a fun weekend at the Lake of the Ozarks shootout in a couple weeks. He's going to get to run some boats in that. And I said, what boats are you exactly running in the shootout? And he goes, Mike, I really don't know. He goes, I'm just going to show up with a whole bunch of different shirts, and whatever they tell me to run, I'm going to go run it. So it'll be an exciting weekend for him for sure. I know he'll run Slug Hefner's Dirty Duck, which is going to go for the Top Gun Award. Him and Rusty Williams ran it last year. I don't remember the top speed of the boat, but it was a good run for that team. So look forward to the Lake of the Ozarks shootout coming up in just a couple of weeks. But Ken, look at MCON Monster Energy. They have just checked out.
Yeah, boat looks great right there. Settle in right now, and
WHM went out way wide in that corner, and now they're having to come back into it. They continue to run that wide line. CR is going to be able to run the shorter part of the course. They'll have to slow down a little bit more to set the boat in the corner, but they will run the shorter distance. That will allow them to make up some time as we take a look at boat number 54, Great L CJ Grant Racing.
I'm curious how much wheel they are putting in this thing to keep it straight down this monster mile as we take a look at the Great L boat. Great L CJ Grant Racing, Chris Grant, Billy Moore, as you talked about before. And we mentioned before that they broke a skag at Lake of the Ozarks, had a good run going, finished up on the podium at Ocean City, our last event. As we go back, I believe, here and take a look at our leaders one more time.
So if you want an interesting fact, the Great L CJ Grant boat used to be owned by MCON. MCON had a skater. They built a bigger skater, a 438 skater to run in Super Cat. They didn't like it. It wasn't going the way they wanted it to go. They bought this boat as an interim until their new boat was getting built, and they sold this to Chris Grant, who's now running it under this banner, and then MCON is running the new banners. A couple of boats in this class have changed hands over the years. A couple different owners, not for the outer limits of Austin Holmes. WHM has always owned his boat. But, you know, you can buy these Super Cats and go out and run them and re-rig them and put fresh power in them, and they're still competitive. This is a very competitive boat. See, Chris and Billy have really done a good job of getting this boat figured out. Billy was brought on to the team a couple of years ago. They've gotten some wins, they've gotten some podiums, and they continue to get faster and faster, as does Austin Holmes, the outer limits behind him.
Once again, a nice turn right there for the Great L boat, able to separate themselves and look like the number 88 boat right there, the Roland Transport Machine, sponsored by Austin, was closing the gap just a little bit on the Great L, but then at the end of that turn, and it seems to be the case, you got to run a lane wide there. They definitely put some distance on as they head towards the dog like that short little left-hander.
Yeah, beautiful shot of the Outer Limits powerboat, of course, built in Rhode Island. Outer Limits known for building some beautiful pleasure V-bottoms and catamarans as they give chase to a Great L CJ Grant Racing, try and jump back to the inside there. So Chris and Billy ran a pretty tight line.
The 88 boat took right there and went a little bit straighter, a little bit longer to try and straighten this out as they head into the final buoys and maybe get some position on the Great L boat.
Dog legs are something that's fairly newer in offshore powerboat racing. You know, we used to just run straight up, turn straight up and back, and started putting dog legs in courses to kind of even out the field just a little bit, to give that other boat the inside lane, the advantage going the other direction. And it kind of equalizes things out a little bit, makes things a little bit more fair for the teams. Sometimes doesn't always really result in big lead changes, but it does make for a different dynamic on the race course. CR Racing, WHM should just be to the right of our screen. I see the spray, and Billy and Jay went out wide again. It does look like CR Racing was crab walking a bit back into the wind, so maybe now we're getting a breeze on some laps, no breeze on other laps, which is changing their line on the Monster Mile.
As we look out over the balcony there to visually inspect, I mean, it looks like the water is laid down out there, but
look at that shot there. It's definitely blowing the rooster tail, kind of like it was doing yesterday.
Even the yaw of the helicopter there a bit as well, give you an indicator of, we feel like the wind might have changed directions here a little bit in the last hour or so.
But we are very protected on this balcony that we're on.
It's hard to tell.
Does wicked things around buildings, and as I was telling Matt yesterday, you know, we race in some towns where we race next to high-rise buildings, and if it's a windy day, you'll get a puff of wind between two high-rise buildings, and that can really wreak havoc with your setup. So the wind does have a big effect on these boats.
I love how much they have to drive these things because they can get so far out of the water, which you had talked about in a previous race, I believe it was. But Myrick said he's looked over at Tyler, obviously running the throttles there. because he couldn't steer the boat. Basically, Tyler was steering the boat with the throttles, if you will, and he had to pull it back a little bit or change the trim a little bit and set some of it back in the water so that the thing will steer.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine, it's just like driving on ice. You turn your wheel on ice and nothing happens to your front tires. It's the same thing, except you have no brakes.
When it's on the wheelie bars.
Exactly, right. Or at top fuel. We have a boat slowing on the back of the race course as I look up from our broadcast booth. It looks like it might actually be CR. Looks like it's red and white. We're waiting to get some sort of confirmation. MCon Monster Energy continues to lead in Super Cat. They are getting ready to lap the Wicked team, Chris Hopgood and Jax Muller in that motion. So, Ken, a fun fact about the Wicked boat, that's Jay Muller's old boat. He used to race that many, many years ago, sat for quite some time, and then Chase and Jax, his son, wanted to come out and go racing. So they put that boat together, and they are competing at Super Cat. They started last year in 2023 and carried on into 2024. They raced in Michigan City, Indiana last weekend. It was not an APBA event. They just did it as kind of a bonus event, and they actually took their first win. Saw Dirty Money idling back in the course. We understand it is some sort of an outdrive malfunction for that team. So, Ken, unfortunately, the black cloud that looms over their head didn't quite go away this weekend as they wanted to.
Yeah, that's a tough break here. I mean, they have been solid every outing here so far this year. That one hurts for sure.
Hard pill to swallow when you know they're as fast as they are. I mean, look at the start. Look where they came.
They rocketed
that
to
was
the front.
Unbelievable on the start.
WHM Motorsports, if they can hang on and finish things up here, will certainly leapfrog them and the points as it stands right now. Wait for things to settle down. Of course, that's out of our department. We just look at how they tally things up here as you take a look at the number 6 boat. You were talking about the Wicked Machine with Chris Hopgood and Jax Muller.
Yep, old Motion catamaran boat. And Jay Muller raced for quite a few years. Seen this boat race all over the country. Good to see the boys getting out here and going racing. They are getting put right now a lap down. And that's the oldest boat in the fleet, Ken. That boat is, I can't even remember how old that boat is, but it's prior to 2000 and probably 4. That's about when I came into the sport, and that boat was racing when I came in. So it's been around for a long time. Has a very unique sound as it goes 2 into 1 exhaust. That'll sound more like a V12 IndyCar engine than it would a big V8.
Slowly squeezing back in the throttles right there. Pretty tight turn, and the WHM boat was hovering down on them pretty quickly as well, as you talked about them, unfortunately, going a lap down.
Chris Hopgood ran the owns the Celsius Superstock team. They were one of our 2 boats that flipped over yesterday on the south end of the course. Chris has never ran this boat before, so he's filling in for Chase. So that has something to do with it, too. If you've never driven this boat, never driven a number 6 boat, you're not going to go out there and, you're going to go out there and be competitive and run and race as hard as you possibly can, but you have to be smart as now WHM, the father, gets around his son, putting him a lap down.
So the difference in the rooster tail right there would be a difference in the trim, how the 2 boats are trimmed out?
Difference how they're running the boat, difference in RPMs, different attitude of the boat. You've noticed that Wicked runs really, really flat. The WHM boat tends to rock up on the back a little bit more, carry the bow just a bit more, and that's how Billy likes his boats to run. He wants it to carry the bow and be bow high. And that includes his old boat as well. But, Ken, I said it before, and I'll say it again. If you want to see perfection, look no further than MCon Monster Energy.
Yeah, this team is so rock solid. Very comfortable inside of this boat. They are having an incredible year. 4 consecutive podiums, as we talked about. 3 of those wins. 1, a 2nd-place finish there at Lake of the Ozarks. 2nd, by the way, to WHM Motorsports, who is currently in 2nd.
And that's their home waters, Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. And I said that there's a lift at Tyler's house for his Class 1 boat. Well, there's a lift for his Super Cat boat sitting there as well. We are on lap number 8, it looks like, of 11. So we are winding down. CR Racing did pull off the course. They are in the middle under idle, so they are out of this race. WHM now in 2nd. And I believe that's going to put Gradell CJ Grant in 3rd, and we'll have to watch as they come by our view. What a great shot there of WHM.
Yeah, that's Rick Lindsay, of course, piloting that XINSURANCE helicopter. Doing an incredibly good job. Also the owner of XINSURANCE, so having some fun out here. We appreciate his support, as do a number of the boat teams out here as well, and that is an incredible shot. He does an amazing job inside of that helicopter. Very exciting to watch.
It's adrenaline rush, too, for some teams when they get that helicopter in tow.
Oh, I bet.
When it gets
I would think
hovering
they've
down.
got to be able to feel it, right? I mean, I would think maybe here
not
you feel
really.
it. I mean, it's chopping some air, dude.
Yeah, it's pushing air down. I've never heard of it really affecting a boat. Maybe in some cases it probably would, but remember, they're both moving at the same speed, so the air turbulence may be happening a little bit further behind them. So let's look here. So there goes WHM. I'm looking up from the broadcast booth. That's wicked. Yeah, so CJ Grant, Grade L, they are currently running in third, Ken. They've gotten up onto a podium with CR dropping out.
Unfortunately, a couple of boats falling out here in the Super Cat category. As you take a look at the WHM machine.
So from what I understand, Ken, Dirty Money is also building a new boat as well. I don't think it's started yet, but according to Billy Pyburn, it will be under construction soon. So we'll see some new boats come out for the 2025 season. I don't think Monster or MCON Monster Energy is going to do anything with this boat because they've got it right where they want it. There is our third place boat, Grade L CJ Grant Racing, Canadian-based team, Chris Grant from Canada. And actually, when the hurricane hit Fort Myers a few years ago, Chris Grant actually sent a truckload full of plywood down there because remember that was in short supply. He got some of it put up together in Canada and sent a big truckload of plywood down there to help with the relief efforts. Chris Grant, a great guy, coming to us from Canada.
Well, it looks like another boat just lost roost. Maybe just checking up here a little bit to get around that buoy. It looked like something happened out there.
Yeah, possibly. But it's hard to tell from that camera because they're so incredibly far away, and they're still dealing with wicked, I believe, in lap traffic. As Dirty Money is about to head back into the harbor. Look at that MCON lead. Holy cow.
That is a sizable lead out here, to say the least.
This should start lap number 10 of 11 this time by. So, Ken, while they weren't able to get it done in Class 1, no problems here in Supercat.
Yeah, and that chemistry between the two, of course, we're talking about Myra Coyle, the driver, Tyler Miller, the owner, and running throttles here is on point, no question.
Now, and I guarantee they don't talk a whole lot in the boat. There's probably not a lot of communication there. Nor is there really probably with Jay and Billy or any of these other teams. They've been racing long enough together now to know what the other one needs and how the other one's going to do it. But still takes a lot of trust.
That feel and that chemistry is everything, man. So, yeah, it's got to be incredible to have that good feeling as, once again, we get a good look at the Grade L boat at full song. Look at that thing, man. Does it get any better than that?
So that boat used to be Steel, owned by the late, great J.R. Noble. Then it became AMH Construction, then it became MCON, and now it became Grade L. So a lot of history with this particular boat. As you saw CR Racing just to the right-hand side of our screen, they are under idle, trying to get back into the harbor as well. Billy and Chris set into the turn. Good podium finish if they can keep it going. It will start our last lap, final lap 11, this time by with MCON Monster Energy. Good run for Chris and Billy today, though, as they get this thing figured out.
Yep, working lap 10 right here. They'll come back by and grab the white flag to complete lap 11. XINSURANCE helicopter almost landing on the bow of that thing.
So I'll tell you a funny story while this race winds down. I was a patrol boat in a race called in Cambridge, Maryland, and I had a 31-foot formula at the time, and I had one of the medical guys on my boat, and he knew the helicopter pilot. So the helicopter pilot came down and touched his skid on the bow of my boat and took off again. It was one of the weirdest, coolest things I've ever seen. It scared somebody on my boat so bad, though, I think they were crying in the back seat. But it's intimidating when those helicopter rotors are going right above your head, thump, 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 thump.
Well, there's not much wiggle room when they're that low.
This is very true, but he tabbed on it and left straight away. So
looking to pick up the white flag here as the Monster Energy MCON boat sails it down the Monster Mile.
We'll take a moment to go through our P1 offshore sponsors. Yeah, there's the white flag. Of course, Monster Energy, the official energy drink of P1 Offshore Racing, Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, Myco Trailers, XINSURANCE providing the helicopter footage today. Thanks to Rick Lindsay and Parker Lindsay. Visit St. Pete Clearwater, ICOM, RCR Construction, Sartori Cheese, JF Ahern, National Executive Bank, Abyss Batteries, and Experience St. Kimmy. And of course, we have to give a shout out to all of our armed forces, Ken, the Navy, Army, Marine Corps, and Air Force. Without them fighting for our freedom, we would not be able to do things like this and come out and play around on the weekends with big, loud, fast boats.
100%.
And thank you to the mayor of Sheboygan and everybody here in Sheboygan. This takes a village, literally, to be able to do this and shut streets down and really allow us to pretty much take over their town for 3 or 4 days while we're here. So thank you to local police, fire, EMS. United States Coast Guard has a station right over here off of the harbor, just off of Lake Michigan. Can't do it without the Coast Guard or anybody else. So thanks to all of our supporting municipalities as we wind down the 2nd annual Midwest Challenge from Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Yeah, Mayor Sorensen really happy about bringing this event back. Been very supportive, as has the entire city here. We appreciate all their support. Love coming here. The fans love it here. Voted best race site here by the APBA 1 year ago. Give you a good indicator of just how nice it is here. So put it on your calendar and come out and join us next year as they complete this final lap here. Taking a look at our leader one more time.
Up next for us will be Sarasota, Florida in September, and then we will end our season in St. Petersburg in October. Go to P1Offshore.com to keep up with your favorite teams. My recommendation would be, if you want to come see a race in either one of those towns, buy yourself a VIP hospitality ticket. Ken, I didn't make it down to the tent this year, but yesterday you did with your wife, and you said it was a pretty amazing experience.
Yeah, we had a wonderful time. Obviously, the view is great. The hospitality is excellent. So, yeah, you will not be disappointed if you take advantage of that. At both of those facilities, both of those races, it's going to be incredible. So, yeah.
May have enjoyed a Goodboy Vodka product while you were down there, I believe.
Yes, I did have a couple of those taste testing.
That's okay. Hey, that's okay. That's what a VIP hospitality area is for. And I'm sure there was plenty of monsters being handed out as well.
And by the way, we touch on this in the Class 1 race that Jamie, the name on the back of the boat there, is Tyler Miller's sister, who unfortunately passed away of breast cancer, and runs her name proudly on the boat. She travels with him in every race. It's also on the transporter, John, but certainly never forgotten. So really, really cool gesture by him to take care of his sister.
Hats off to US 1, MCon Monster Energy. They take the checkered flag in Supercat one more time. One more notch in the belt, if you would, Ken, for another national championship.
Yes, sir. 4 wins on the season, now 5 consecutive podium finishes as they will chase that championship down with a couple more of events to go. It isn't over yet, but boy, I'll tell you what, she's warming up.
She is, definitely. It's good to see this boat starting to run much more consistently. Billy Moff and Jay Muller, they had their problems over the past couple of years. As I mentioned, CK Performance re-rigged that boat in the offseason. It's worked out really well, and Billy's really happy to get these podiums. He knows it's moving forward. It's going in forward progress. Great run for Great L, CJ Grant Racing, Chris Grant, Billy Moore. That's 2 podiums for Billy Moore here in Sheboygan. Of course, taking the win in Class 1 and now getting 3rd in Supercat.
Excellent job. That's also back-to-back podiums this season as well, as they grabbed the podium in Ocean City. They'll grab another one here. And how about the 88 boat? Congratulations to the Roland Transport SV Offshore machine, driven by Matt Jemensky and throttles by Vinny Diorio after a very scary turn 1 on the opening lap. Man, that thing could not have been any more vertical and not blown over.
I don't want to be too graphic, but they may want to check their drawers when they get out of that one, because I'm sure they stuck something up there. That was a scary one to be in. Great save by those guys, and I really want those guys to get that boat figured out. And I think they were fast off the start. They just got put into a precarious situation, and I'm sure Todd DePhillips, the referee for P1, is going to look at some footage for that one. Hard to say from our vantage point what happened. They need to maintain their lane going through the corner, so it's hard to say what caused the incident, but glad everyone was okay, and Vinny and Matt were able to save them.
And a quick mention there of the number 6 boat, the Wicked boat that we were just on a moment ago. Chris Hopgood, Jack Smuller, finishing this one up. Congratulations to them for hanging with it and finding the checkered flag.
Got to finish it. Got to finish to stay with it, right?
Got to finish, right? Got to finish it. So good run for them. Good solid run for them. Solid 11 laps. But that is a look at our winner, the US 1 MCon Monster Energy Machine, driven by Myra Coyle and throttles by its owner, Tyler Miller.
Of course, we saw these guys come out in Class 1 and did a fantastic job in Class 1. Wasn't quite their days. They couldn't catch Defalco. but you got to be consistent. You got to be there. You got to be up at the front to win the championship, and that's what they're all vying for. Ken, have you gotten to see the Super Cat trophy inside the hauler of the MCON team? That's impressive.
It is spectacular.
Actually built by a guy named Tyson Garvin. Tyson actually started racing with MCON a couple of years ago, and that is actually a class trophy independent to just them. Very cool piece of hardware there that they get to tote around.
I would Google that if the fans at home can find that. It also lights up.
Yep. It's awesome. Cool. It's very, very cool.
Awesome.
I don't know where you're going to put it at home. You'd have to have your own room for it because it's pretty dang big.
You need a crane to carry it around.
So MCON Monster Energy will work their way into the pits. I'm sure Taylor's going to want to catch a word with them. Congratulations to WHM. Second place in Super Cat. Great L, CJ Grant coming in third. Austin Holmes, SV Offshore coming in fourth. Wicked coming in fifth, and that's because they will have completed more laps than CR Racing that went out with a mechanical issue early. And, of course, a crowd favorite, Ken, Dirty Money Powerhouse, out with a drive issue, didn't even complete a lap.
What a shame, man. What a shame. We were looking forward to a great battle there, and man, oh man, did they rocket ship off to a great start. Thought things were going to be much different here, the way things started, but it's not how they start, it's how they finish. And the MCON Monster Energy machine of Myrick Doyle and Tyler Miller, good enough to take first place here today. WHM Motorsports in second. Great L, CJ Grant Racing rounds out your podium.
Austin Holmes, SV Offshore coming in fourth. Good run from Matt and Vinny after that scary situation at the first turn. Fifth place, Wicked. Sixth place, CR Racing, who went out with a mechanical issue.
And we'll bring you some highlights here of the race and how things went down in the Super Cat category as well. Good stuff right here. And this is how they looked when they started off, some 7 boats strong, and it was a Dirty Money machine, the number 3 boat that took off, and this is the moment we were just talking about.
I'm still not sure what saved that boat from flipping over. I was trying to watch it there, but again, a great save. Good run for Rob and Casey and CR Racing. They were trying to hunt down Billy Malk and WHM, just unable to do so. But again, if you want to see perfection, look towards Monster Energy MCON. They got it done. They were out front early. Still questionable what happened in that first turn. I'm sure the referees are going to go back and look at it, but congratulations on a great run.
The CR Racing boat was trying to track down that WHM boat, could not get it done. Unfortunately, ended up with a mechanical as well. So that's how things went down here in the Super Cat category. Special thanks to XINSURANCE for all of their support out here and those incredible shots that they gave us as some of the most beautiful boats on the planet make their way back.
Wonder if there might be some hand gestures there for the Outer Limits Austin Holmes team over towards MCON Energy. I don't think they blame them for what happened, but again, it'll be hard to say.
And as we take a look at these beautiful boats, we want to talk to our winner, but you've got to stay with us to hear from them. So we'll take a quick commercial break, and then we'll be right back. We'll put Taylor to work.
Insurance sucks, and we think so too. Why? Because traditional policies don't provide complete coverage, leaving you to deal with the holes and gaps. But not anymore. XINSURANCE's true umbrella and true homeowners are a true partner, covering any potential gaps and exclusions. With XINSURANCE's true umbrella and true homeowners policy, you will experience true insurance when compared to traditional policies. Contact us today or ask your agent about XINSURANCE.
It has been a great day of racing out here. Hope you've enjoyed it at home as well. Here at the Midwest Challenge on Lake Michigan. Also the UIM Class 1 World Championships along with the APPA National Championships. We just finished up our final race of the day. That is our winner in the Super Cat category. Finished up second, this team did, in the Class 1 race. That kicked the day off a little bit earlier. Of course, all part of the Powerboat P1 USA Series. So it's been a wonderful day, beautiful day out here. man, well, man, we had some great racing. That Mod V category, I think it was as well. The pass there around the outside, man, it's as good as it gets.
Just as good as saved by X Insurance Statement Marine. They had nowhere to go, and like I said, I saw that boat start to go around, and they were able to steer back into it and save it. But great race in Mod V, great race yesterday in Super Stock as well. Those guys put on a heck of a show, for the fans here in Sheboygan. Just a great race there. 450 factory stock was awesome. Just a great overall weekend. And remember, last year we had 25 boats here. This year we had 45, and the fans got to see a great show because of it.
Yeah, no doubt. And the weather kind of settled down here today, so we had some great racing. Great to get both rounds in for the Class 1 as well series. Of course, as we go back to Lake of the Ozarks, we had a lot of rain on Saturday, so everybody lost out on Saturday. They did run a double round 2 races for Class 1 on Sunday. The MCon Monster Energy boat got their first win of the season, back-to-back wins, I should say, there as well. So they're leading the points in Class 1.
Yep, and it was going to be Dirty Money Powerhouse. We thought had something for him here, really thought we had something to prove. Unfortunately, mechanical issue. And hey, that's racing. Things are going to break, and there's nothing you can do to it. I know that Billy and Bo and Tiffany and Britt and the whole entire team over there, they really want to shake that black cloud that hovers over top of it and get it off of their head, but unfortunately it just didn't happen this weekend.
Yeah, it seems like some seasons, even when things go wrong, it ends up good, and then there's other seasons where you've got a really fast boat and you just can't get it from out from under it.
And if that start in Super Cat proved anything to us, that is a wicked fast boat.
Once again, we're going to show you, if you missed it earlier and you just saw the replay, we're going to show it to you again here, what happened. This is the opening lap of the Super Cats going into turn number 1. The 88 boat down there on the bottom.
And I don't think by the line that MCon Monster Energy did drive in there. But see that spray start to kick right there? I think that was like a break, if you would. And that's what caused that boat to fall back down. That busted started kicking water up. If that boat had a flat transom, much like Monster Energy MCon does, I think it probably would have gone over backwards. It would have broken that tunnel tab clean off. It may have done damage to that boat that we can't see just from what it did there. Hard to tell, but it'll be interesting to look at it once it gets out.
Dragging the drives in the water for sure, I think, ultimately saved it from blowing over. I do agree 100%. So it was a good save, and they came back, by the way, finished the race.
They ran a great race. They were wicked fast.
Race, yeah. They were actually a threat. They were at speed for sure.
Good job by boat number 6, Wicked, for finishing. Chris Hopgood and Jax Muller. Chris filling in for Chase Muller, sons of Jay Muller. Good to go out there and finish the race, always important. There is our third place boat, Grade L, CJ Grant. Chris Grant, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, really fun to hang out with. Got to have some dinners with him over the years, and just a nice down-to-earth guy. As they will probably head over to our podium area with Taylor. And then WHM, Mr. Consistency, Billy Moff. He just ran up there towards the front. He knew that he probably wasn't the fastest boat today, but he knew that he had to get in there and defend his position, defend his line, and that's what he did, taking home second.
Yeah, and with the Dirty Money boat, unfortunately having that mechanical, WHM will probably jump up into second in the points. And then also the Great L boats, without Team Farnsworth being here, should jump up into the top 5. So we'll see how things shake out as we go down to our final 2 events.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dirty Money, that really will cause some movement in the points. Be interested to see. I would have liked to seen what they did on that outside turn. They went in really, really hot. I think they probably would have been able to set it. Maybe they ripped a skeg off or something. Hard to say. We did hear it could possibly be a drive issue. And a Mercury Racing number 6 drive very rarely break. They're not known for having mechanical issues. They've been around for a long time. They're pretty much bulletproof. These boats run what's called a crash box. So I don't know if you know, but they don't have a shiftable transmission. They have a square gear transmission to allow for more surface contact. So to put the boat in a gear, they have to shut it down. They bump it over and throw it into gear, and then they have to start the engine back up, and that just makes it more reliable. So, but when these cat boats start to spin, just like CJ Grant did in Lake of the Ozarks, when they start to spin, the weakest part of that drive is the skeg. And if you lose that skeg, that's your rudder on the bottom of that boat. You can't turn it. So if they went to a turn, hopped around a little bit, or caught a bad weight and ripped a skeg off, that will take them out, definitely.
Well, and exactly what you said, like the Great L boat there, and Lake of the Ozarks that did rip that skeg off. So, all part of the game. You've got to weigh the risk versus reward item. But going out and lap 1, if you can get that clean air and that clean water, they certainly were attacking it.
Definitely, and that was I don't even think they slingshotted it. I don't think they held back at all. I just think they had that much acceleration and that much speed just right from the get-go at that given moment on the start. It was impressive to see. I was quite blown away because our shot was really tight on those leaderboards.
Around that class of boats like that, I mean, that's
and we couldn't see it. Like, it just popped up in front of us. It was awesome. I was like, wow.
Good look there at some of the jetties that have been built here in this area as well. Part of the yacht clubs. You can see the docks over there and the boats that are housed here.
That's another beautiful beach to the north of us that wraps all the way around that point. This is basically like one big walking area, one big point on both sides of the river. Again, thank you to the Sheboygan Yacht Club. They let us have our drivers' meetings there. The Sheboygan Youth Yachting Center let us do registration in their building. So, again, thanks for some yachting groups letting us come in and use their facilities over the course of the weekend. Thanks to all of our volunteer and patrol boats, the jet skis, fast response towing, all you guys out there that mark our course, pick our buoys up, put our buoys down. Thank you so much for the help. It takes all of you all to be able to make this work. The P1 scoring staff, race control, Michelle, Thomas, Stewart, everybody within P1. It takes an army to make this work, and everybody does a great job and pulls off another flawless event as we pack this one up and get ready for Sarasota.
Pulling those boats in, man, what a sight. Just sitting
That's one of the
still,
coolest
they
things
are
about the sport anyways,
so
watching
gorgeous.
these things get craned in and out of the water. I mean, you're picking up a 10,000-pound boat with a crane and swinging it over the top of your head with straps. And CR Racing, they're already out on the trailer just to the left-hand side of your screen. That's Austin Holmes' rig there. There's WHM's rig.
The trailers alone are
The
impressive.
tilt trailers, yep.
Custom trailers, turn those things up on their side so they can carry them down the road, and obviously just too wide to be legal in a normal lane.
And believe it or not, when the boats are built at Skater or at MTI or wherever, they're actually built to be able to tilt. They have to build the gas tank a special way so the fuel doesn't actually want to drain down. The engines have to be dry sump engines, but they'll normally pump the oil out of them, and they normally get all the fuel out of it in order to be able to transport, because it's a very, obviously when you tilt something that's that big up that high, you want to make sure that it's going to be safe. And it takes a little bit of work from these crews to do, but
So they're pulling in the final couple of boats here as we wind things up. It has been a great weekend of racing here. Wonderful to be back here in Sheboygan. We look forward to coming back here again. It's been wonderful working here with Mike. Mike and Matt doing a great job one day ago, but it's all about the racing here as they wrap things up here out on the water and pull all the equipment back in. We hope you've enjoyed all the great racing action as well, from our bracket classes up to the big dogs in Class 1. Everybody bringing their best and working as hard as they can to try and grab a win out here. It's the Midwest Challenge on Lake Michigan, the UIM Class 1 World Championship and APBA National Championship, all part of the Powerboat 1 USA Series. We appreciate you watching. For Mike Yawowski, I'm Ken Stout, and Tyler Snyder of Taylor Snyder. Tyler Miller and Taylor can be tricky for sure, but she's done a great job as well. So sorry we didn't hear from her right here at the very end of the show. But hope you enjoyed all the great racing action, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you next time at our next event. Join us in Sarasota.
Mercury Racing was forged in the heat of competition. The will to win is in our DNA. Competition isn't just what we do, it's our proving ground. It's about the pursuit of power, performance, and endurance that pushes our limits and yours. We create premium marine power to take you faster and farther. The world offers limits. Mercury Racing offers freedom. Live wide open.